Are we on? Oh. Welcome. I should see that, shouldn't I? Welcome to the World Reach Championship, Tokyo 25, day number 4. I am your host, Garth Nelson, with co-hosts
Jenn
and Nathaniel.
And it has been an exciting first 3 days, and we are now down to the top 32.
I'm kind of sad.
Yes, we are a little bit sad. We're thrilled and sad. It's the happy and sad
I want
thing.
this to be my office.
Oh, we do only have one more day of this awesome room.
I want this for like another month.
I know, really.
Just come here and like
do all of our stuff from here, right?
It's fun and it's comfy and it's.
And again, I really think we lucked out against the Japanese feed. Have you been in their little room? Besides the fact that it doesn't have the space our room has. It's like an echo chamber in there. Like it's all barn.
And we have such a great view from this. We can see the entire playing hall.
I think we got the long end of the stick.
Yeah, you guys can see it too. You want to show them the playing hall?
Oh yeah.
I mean, most people have seen it, but yeah.
Good to show today.
Overlay.
We can get the whole screen.
And then it's up here. Oh yeah. You got it. There's no reason for me to teach anyone how to do anything. I was the one learning, but yeah, we get this view from the top. We can look over all the time. You can see the players getting ready behind the black screen. Those are the ones getting ready for the best 32, which is set to start in about 7 minutes. And the tables that are closer to us, all those tables, are the side event. Everyone who didn't make the top 32 gets a chance to play more mahjong.
Unless they're really good at commentating, in which case
they get recruited. And
I said if I wasn't going to make the top 32, I was going to do some commentary. This is absolutely fantastic.
So that is your first hint about who made it into the top 32.
Oh yeah, so
let's
see who did make it into the top 32. In first place,
North Kanto.
Kaori Shimizu. She also did a prost for us. You guys can watch the prost on our channel, on Mahjong Jenn channel. It's my channel, but it's kind of our channel.
It would be pretty cool for Kaori to win too. I would be happy if Kaori or Sawazaki won this. Those are the ones I'm rooting for.
I mean, I wouldn't be so unhappy if Ito won. Tomotake could win again. That would be great.
That would be cool. Yeah, it had to have a two-time winner.
Yeah, Danny could be the first American to ever win. That's definitely a possibility.
Other firsts.
I mean, there's lots of. We wouldn't be unhappy if anybody won.
That's true.
To be honest,
I wish that guy had won.
As expected, the majority of players are Japanese pros, but there are a few players from other countries. I think I counted 11 last time. 11 out of 32.
And
yep, 11, 21 from Japan and 11 from outside of Japan. Lots of South Korea on the list.
Very strong showing.
Yeah, four of the 11 are from South Korea. But we got Australia. Aussie.
4 of the 11. I mean, South Korea had maybe 10 players total anyway, so that's I think a pretty large number of their players making it too.
That's huge. I mean, America had like 20.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, pretty heavy representation by the players in M League. No surprise that they are also strong.
Half of the Korean contingency made it. That's incredible.
Yeah, right.
Such a great percentage.
Definitely not half of the Japanese contingency made it.
But I mean, you couldn't have half of it just by the numbers. There were so many Japanese pros, and that led to an awesome experience playing. Like, you were guaranteed to play against a Japanese pro if you were.
Yeah, a lot of the times 2 Japanese pros.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes 2.
Do you remember? Did you have any memorable games yourself?
Oh wait, let's quick. Let's look at who didn't make it. Look at the cutoff was 122.8.
Oh, it went up a lot then.
Yeah, well, so maybe had gotten first place, he would have made it. But look at Sho Shiratori's score, 122.3.
500 points.
Yeah,
that's one reach stick. It's not even a reach stick. It's like during an Oyaban, somebody drew 500, 1,000, and he had to pay the extra 500. Oh man, Ryo Tojo also just dropped out of the. She had been in the top 32 going into it. Oh, Christy!
Yeah, same for Christy. Christy had been in the hunt
Everyone was rooting for Christy.
She was in it until the end, like in it, and then fell out, and then was back in it, and then I guess the last game.
Yeah, she got a positive result in the last game.
We're gonna lose half of our viewers just because Christy's mom's not gonna be here.
Yeah, you know, I mean, plus 100 was above the cutoff going into the final game, and you know, you never know. Like when you're right there at that border, it's hard to know how hard you have to push.
And of course, we have Danny representing the U.S. in the finals. But of the players that made it from the New York qualifier from the U.S. system, Christy finished the highest out of all those players. So big congrats to her. Hopefully, her family's still watching the finals.
Is she playing in the side?
Thank you for your support.
I'm so happy with all the moms. Moody's mom was in the chat afterwards in Portuguese.
36th.
Yeah, he almost made it.
Also, yeah, just barely at the right at the border. Another situation where you know you don't know how much you have to try to get points. If he could have gotten another 5,000, all right, that would have been he'd be in there. But you know, it also could have happened if he'd been going for that 5,000. He could have lost 5,000, and then he'd be farther down. You know, you just don't know where that border is going to fall at the very end.
Exactly. Hiroshi Amai didn't make it this time. So we have one not defending, I guess, but
we can say defending. I feel like that applies here.
Defending from 2 times ago. Tomotake. Also, Nara did not make it, right?
Yeah. I believe not, yes.
So with one of the 3 world champions trying to get that second title. And he will be on our featured table as well. But let's talk to Nathaniel for. I was trying to say Nate and then Nathaniel, and then it just ended up in the middle. Let's talk to Nathaniel for a second about your experience. You're about to talk about it, and I interrupted you.
Yeah, it was really exciting. Of course, this is my first time in Japan, first time out of the country even, and I was really nervous coming into it. I mean, I had a lot of practice at the JPML dojo in Sugamo. And I think that helped alleviate the nerves. I was actually more nervous that first day playing in the dojo than I was playing the first day at the event. But
wow.
It was
way to get the nerves out at the dojo then.
Well, I thought it would be fine, and then day one.
It's the first time that he ever met me in person. So it's pretty exciting.
Day one at the team event, I found out like 10 minutes before the round start that I was going to be on the stream table. Oh. And it was a surprise to me. I hadn't seen that announcement ahead of time.
Oh, I knew.
So I was suddenly like checking off the rules. You know, call your towels vertically, but the 4th call has to be on the side, and you can push the wall forward, but if it gets to the 3rd row, pull the wall back so the cameras can see it. I was like learning all these things at the same time, and then I had to face Sasaki Pro, who was one of the first pros that I ever watched.
Yeah, we actually did watch your game because the JPML feed wasn't ready. So we were just doing like radio commentary for your game actually on that stream.
While we watched the Abema stream.
I'm glad you didn't see my hands shaking on the screen.
Yeah, they didn't. We did.
Yeah.
No, we did not notice your hands shaking at all. You looked cool and calm and awesome.
It was fantastic. I couldn't stop Sasuke Pro from wrench-hounding his dealership like 3 times and getting Gyakuten in the last, but it was a lot of fun. I scored a 3rd place that was over 30,000, so I felt pretty happy about it. And the team event, our team didn't make it, but 3 teams from the US made the semifinals, so we're cheering Team US.
It was a strong showing by all the non-Japanese teams. Only one Japanese team made the finals of the team event. So, man, really strong showing from the rest of the world.
Yeah, and the winner ended up being the combination Spain-Portugal team.
Yep.
And so, one of the international teams pulled through and won that. So we have yet to see who will win the individual tournament. 11 out of 32 chance that it is also in one of the international teams. One of the international players, I should say.
Yeah.
We do have our first international winners, right?
Yeah, that's true, because there's never been a team event.
That's true.
So, yeah, they are our first WRC champions.
I'd say that the Japanese have never won the team event.
That's true.
There will be another WRC in 3 years. I'll have the chance.
Yeah, but I've been enjoying it so much. I wish that it was happening. All right, I think we can switch to the table. They're getting ready to play. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah, we can look at the hall while we wait.
Was it? I guess it wasn't on the feed for them. Maybe Nakabayashi is he ill perhaps, and that's why he's wearing a mask? Because like right before he put his mask on, he was kind of squirting a bunch of something mouthwash or something.
Could be. I don't know. Maybe he has allergies.
It was kind of funny to see that.
It could be one of those air conditioner colds that we were talking about.
Oh, that hardly exists.
Oh, Dave. Oh, we can't see that.
Extreme close up on
They're
Dave.
Dave doing the announcements with Michael.
You don't need to be there for the announcements. They're pre-planned, so it's not.
Generally, they're pre-planned. The past 2 days, they had some not pre-planned announcements that I was there live interpreting for. Because see, there's Danny to the right.
Yeah, they just panned over Danny.
And they panned over Kaori as well. That's Risako Kazu, who we watched on one of the feature tables as well.
That's not Hiroi.
Again,
Oh, is that
the top two
Hiroi?
players at each table after 2 hard shots will
I
then
played
progress
against her.
to the
It was actually my favorite game. It was Pro and Trevor, the Australian player who also made the top 32. We all played in that game. I took the first, but Trevor took like a 50,000 point second.
Oh wow!
And Sugawara got the third. It still made the top cut.
Wow.
Once a hard
Yeah,
shot
that must have been the only
please
poor
fill in the
game.
score
Is that
sheet for the player
Kazu?
from
Maybe that's
Here's Trevor on the right of this table.
Okay.
He was very strong, and he looked very comfortable and fast when he was playing.
But he's playing against the what is it, Shinigami.
All 4 players should
That's
check
where
the
I
scores
lost in the
are
top
correct
32 in
and check
Vienna.
the confirmation
I was at the same table as
The
Yuko,
sheet can then be submitted to the tournament desk.
and
Once submitted, scores
first
may
hand
not
I'm
be
like
logged,
really
so it's
fast
very
Pin
important
Temp
to
by
ensure their
Reach.
scores are correct.
Okay, maybe I'll do okay on this table, and then I just got killed by the Shinigami. So they call him the Reaper, basically.
Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually played against him in the the quarterfinals 3 years ago in Vienna. So yes, he is a perennial go deep player, and grimly reaping many people at the end of their tournaments. One other person that they panned over at the beginning of that pan over the people in the top 32 was Uchikawa Kotaro. I was just talking to him before the whole thing started, and it seemed like he was not even really planning on being in the event. He was kind of a last-minute addition, and so he's definitely made the most of having just been stuck in at the very last moment.
There have been a few stories like that where you make a sudden, burst of energy at the end. You get a last chance bid, and
Right.
you make the best of it. Actually, there was a story from the U.S. qualifying team that ended up the same way. Steven ended up getting into the Invitational, the U.S. Invitational, at the very last second.
Stephen
Liu.
Okay,
And
I think we
he-
covered him on one game.
Yeah, he qualified through that Invitational to this event, and he almost made the cut. He had a huge game to put him into the hundreds, just needed to have a good final game, and the wall didn't give him anything, unfortunately. He was Yakitori 4th. But what a great story from him.
Nice performance.
Looks like we are getting underway.
And we're off, yeah. And Kei Nakabayashi starts with 2 value pairs. A good push towards the half flush in Sozu, but may just go for a quick win with some points. That's another pair.
Now, actually,
5 pairs.
could think about Chitoi. Could get really greedy and force some type of 22 flush Toy.
Or something triples up. We have not had a Yakuman on the stream yet. He hates the one of bamboo so much he wanted to throw 2 of them away at once.
A couple are too attached. Early call.
The humidity perhaps has made the tiles stick together.
Happens.
Oh,
We
Formon.
could.
So there's gonna be some decisions to make in the very near future. You can still cut some of these honors for the time being, but you pair one of those up. Is it Chitoi time, or is it Tuso and get really greedy?
I'd forgotten that the white dragon had already been honed anyways. Oh, what happens here?
More honor? Okay.
So the red dragon just came out. He's not gonna super push in no pawn of the ones.
Yeah, keep in mind there is door 2 in that hand, so he doesn't need to go full greed.
That's a good point.
Riichi is going to be good here. Might even consider calling the Hatsu eventually.
I'm sorry, it's in yours as well. They should both be the same.
So he's going to be a little bit patient about how he attacks on the hand. Not forcing the flush, as you say.
Second Hatsu, decision time.
He is going to do it. Ooh, does he take Tenpai? Or does take Tenpai? Like you say, he's got 2 Dora there. He figures, all right, I'll take the 3,900.
And 2 players opening up as well, so definitely you're feeling happy about the decision to play the speed route.
Likely to be a good decision. Or certainly the fastest way to win.
She opened twice there. Haku, Tom, the dragon, and the east. Now Asai needs to consider carefully how to react to this.
With all the value tiles being called, one could worry that value tiles are completing, say, 4 triples, which of course would be a Mongan and a tough way to start the game.
We saw much bigger 4 triples yesterday in the first hand by the dealer.
Yeah?
A lot, yeah. Oh, were you not?
Oh, maybe that was a you and early game.
Yeah, Peijun got Suanko in the first hand
Holy cow.
as dealer, and that shot them right up into the top 32.
Wow. Yeah.
Nice play.
I attempted Suanko yesterday. Got to Tenpai. Conned myself into Tenpai. However, my con gave the dealer 3 Dora and they'd sumoed for 6,000 all.
So, Sonoda decided to, okay, I am going to go for that half flush, and it's good timing because the tile that he decided not to throw to keep Tenpai was the 8 of cracks. That would have ended up throwing into Nakabayashi's hand. So for the moment, he is safe. And possibly, obviously, if he draws another 5 or 8, he's not going to throw it in. Asai is in a little bit of trouble if his hand improves, unless it improves with Dora.
Yeah, it's interesting. He declined the Tenpai there. Could have thrown the 5-mon for the Penchan. Wait said no. 5-mon and 8-so both deal in, though.
This is definitely 4 very strong. Oh, is he? No, he is just not going to throw that 5. All right, he knows. He has a feeling.
This is beautiful work right now.
That's Tenpai with a 369 weight. And a lot more points than it was before. Still not coming out from Takaki Asai. Wow, solid plays by him. He's going to have a hard time winning this hand without throwing something in. But he does have a lot of Sonoda's winning tiles.
I realized that even if I just do Nakabayashi's first initial, it sounds the same. It's Kei Nakabayashi.
So there aren't a lot of... That's the
it.
3, right? Oh, goodness. So that is a tough start for... who's to the left?
Nakabayashi. Deal in to Sonoda for the manga.
You know, 3 of these players are M-Leaguers. Only Tomotake is not. But he has more experience than possibly all of them put together.
Yeah. They've been playing at least since before they were born.
I'm not sure, but how old is Sonoda?
My experience playing against Sonoda in this tournament is We better end his dealership quickly, because if not, he's gonna go on a run.
And he starts to get.
Oh yeah, he's been playing since before Sonoda was born. I guess all these players are around my age, except for Sonoda's just a couple years older. Asai is younger.
Well, he is the only one. Tomotake is the only one who has ever won World Read. So take that, Emily-ers.
And also, he said that that was like more important to him than winning the Phoenix Cup.
Are you looking at comments? Because my thing says that chat is disabled for this stream.
Probably try and refresh.
You see some chat? I see some of my friends actually in the chat. Hello.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, Nakabayashi and Asai are the same age, and they're both younger than me. Got some millennials on the table. Got one of those in-betweeners like me. It's Sonoda. I can't claim millennial. It's just I'm too old and grumpy for that.
Sonoda's hand not progressing as quickly as it had last hand. Nakabayashi's hand looks to be probably moving towards 7 pairs. I'd like to use that Dora too.
7 pairs is an easy way to use a Dora. Just pair it up.
Even if you can't get the pair, well, you can wait for it.
Exactly. Well, triplet now.
Said 7 pairs was easy. Get all the extra air out of my mouth.
Just the bailout hand. You've got nothing else to go for. Pairs. Wait on the Dora. Fold if you have to.
You're holding on to outside tiles for the most part, since they're going to be a better weight. They end up being easy tiles to fold with.
Actually has outs back into other hands as well, now that he's drawn the triplet of the Red Dragon. So we'll see if he completes a sequence out of one of those, say the 1-2-2 pin shape. Perhaps you draw the 3 pin. That's another way to use the Dora.
And he can call for tiles too if they are discarded in the right place. Oh, another Dora!
That's Tenpai. The Suji trapped Tuso.
2 of them in Asai's hand. So I'm right there. Oh no, he's gonna do it! Yes.
Oh yeah, speaking of the chat, they did mention that Peijun didn't make the top 32. We were watching in game 9, I believe, when
Okay.
and so it shot him up to the top 32 for that game, or after that game, but then they had not so heavy 10th game.
I'm going to play Genbutsu defense 4 pin, 5 pin first, not trusting the Suji, and perhaps the discard pool looks like a Chito discard pool, in which case you wouldn't so much trust the Suji anymore.
Good point.
A lot of weird cuts in that pawn. 9 pin, 8 mon, then 5 pin, 5 so is a little bit odd.
And then 4 dots also. Were they from his hand? Yes, the 4 also came from his hand. So yeah, for the 5 for him to have dropped the 5 and then the 4 later, something seems suspicious. Something's fishy.
So the waiting game for that last Tuso, I believe, which is still in the wall.
Right. Seeing it in anybody else's hand or the discards. Oh, that was almost it.
Of course, well, kind of trapped with his Dora. Can't build the hand with it. Can't discard it either, so might just be forced to fold away this dealership. Although, being up a Mangan, certainly in position to be able to fold away and gain advantage.
Has time. Still no bamboo deuce.
Waiting game can be really exciting. I remember watching a game yesterday. Josh, American player, got to Suanko Attempt, and for each of his pairs, they were completely live in the wall, 6 tiles live in the wall. He drew into Tenpai, 4 tiles live in the wall for his Suanko weight, and every single draw we were so excited.
Yeah, right.
I went to do Kyoku.
They're all in the dead wall.
And they had 3 of them ended up getting drawn, including the Haite. I believe Sonoda was in that game. He won the first place. Drew 2 of the winners.
Oh.
There's a very funny reaction image from that stream.
So it looks like everybody's giving up. Oh, there's Dora. The 2 is still out there. The remaining 2 of bamboos.
Assuming that Senpai cannot find a path into Tenpai, I mean the 1-pin passes now. 6-pin perhaps.
1 away from ready.
With a draw left, you can find the 3-pin. You can also call.
I don't think we actually went over the system here. We will watch 2 games with these players, and the top 2 players from 2 games will advance to the best 16. So no one will be changing tables after this game. Everyone will play the same opponents for 1 more game, and that's why they all start with 0 points. We'll have the totals after the first game, so we can easily see who possibly could advance. But everyone starts with 0 for this round.
I really enjoy set play.
Mm.
You get to see same players match each other, face each other.
Last draw. Is it the one? It is not. 1 point about that. So for the second game of this round, will we be watching the same players again? Okay, so we'll watch them for the entire round. We get to see how they decide to attack in this first game, and then how they respond to their standing in the second game.
Yeah, I would have liked to see some international players, but it is pretty exciting to have 3 M-Leaguers and 1 just absolute legend on our table.
Leadership will pass as Sonoda did not maintain Tenpai, so Nakabayashi will get a chance to make up this gap.
He netted 2,000 points on that, and has a chance to reclaim that reach stick.
I also see those numbers with the kanji on the left side of their names. That's which place they were in coming into the top 32. So pretty spread out. That's how they, what do they call it? Mawashijun?
Like when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 11, 12, 13, 15.
Actually, they do it from top to bottom at JPML.
Really?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What?
Like one face is
Well,
9.
for at least for League, they do.
Huh. Because I think the way this ended up working was because they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down, and then from here, like 8 and 9 are at the same table. 7, and that's how 6 and 11 end up at the same table.
11 are not next.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. 6 and 11. So,
You can't see all the hand motions that are happening. It makes sense. It makes sense to me.
Garthe really loves to do, like, bad pod. That's what I call it. Unless it's not a podcast, you can't see our faces, so the same concept applies.
much better pod to call.
In the meantime, Asai has been really pushing for this flush and might get there. These draws have been amazing.
We're rooting for Kurosawa and Shimizu Pro. Alright, we are also rooting for Shimizu Pro. And Kurosawa is always on the short list to be rooted for.
Another Sozu.
A lot of flushes we're going to see on this hand. So much value. In the first game, they're going to try and build up some value so that the second game gets a little bit easier to play. A lot different tactics and strategy than we've seen for the past 2 days in the first 10 games.
That is not yet Tenpai. And not yet very much value.
More speed playing.
Looking to advance the dealer to himself to give himself a chance. There's a 1,000 point stick on the table plus the continuance.
Wondering if the South never comes out, if he ends up dropping that for Chinitsu.
I wish we had a little bit more face cams because Nakabayashi's expressions are so fun.
Really?
They really are. I was playing against him yesterday, and I think maybe he was pretty safe at that point. He did finish 6th overall because he seemed more interested in the game next to us than our own game. Of course, he was easily playing our game too.
No. He has the bandwidth to multitask.
Yeah, he was on one of the featured tables, and after every win, he was like, there's the look on his face.
I really do enjoy seeing his facial expressions. Also on the team event, he was on the final table, and
yeah,
he's featured a lot.
Oh yeah, that must have been when it was. You were up here, and we were talking about that. That's where it was.
Such an entertaining player to watch.
Absolutely. Someone said, don't pass the mic to Sonoda if we want to keep things on schedule. Sonoda's long-winded, apparently.
Well known for M-League interviews.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an interesting choice for Tenpai. I mean, I guess it is his seat win, but also we were talking about this before, when players will choose how they want to order their tiles so that when they discard, it disguises what it is. And having thrown that 9 from the middle of the hand, it's almost telegraphing the fact that he's got a wind tile or letter tile.
Yeah.
On the side there.
Yeah, if you imagine like the 9 as being the end of your hand, then the 2 tiles to the right of that have to be honor tiles.
So this time he might have given away a little bit of information there, and
it's also like sitting a little bit forward compared to. It looks like there's a pair on the edge.
Yeah, are you also very careful to make sure your tiles are perfectly aligned so it doesn't separate the blocks?
I hit it against the wall
Yeah.
a lot to even it out. Someone asked, was Nakabayashi the one with the eyebrow raises? That's exactly the one it was.
Final
Okay, that's
7
Tenpai.
goes to it goes to Tomotake. So he won't be winning on the 7. And
The other Souths are also in, I believe it was
Nakabayashi's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, really locked.
Is his turn as dealer, but he probably, if he could get to Tenpai, there's a possibility they'd come out. This is still
Nakabayashi. Oh, you mean if Nakabayashi got to Temple?
right, but I don't think he's really that close.
Sonoda not believing in
Oh, he could,
Nakabayashi Tenpai, so we'll have the 1 pick.
He could pwn the 5 of dots, or will he pwn that?
Like it.
And he will get Tenpai. Waiting for the 3 of dots.
Temple does not release the Souths. Those will be the pair. It's really too late to imagine him switching the pair up. Plus, the South isn't safe. It's
Will he
Shompai.
change the weight there? Nope.
He's not gonna discard Shompai, I don't think, as a pair. Like, if he did, maybe we could see some really good eyebrow raises. But,
Careful consideration. The problem is if he gets Tenpai, he has to drop a pin tile, and it feels like you don't want to be doing it at this stage of the game.
Seems like everybody knows that Nakabayashi is Mr. Facial Expressions. Why wouldn't they be cutting to that all the time?
yeah, I guess maybe they had a problem with the face feeds, and that's why.
So Sonoda is the only player to finish without a Tenpai hand. He has points to spare, and he will give away almost half of what he got from Nakabayashi on the first hand.
Things remain close. The Riichi stick's still in the middle, so Nakabayashi, as the dealer, can collect again. 7, so Dora. More connectors available. Yaku High Pair. Promising start for Nakabayashi. Singleton of the door here for Tomotake. Ooh, a nice Bormon connector, making the Yonenke tape and the Manzu 2-3-4-5.
Sonoda completes a run using the Dora. Another run for Asai.
6-6-8-9 Mon shape for Asai though. See if that pair of 6s becomes a good blocker for the 7 later on, or if he just draws the 7 early. Looks like that'll be problematic as Nakabayashi just drew a pair of them.
Will this be pwned? Will we?
Yeah, his dealer makes a lot of sense. And now, do we flush? Forso!
He's going for it.
Keeping the 8-so as the door connector, but that'll probably come out soon.
Unless it depends if he gets Dora first or if the Manzu.
Yeah. And he's floating plenty of honor tiles, so the West will come out and the Chun.
Okay, that's his wind. Does have a Yaku. The wrong Sozu.
We get to see how long Asai wants to float this 8-so. We'll even 5-pin ahead of time. Hold the overlapping 2, 3, and 5, 6-pin diamond shapes.
Will Nakabayashi pair his east first, or will he end up throwing it and allowing Sonoda to pull it? Still Ishanten, one away from ready for Kentucky.
Sonoda as well, looking for either the east or the north will work too. I believe north is once cut, so if Asai ever drops it, we just see the poem.
Okay, can just not find a pair.
Sonoda would love to get the Tempai and slam a Riichi. This weight is so pretty.
I know, I do like the two winds weight. I feel like that one of them would come out. There's one in Asai's hand, and there's one in Kei's hand. Nakabayashi. We're on first Kei basis.
Yeah, first letter basis. I call the
Rhoda.
West seat here M. What's up, M?
Love how the long names get an initial and the short names get their full name on the...
Well, I mean, for Nakabayashi, that's also his full name.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nakabayashi could be a Men in Black so easy. Like,
There.
he might already be a Men in K. Oh, there's already a K. The second K.
One instead.
Takes the gut shot. It's a little bit less problematic. It's interesting that he thought that was...
I think the 9-mon is mostly out.
Okay.
So he's hoping for the improvement downwards.
As you know, almost all of the 6s are in Nakabayashi's. Not Nakabayashi. In Takai's hand. Takaki's. Asai's hand.
He's Takaki. I mean, it's true, his given name sounds like a surname. Takaki is a common family name in Japan.
Empire. And Riichi, he will not wait for the possible Sanshoku, and it ends up making him throw into that gut shot.
Yeah, that was such an interesting development. Early on, he had that 5-pin pair, cut that ahead of time. Missed out on Tempai as a result, but upon finding the Tempai again, could have taken the 3-6 Nobiton.
Right.
Couldn't take the 2-5 pin because of the 50-10, but ended up going for the 3-sided, risking that dangerous Manzu. That prevents the win as already a Tempai available. Sonoda picking up the points.
We're getting into the third day of people wearing the same shirt.
Yes.
Fourth day? Fourth day. This is day 4.
Some of those shirts are a little ripe.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have been wearing it over another shirt, or
That's important.
Taking it off in between being on the streaming table and being on the...
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I'm Japanese, but want to improve English skills, so much mahjong on this channel. Thank you. Welcome. Hopefully you will not listen to Garth's English. Nathaniel has very
really
good...
high level.
Nathaniel has very good English.
Not at all. Asai now in the dealer seats. Pandora.
Sonoda decides to use the deuce as a pair, not hold on for the side weight in the three of dots.
And we zoomed past Asai's hand, but did I just see two Akaze pairs? Pair of non-Yakuhai wins.
Other, we're not. Oh, yep, you're right. Well, he does have one of his own.
No.
Sai is. Oh, he is dealer now.
Yeah, and that's always
right.
challenging playing a hand when you've got a couple pairs of wins that can't easily be called. I feel like most of the times you end up with a flush.
Either that, or yeah, you're gonna. They're gonna end up. It's gonna be a 5 pairs hand.
Yeah, pairs. Another option. Toy sometimes triplets.
I do not like all pairs. G.
And sometimes you just end up cutting one of those pairs.
Right.
And you're just using the other one as the pair of your hand and try to build elsewhere.
As runs develop, you can let one of them go. All right, here we go towards the half flush. Will not be a lot of value, but it is his turn as dealer. If he gets the win, it'll probably be somewhere around 3,000 points.
Ormon first from Sonoda.
Sonoda suspects that south is desired.
It's easier to discard the south than the Formon. If you discard the south and it gets called, then it's hard to drop the Formon anymore.
Yes, in that order. So he's still one away from ready.
Meantime, we do see a call for Sancho Tempai 456.
I wonder if he's going to rearrange his tiles at all, so that it's not clear that those tiles on the end. He has not done it yet. So the white dragon just came out. He elects to throw that out since there's none left to be had.
One of the nice things about Tomotake waiting in the Sosu is that's one of the safe suits against this flush, so we filter out. Okay, could shut down the dealer threat. Also, if the red dragon comes out, you can always call that.
I wonder, people might be suspecting that Asai is not Tempai yet, since the last couple draws, when somebody's discarded a value tile or letter tile, he's followed up with that very same discard. I would imagine the other players see that and think, you know what, I don't think he's Tempai yet.
Yeah, he's still searching, right? But then you worry, what if he just got there?
Yeah. That is the gamble, isn't it?
Formon fill, and there's a Mon tile.
Yeah, it was, but he kind of seemed like he couldn't choose. I mean, he wants to lock in the Dora, but also couldn't choose efficiency. And discarded a Gambitsu. Or not, this hand, discarded the 7 before.
Good. Is a 3-4-5 Sanchoku? You might be thinking about that.
Absolutely. Big value play, risking a 1 Mon, not just a tile that could be won on by Asai, but also, if he's not Tempai, you could chi that into Tempai, so you are potentially feeding value.
Nakabayashi with hold on to the pairs to perhaps Pon.
Kabayashi.
Oops. Not right.
2 Mon out immediately. Both tiles pass, and both tiles not only don't get called for the win, but they also don't even get called at all.
Interesting. Tomotake does not switch to the open-ended.
He would have lost his yaku. His only yaku is...
That's 4, 5, 6.
Yes, he had the Sonshoku.
But because he had to discard the 3, it gave... Sorry, Sonoda the 4.
And Sonoda does take the win. So we saw a flush in one hand, an open Sanshoku, and an open Itsu to try to shut down the dealer flush.
And yeah, like Jenn pointed out, because Tomotake had to, he couldn't improve his weight, he ends up creating the conditions for Sonoda to end up winning the hand.
Oh, this looks so pretty. Exactly what you want to see in your new dealer turn. Or Pandora.
He's already using it in one straights.
Actually, this one is pretty put together. It's quite enough blocks yet, but really good shapes.
Multiple pairs for Nakabayashi.
Bison looks the slowest. But still, a double gutty's not bad. It's basically open-ended until he has to choose.
Eudora, 2 complete shapes. Tomotake is in prime position to jump into a big lead here.
All these open-endeds as well. Lots of pairs to choose from. His hands are all looking fast. 6, 7, 8. Sanshoku possibility in Asai's hand.
It is a race. I'm not surprised if Sonoda calls that White Dragon the first chance he gets.
Ooh. Suanko. He is not pairs. Then we'll be happy.
I do not like them in a house, and I do not like them with a mouse.
A clutch draw of the 5 of cracks for Asai, given that we just saw 3 of the 8s triple up in Nakabayashi's hand. 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku. And the other?
Oh, wow, the honor pair up.
He can pawn and use 2 Gora, and we'll be waiting for the gut shot. Interesting to see what he does if he gets to Tenpai with the gut shot.
A lot of options if you draw the 2, so you could Shabo the Dora and the Atsu, the Green Dragon. You could also Riichi 3-sided, cutting the Dora.
Right? I wonder what he does there.
I just tripled up the White Dragon.
Tenpai?
1,
Tenpai.
4 bamboo, wait for
He has to throw the 5.
for K. I want you guys to remember that I'm saying the letter K and not the word, the name K.
You have to elongate the, or you have to say it really shortly, I mean. But we know you're not saying his name is K.
I do not.
K.
You guys just have to know.
This is tough now. Is it just a fold? Yeah, 6-0. Breaking up that double inside shape. But Tomotake, as the dealer, definitely going to continue to press forward.
Nakabayashi needs some points.
He wasn't happy about that reach. He drew the wrong side. Drew the side that didn't include the Dora. But Tenpai is Tenpai. He's Riichi. And
Right in the middle of the road tile. It does turn his gut shot into a double gut shot.
now relying a lot on that green dragon to come through. 4-pin, I think there's still one available.
There's one of his 2s. One of the 4s he wants in Asai's hand.
Painful draw, but you just have to throw it.
And he's just really hoping that early 6 of dots was indicative of him not needing the 7 of dots.
Right, yeah, 2-pin, 6-pin feels like your pin shape is complete. Right.
Other players, oh boy, this is a tough one. Tomotake is pro to win.
I feel like it's pretty consistent to just throw the 3-pin out, but start with the 5, so.
As dealer is
Interesting.
trying to decide what that line is that he can tread.
I wonder if he's reading maybe the 2 6-pin cut to mean there was a 2 2 4 6 shape, where he cut the 2-pin first to hold the Yankan 246, where either draw allows you to use the Dora, and then a preemptive 6-pin cut to Suji trap that Dora indicator, which would be so sneaky. It's also possible that at this point he just wants the wider acceptance and to Tempai in the Pingsu. But there's the Hatsu.
He's going to pawn for Tempai. I guess he's going to throw the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 of those 2s have just come out.
Yeah, but there's no call into Atosuke Tempai, so it still feels pretty safe.
See any other ones in the discard? So, oh no, Tomotake.
Deals into Kei.
No, yeah. The Riichi.
But a little disappointment for Tomotake. I'd like to scoop up a few points to put him a little closer to first place.
With the dealership to Sonoda. Out to Tomotake has no more turns at dealer left for this game. Of course, he'll have potentially 2 turns at dealer in the next game. Remember, we're only playing 2 games, and the top 2 players from this table will make the quarterfinals. I like the word quarterfinals.
Especially since there doesn't seem to be a word for whatever we're doing right now.
8th finals. We're in the 8th finals right now.
That just sounds like an ordinal. Rather than
8th. Oh, as in there was a 7th finals.
right.
1 finals ago.
This has to be
Finals is a counter for them.
the 8th finals, something. 8 finals.
Okay, what's 1/8 and... Why do we say quarter and half?
Well,
And then third. Third actually sounds like a number.
It's in head-to-head. This... So we've got Sonoda Ken as our dealer here in South 2. Or Pei, Northwind, a little tough to use. One's already come out, so expect no one will be using it. Dealer playing for maximum efficiency says, I don't need the Dora. I'll play for Yaku, or I'll play for Riichi. One of those will come first.
I think this is music's fault, because they use 8th instead of
now
quarter.
I'm guessing. So
The music
you do things in half, and then you do things half again, So that and that kind of thing probably happens.
Chat chime in. We do have the flush building for Nakabayashi, Dian Shanten, 2 away from Tempai.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens, 6 screens with all the same video going.
We all want to have our own version.
We need one for the chat, we need one with the overlay, we need the direct feed. We need one that we can switch between the feeds, we need one to show what's on the stream.
Ooh.
And Garthe has one for some reason.
Chat.
Yeah, we have 2 places where we can see chat. We have a kind of cool setup here. It's not super professional, but it's getting there.
Nakabayashi calls and floats 2 honor tiles to accompany his honor pair. This is going to be an interesting finish. 7's a little bit less useful as a floater because he's called 3 of the 8-so, and the 9-so is also thrice out, but the Sozu overlap, it also threatens Tempai, even though it's not there yet.
What? Possible. Everybody is... Well, I was just about to say they're afraid of the Sozu and the value tiles. He will go for it.
That's the one So tile that we know will pass.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was discarded.
I imagine that 5-so is going to be hard to push at this point. You just aim for pairs, hope to pair up the 5-so. You can't drop any of these honor tiles either, surely.
So yeah, I think Sonoda is giving up at this point. He's trying to find a path to escape.
Hey, but he does have a pair. He has that 1-1-3-5-5 shape, so all he's doing right now is discarding a gut shot. 3-5.
But like he pointed out, letting go of the 5 of bamboos is going to be...
He's waiting for it to get stuck to, I think.
Yeah, all these honors, though, is tough as well.
Okay, now he's folding, but if he had just gone with the 5 dot, pulling it over.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, maybe pairs was the most likely way to be able to use all of those honors and bamboo, but at this point he's going to need to pair up all of the honors. He's got 4 singletons, I think.
And Nakabayashi missed Tenpai with the 7 of bamboos, trying to use the honor tiles instead. Just cannot draw to the pair.
Nakabayashi gets unlucky a lot.
At the very least, it is accompanied with the goal of moving the dealership forward, and if he picks up a swing of 4,000 points on Asai, jump into, well, even second over Tomotake as well. He's the only player Tenpai.
I mean, all they need to do is get second. This isn't an aim for first sort of game, so...
So pushing that 7-so out there, applying the pressure, it screams, I'm Tenpai. He just needs to actually find Tenpai before the end of the round. There are only a few draws left.
While the player that wins this kind of match is the one who took 2 seconds in a row.
Hey Nathaniel, you're cold.
A bit.
What?
See? It's you.
I'm hot.
You are the problem.
Booth has very good air conditioning.
When Garth turns it up, he makes it
Well,
colder.
and also, I had to put on pants today.
Nakabayashi shows that he was holding a 5-pin.
Given a talking to?
I was sort of ordered to.
Yesterday?
I felt a little scolded.
Oh.
The boss.
Good. Probably deserved it.
No way that Nakabayashi actually wins this now, though. After the Tanki.
Yeah, I can't see Tomotake giving up his or Sonoda giving up his.
No one has said anything about the way I'm dressed. I guess I'm fashionable enough that they've decided it follows dress code. I
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
even
pants.
asked to take off my hat when I was interpreting.
Pants and closed-toed shoes. Although some people, I mean, had.
Players are different than staff, though.
Oh,
Players are our guests, and we are staff.
And so we do end up seeing that big exchange of points. I like this is a little exchange of points, but big swing of placements now. Nakabayashi into 3rd place.
Hide the 5 in the red forest, that's what it looked like, with 3 red dragons, and then the 5 ember right in the middle of it.
There's a player that when he plays online, on Tenho, and he gets the Tenpai, he hits the Riichi button and then mixes up his tiles, unsources his tiles and mix them all around so that to disguise the weight. Just like, no one will know.
Isn't it already random online, the discard?
Yes.
And
if it's visually mixed up to him, that means it's visually mixed up to everybody else, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It will
I
confuse the wall. The wall won't know what he's waiting on, so he'll actually be able to sumo. Because you remember, when you get to Tenpai, the wall, if you're unlucky, like I am, the wall won't give you the tsumo unless you confuse it.
Oh,
alright.
that's I can't argue with it.
Now I have to use that trick.
Alright, Nakabayashi in the dealer's seat.
All things said and done, we are just about where we started with after the Sonoda Mangan to open up the game. We're holding most of those points, although payment has been spread out among the other players now.
Tomotake finally got to participate by giving away 1,000 points.
Ooh, this is
Another pair.
Shelter with door 2. So it's Chitoe.
and does not like.
I do not like it in a boat. I do not like it with a goat.
Chitoi with a goat.
I do not like it in a box. I do not like it with a fox.
So it's kind of a tile we don't really want, but it is Diamen. Yeah, let's throw it back. And we set up the safety trap on the 8 cell for the future.
Would you like it in a train?
I would not like it in a train. I would not like it in the rain. Would not like it here or there.
Anywhere?
I do not like it in a tree. Just let me be. Garthe.
Then for Nakabayashi as well, choosing his floater. So an excellent floater as it does connect to the Dora. Mon as well, matching to the 8 Mon, could get it in shape.
Does nothing rhyme with tunnel? I mean, why didn't they say what? Like they go through the tunnel. Why didn't they say I do not like it in the tunnel?
I said in the dark.
Well, they said in the dark. That's right. I do not like the tunnel.
You have the Nakabayashi Riichi 1-so 4-so, and the 1-so comes out. D10. We'll take the D10 Riichi and hope to draw the 4-so.
Yeah, he's going for the draw there. Missed it. Oh, he's already discarded the first discard. That's why it's for D10.
And the 4-so is not that live. Of course, the pair here by Sonoda.
I do not like it in all pairs. I find that Yaku quite unfair.
I don't know, the pros at my tables had quite a lot of success with their Chitoys. My tournament end-runded by dealing into a Chitoy.
That's why they wouldn't let me play.
You don't use Chitoi
Take
enough?
your rhyming up in the commentary booth. No rhyming at these mahjong tables.
Surprisingly, it does not add very much to your Yaku.
I was quite surprised with that.
You'd
All
think
these
it-
expectations.
You'd think it would be worth more.
We did actually see a player yesterday who let the winning tile go because it wasn't quite enough points for what they were going for. And I think we might see something like that in the next game. Not in this game, but in the possibly.
Yeah, when you're playing tier condition.
We're going to see a lot of condition play.
That was one of my favorite moments of the tournament, was passing Aron on Sawazaki. Pushing the weight and hitting him for the Mongon instead.
Oh, nice. We saw one after a reach, though, which is a lot more risky.
It is.
Asai is all the way from ready. Could see a push here if he gets there.
10 minutes remaining.
How do you
There are
read
10
a Furi
minutes
10?
remaining.
I Furi 10 reach.
Maybe there was a big sigh right before he did it. It's Tenpai?
It's Tenpai waiting for the south and the four?
He gets it!
Saved a stick.
Gets there. Doesn't find a Dora.
No, Ura.
But
Let's get some bonus food.
holds on to his turn as dealer.
Riichi.
But you have no
There was
king
one.
to
I think there was one door. Not one door.
It was
Oh,
the
no, it was
indicating.
one, two.
indicator.
No, I was looking at the ones on the board. I thought he had a 4, but the 4 was the Ura door indicator.
Yeah. Isn't it sad when the tile that you want at Sumo is an indicator? It seems like it happens to me way too frequently.
And right there, it seems like the likelihood that you do actually have Dora is so high, and yet, oh, just missed.
He's got Nate's luck with Ura.
I did hit an Ura in this tournament. I was very happy.
You played 10 games. No, you played 13 games and you hit 1 Ura.
I might have hit 2. I only remember 1 though.
They will not accept that pair. His last turn as dealer. I think he'd want to move quickly, but he decides that outside pair is just not worth holding on to. Probably going for a flush.
Ooh, that's south. That's the signal.
That was a key draw.
Of course, with Door 2, Tomotake is going to challenge. Two pin first. You don't need to extend that shape, the 2-2-3 pin. Hold that entire block. I'm really plotting to go for the flush. Wow, Door 3.
How long can he hold on to the south? Give him time to really get that hand ready.
Really nice chi by Sonoda. Playing to preserve the lead.
Oh,
but
that's going to be pawn. And he is going to go the expensive route.
naturally, such a huge opportunity. And knows he needs the Haku, so he's gonna find a good Taki. The one pin looks amazing right now. One's cut. A 2-pin, 3-pin have come out from another player. Tough though, Sonoda. When he draws Manzu, sitting to the left of Nakabayashi, puts him in a tough spot. He can't. He's the one responsible for helping Nakabayashi's hand move forward.
Or also the other way to say it, he's the one responsible for stopping Nakabayashi.
So, White Dragon already in the lead. Haku south? Oh wait. South is Yashi. Cheated the 1-2-3 and now he tripled up the White Dragon all by himself, so he didn't backdoor.
Sonoda has the White Dragon.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a nice draw.
Nakabayashi has the south. I was saying who south. Nakabayashi put on the south. Sonoda had already cheated the 2 for the 1-2-3 for the backdoor Yaku to the White Dragon, but he drew it himself. He didn't have to pawn. But now we'll see him cheat whatever else he needs to get.
I feel like we don't see that type of backdoor call that frequently. At least I haven't seen it that much in the games that I played. But in this position, it makes some sense when you're in South 3, just trying to move the game forward with the lead. Oh, ooh.
Wait,
Wider shape now.
Spooked.
Yeah, Sonoda decided he did not want to let go of Manzu, and he's kind of thrown in the towel.
Yeah, he was really kind of spooked by that. But he draws perfectly. That's all you need to do in Mahjong. Draw perfectly.
He's drawing the 4 of cracks, it was, Senpai?
Yes.
Yeah, he's senpai waiting for the 4 cracks, but he drew exactly the green dragon so that the open-ended that he dropped was the perfect discard.
Asai with the slam 4-mon, 7-mon Riichi Pinshu.
There are 5 minutes.
And Nakabayashi is senpai now too.
Yeah, okay, now Sonoda's gonna follow. Yeah, the same way. Wait.
Oh, danger.
Every mon tile is danger now. Oh, 7.
Everybody was waiting for 4-7. 4 or 7 or both.
So Tomotake really making an end of Nakabayashi's chance of winning.
And they're not gonna give us the weights, really?
Yeah, we know 4-7 so for Asai. 7,
there they
mon.
are.
7 mon
There
for
they are.
Nakabayashi.
Yeah, and a second ago, Sonoda was also waiting for the 4 mon. And so there would have been a really interesting Atamahane sort of chain of events if Tomotake is not going to discard either of those, so it would have never been
Oh,
seen.
he'll change up that weight.
Waiting for the same 4-7?
Two of them are already in Tomotake's.
And they've... I have... Yes, I has one. Oh!
Oh.
Nakabayashi draws it!
Massive.
Gets some luck back.
Kuhai Honitsu grabs the Riichi stick as well with the Honba.
And that's a come from behind, all the way from behind to all the way in the front.
Just win as dealer. That's the lesson I learned from this tournament.
That it seemed like Nakabayashi got unlucky a lot, but he is here.
He's an M leaguer. It's probably...
And he did make it in 6th place, so I guess he was just getting unlucky on the table we were watching.
When you're getting unlucky, you have to just build your own luck.
Ask for some tools for Christmas.
Steal tiles from other players. Steal their luck.
I was thinking if I have to build something, I'm gonna need a hammer.
That is a theory I've heard people mention somewhat in study groups, like wanting to take the other person's luck, needing to take the other person's luck.
Flow theory.
Right. Or not doing it so that you don't pass your luck to the person with your draw next.
Yeah, I think about it more just in the sense of making action happen, applying pressure.
Right. I certainly don't think of that as happening. It's the Nagari discussion that always comes up afterwards, and I always just feel like, could we ever have this discussion beforehand, and you could try to make it really useful?
Garthe hasn't been to a study session like that in years.
Right.
He's still.
There's a reason that I don't get invited to study sessions anymore.
Akanashi, without the Aka, flush becomes much more prevalent. We see another one. Tomotake now.
On the attack.
Double Yakuhai. Flush in the Dora suit. Looking to take over the lead.
No more turns as dealer.
Only so many hands to make progress. With 2 Dora, this is certainly Hanuman potential. Chantendo for Nakabayashi.
And Tenpai, but he has to drop one of the Dora.
Bring my snowboard jacket.
I wonder. Ooh, hang on a second. Got a Tenpai.
And he would have to throw. He's not going to throw the dangerous Sozu. He knows that the 8 is trouble.
Yeah, this is also value potential for the 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. But Sonoda, who had formerly been in the lead.
Oh, that is an unfortunate order of draws there. The 2 would have been a much better weight.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if it would be better to break with the 9. So it's just hard to say no to Mangan Tenpai.
Yeah, but how do you know? And you couldn't have known that definitely was going to happen.
A
little safer to take that Tenpai.
We are seeing the time run out, so
please fill out the score sheet at each table and check it with all players.
This will be the second to last hand.
Once again,
when this one ends, we will get one more.
So please ensure your scores are correct.
Shanten for Asai, but won't take it. Asai thinking, okay, I will just try to wait for my. Hopefully get this last turn as dealer.
These players are not playing slowly though.
No, there have been a
There's
number of
been, a lot of continuances.
You can see even here 3 Honba. Oh, the one so. What could have been?
Yes, that is disappointing for Tomotake.
I would have jumped him all the way into first place. Especially with Nakabayashi taking the 6,000 point Oyakabudi. Another 8-so drawn and held. It's like blocked.
Senpai again, but
Sonoda knows this was my Tsumo if the 8 goes through, but he's correct. The 8-so would not go through.
nobody wants to drop Sozu.
When the flesh player drops the Dora, you kind of know.
Yeah.
Alright, another Tenpai. I'm on the 8-so as well.
There's just one more 8 left in the deck for Tomotake to draw.
Sonoda holds 1, Asai holds 1, Nakabayashi holding 1. And you say 1 left.
Where is it?
Oh, should still be safe. Con? Can he pull it out?
Is it? It is not.
New door irrelevant to this flush. 2 mon. Not help Sonoda's Tempai either.
Can't imagine Sonoda changing his Tempai even if he gets something better.
Well, this is an opportunity. Did the Forso pass? Don't think so.
He will give up.
Forso is Tanyao Sanshoku.
Sanshoku, yeah.
He doesn't want to drop it. He's really, giving a fair think, but it feels like he just played the safe route here.
He has points. He's not in first place, but it would be a huge. I mean, if just to switch places with Tomotake, right there, would really be a big loss.
He's in a good position to finish at least with a second, and if it goes to Ryukyoku, even take over for first in the last hand of the game. So feels a bit too hopeful to try to win on the 7 so here.
Not quite necessary. Boy, he could take Tempai here, but still a few draws to go. He's gonna Tempai, and this would be huge for denying Asai his turn as dealer. Unless Nakabayashi draws some unneeded Sozu and decides he cannot hold on to Tempai.
Still refuses.
Will not. It just won't stop tempting. Asai, what was that? That was Sonoda.
Every time the wall gives you another tempo, you're like, is this the sign that I should be Nagane? Is this the flow telling me to push forward? No, it's tempting you all to your demise.
You're really thinking about this Six of Cracks. You can't be afraid of Tomotake. Could he be? And he will destroy Tempai.
Yeah, I wonder if he just doesn't want to be the dealer for some reason. Pay Oyakabudi and fall below somehow.
It's interesting that he ended up throwing that in such a way that, alright, so now Asai gets to call something. Huh. Nakabayashi could get back to Tempai. Oh, not quite. Okay.
And it will be just the one.
So this is actually a 4,000 point swing for Tomotake. It puts him in much better range for attacking Sonoda in second place. He'd need a pretty big hand to get first place from Nakabayashi unless a reach stick came out. Mansumo. Oh, there's 4 continuances.
Yeah, 4 continuances.
Mansumo is enough.
It helps a lot, yeah.
So Mansumo is enough for Tomotake to take first place.
Mansumo is a Mangan self-draw. Mangan self-draw, in case anyone didn't know that term.
Asai also has his work cut out for him. Like we mentioned, this is also a timed game, and the time is up.
Last hand of the game, Hatsudora.
Yeah, this is the last hand of the game, no matter what. It is Asai's turn as dealer, but even winning it will not give him another hand.
There's some tactics that come into play. Or not tactics, but strategy. The value of the hand that you attempt to make. In the previous hand, when you know that the time is going to expire, it changes your perception, certainly. Especially if you know you have your dealership coming up, and you're not going to get to run it up as dealer. You might not make a quick call to advance to your dealership. You might instead stay closed and aim for a bigger Riichi.
your calculus is definitely very different.
Not that there was much chance in that last round, as everyone was folding to that dangerous flush hand, but
I think even 700, 1300 draw is enough for Tomotake to overtake Sonoda in second place.
The gap, 4,600?
4,600. Okay, yeah, sorry.
And the sumo will be 1,600 off just by the continuances. So 3,200 to make up. Yeah, that tracks.
1,200, let's see, that's 700, 1,300 becomes 1,000, 1,600.
Yeah, that is enough.
Oh.
Dennis was the player that won
Yes.
that last hand at the Neon Sumo. Amazing last hand.
That was streamed, right?
Yep, we were commentating on the WRC channel.
And then there's a... We should clip that final
I
hand.
know,
That was an
it's-
incredible finish.
I need to clip a lot of things.
Yeah, if anybody missed it, check it out on the World Riichi channel.
I was back in March, yeah. The VODs are all up there.
Sai has a nice shape to get to Tempai, but just no value in it. And given that he has just this hand to make points, you know, he really wants to find a way to make it at least Mangan possible.
Well, you just Ipatsumo Ura.
Yes, Nakabayashi calculated his conditions for first are the same regardless if he plays no 10 Bappu or passes dealership or saves the points, right? So since it's the last hand, Nakabayashi doesn't have any conditions except for to basically not deal in and hope that the other players don't have big enough hands to take over him. So his goal would be probably, first of all, to win a 1,000 point hand. It's a quick hand, no matter how many points it is. And then after that, it will be not dealing it.
He could move to an inside hand
Asai?
instead of Asai, yeah. But he will Karagiri. Just we were mentioning yesterday, it's surprising how many people do Karagiri,
Swabirapi.
the swapirapi. Which also might not be English for some of you out there. The swapidapi is the exchanging the tile that in your hand for one that was already for the one that you just drew, and so it has the appearance of you advancing your hand, but it really has no meaning at all. And in general, I feel like you're giving away a lot more information than you really think you're obfuscating.
But there's certain times to use it,
There
which we alluded to in a Prost episode with Shintaro Kono.
Go check that out. It was great talk by Kono on when it does really give you an advantage.
There's the Tempai.
Got Reach and Pinfu.
Ah, okay, I think that you said that, okay, before the last hand.
And this is Tomotake with a huge chance to take over first.
I think it was Tempai for Nakabayashi too, but he just does not feel like going for it.
Sonoda cannot drop these pin tiles. 2 pin just cleared, so that one's fine. Uh-oh. And Nakabayashi is done.
Okay, can he get another Dora? If he can pawn the one of dots. Wait for Dora?
Surely Sonoda and Nakabayashi will drop nearly anything other than the 1 pin. It looks so dangerous with the 2 pin having come out almost completely. And the 1 pin's just not being visible whatsoever.
They're not going to use that Kabe.
Asai needs more than Ryukyoku payments here. That 4-7 pin. Take could use a 7 pin for Tempai as well. Oh,
He draws it. Can he get some extra points?
No.
Sumo.
Sumo Pifu. Plus the sticks.
Well, it puts him in a little bit better position going into game 2.
Desperately needed that Uda, huh?
You can see they were the last table to finish. All the other tables behind them empty. People will clear out and then come back for game 2. Normally, when you have 2 games like this, if it's not televised, the players will just start playing whenever they want after the first game is over, and the timer will be matched to the slowest table. But in this case, since there are broadcast tables, they will all start the second game together. We put it to us. All right.
Yeah, it was a tough break for Asai to have run into his final turn as dealer with no time to go. Any Urda Dora there, he would have at least managed to snag third place back from Tomotake. Tomotake's got to be happy that he managed to hold on to his third place instead of dropping down to fourth. And
hey, want more Riichi Mahjong? Check out English commentary for the Suanko Attempt Cup and the Psychos and Team Battle on the WRC channel.
Yeah, we were referencing the channel earlier for highlights of the online league, but we have upcoming broadcasts coming soon. Definitely check it out.
Alright.
Oh, my phone found it.
Sorry, keep going, Garth. What are you talking about? Oh, did we just watch Mahjong again?
Yes. I was just babbling about the happiness of players holding on to their spots. And now they have their conditions for how they move on to the best 16. Nakabayashi's in good shape. He's got a first place, and Asai will be on the attack. It was like we were saying before, the point difference was not that big. I mean, it was what I think less than 2,000 points difference between him and Tomotake at the end, but the placement ends up being -15 for him and minus only 5 for Tomotake. So they'll be the ones on the larger attack going into this game.
Yeah, 2 important points to notice. They're not aiming for first place, they're aiming for at least second place. And also the UMA the placing bonus is 15 for first place, 5 for second place. That's not very big actually with these rules.
Right.
So it gives you a little bit of a boost, but the points that you earn are going to matter.
Every placement that you're above your competition is an extra 10 points of gap that you're making up. So if Asai can be 2 placements above a player, that's already the 20 points for the -20. He's basically at 0 for that player, and then just the points in between that will make the difference. So no one's out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. So hey, let's can you show us what the bag that you got? Look, okay, first of all, look at this uniform.
Yeah. Okay, so these were the uniforms that were given to all of the players. It's got sponsors on the front, your country representative, the nice WRC logo on the back.
Earth 100-year anniversary. Come over
name.
This way. Yeah, there you go.
Nope.
There. Earth 100-year anniversary World Reach Championship Tokyo 2025.
Yeah, the full picture.
All right, now that looks
these
so
were
good.
It was really awesome to see everybody wearing these during the team event, and most of the players actually continue to wear their team jerseys for the individual championship as well, or in the individual tournament.
That's what we were talking about. It's day 4 for some of these.
But yeah, these are really awesome. I think I'm gonna wear it at US tournaments just to show off that I can do the WRC. But yeah, there was a swag bag as well with all sorts of options, all sorts of gifts. Oh, these are the badges that we got. Really larger than any of the ones that I've seen at the US tournaments.
And look at this! Edwin got these for all the American Reach Mahjong League.
Yeah, I have a pin
players, and I was so jealous. He didn't think of Garthe and Jenn. He only thought of the players playing in the actual event.
Unfortunate. But yeah, Garthe and Jenn, you both are in the American Reach Mahjong.
I know,
You're both in the same division.
Yeah, we're both in A2 this time.
I got to show off the American Reach Mahjong League. You got all your tables on the front. QR code to check out the standings. All the information you could possibly want on this badge. It even has a little pouch where you can put your meal vouchers and your score sheets and everything else that you're looking for.
Oh yeah, meal vouchers. I'm getting hungry for lunch already, actually. And then a whole bag.
Yeah, the whole bag. And these
bag of swag.
Bags are really important in Japan. You're on the train. You don't want to be carrying a bunch of bottles and things. So everyone carries around a bag.
man purses going around.
Yeah, and I didn't bring one with me on the trip to Japan, so I was lacking. I was using like a 7-Eleven shopping bag, single-use plastic bag.
Regibukuro, the register bags.
Mm.
The ones they place right next to the register.
They're really loud, and this one's super nice.
Yeah, and you got
So some items, a fan.
Did you open it yet?
I haven't opened it yet. Should I open it now?
If you don't want to, you don't have to. But everyone would probably like to know what they look like.
This is the bag unboxing.
Yes. It goes sideways. No. Yeah, there you go. Very cool. Wow. When I was like a little girl, these were so like fun. We always wanted these, and for some reason, people went on trips to Japan a lot, or we had like a lot of exchange students from Japan. They always brought these. It's called sensu. So each fan is called a different thing. That's sensu. The ones with a stick that have like a circle on top, those are called uchiwa.
Okay.
So we call them all fans, but in Japanese they have very specific names.
I see Edwin carrying around the uchiwa a lot.
Yeah, that's true. He always has one. That's my image of him because I mostly see him in Japan.
Yeah, you see him with a baseball jersey and this.
And yeah, that's true.
I use tournaments too. We were given a WRC.
Pin.
This way, pin.
Yeah, there has been a pin. I think at every single WRC.
A collector's item.
Yeah,
I got my first one.
I actually snagged one of them.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Then little WRC mahjong tile.
Oh yeah, strap. Still have straps, even though nobody has straps on their phone anymore.
Yeah.
So these used to go on the folding phones. There was always a little place. I mean, my phone cover has it like this, so you'd always have a strap on your phone. In Japanese, like young girls would have like mountains of them, all like on one.
I used to have Kokushima's soul on mine.
Yeah, I also had a mahjong tile. That's actually how Garthe and I got introduced, because we were on a TV show and they wanted straps for props. And mine was a mahjong tile, and no one else on the set had a mahjong tile. And they saw it and they said, Garthe is coming in a little bit, and he knows how to play mahjong.
Okay.
And you guys are both foreigners, so
it was unusual. Like when I had mine on on the train one time, and seriously, the guy in the chair next to me, he called us and he's like, "Oh my god, there's this foreigner on the train with Koshi on his phone." It was so funny.
I don't have it on my phone, but I do have in my keychain. I have one from the club that I'm close to, a tune. So I'll probably put that there as well. That's most of the items. I've got some drinks. I'm in stocking up on those, and my player staff.
You need fluids.
I think fans are fun now as not a little girl. Yeah, that's true. They're still fun, but they were like really like now I can just go to the 100 yen shop and buy one, right? I mean, this one was not 100 yen, but they do sell also that type of fan at the 100 yen shop. But when I was a little girl, they didn't have them just like at Safeway.
No, yeah, it was definitely something you got on your trip to Japan.
Well, I would have never been on a trip to Japan, but yeah, someone would have to bring it to me, or
somebody else.
So it's like a really treasured item, is what I'm trying to emphasize. But you got more?
I had more. This is
holy cow.
This was the charm. So let's see if I can get a good angle for the camera.
These videos are going to come out soon, so we can't give away too much. But we did make it to a shrine. Yeah,
I visited a shrine. Got a good luck charm. Gave me some luck. It got me as far as Suanko Attempt. Nice. Give me the symbol though.
Yeah, this is a very special charm that it's not even on like it's an ura menu. It's a hidden menu charm. Ooh. So look for the videos coming out about that. The first one will be on the WRC channel, and then we'll have following videos with different perspectives on the Japanese JPML channel and the English JPML channel. So we spent a whole day following Nathaniel and a couple other World Reach Pro Mahjong members around Japan.
I'm gonna need to watch that so I know where to go.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, we got someone, an expert to show us.
I'm like trying to imagine where I think that is.
It was quite a trek all around, but it was a lot of fun. It was an exhausting day, and it was.
And they got to
an incredible experience.
They got to experience the fear of Jenn driving.
Jen, you gave us the sightseeing tour. It was perfect.
I mean, I tried to, but
we also got to see rush hour traffic in Japan.
Yes, yeah.
Which was
all part of the experience.
Rush hour is the same everywhere.
All right. I think we're ready to take a break.
We'll probably be back in.
Go to direct.
Actually, we'll be back very soon.
When does the next one?
Game
Starts at 12:50.
That's in 13 minutes.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
Back in black.
I'm not used to this not coming up immediately. Yeah. So I was turning off the Japanese names and I realized they're not going off.
Oh, yeah, because we're using Studio.
Yeah, my setup, I only use Studio Mode for certain things, so I'm a little not used to this. Okay, I'm gonna reorganize this so all the Japanese names are the same.
Okay. Oh, the names were in a group together, but then you can't move them, so I took them out of the group to move the position. When they're in the group together, if you move one, it moves all of them. And I didn't like the way it was lined up, so I was realigning it. But, yeah, but you can put them in the same group for now. Usually I put them back in, I just forgot.
Okay.
Garth always talks about smelling like smoke, like he smells like roses.
Oh, okay.
Because we can talk about EQ. They're one of the sponsors
yeah.
for
Every time I walk by, I'm like, oh, it's EQ.
Yeah.
We're back in some of the. There. Honestly, I think somebody ate these with their bare hands and then went and played on the tables. It's like table 10, the tiles were so sticky.
Oh, really?
Like, I would pick up the tile and get a second one with it. Actually, we saw that on stream too. Does the direct feed have table sounds?
Oh, I don't know what And we're back.
Game on!
We took a little bit longer break than we said we would. Sorry.
People trying to get stuff together and one guy just getting drinks.
No, it was only person trying to get stuff together. Nathaniel was working and Jenn was eating.
We're back for game number 2. Garth, Jenn, Nathaniel here. We have the scores from game 1 on your screen in white.
Nakabayashi will be the first dealer, and it's interesting that they didn't set this up in the way that they often do when they give the advantage to the person who is currently in first place by giving them the last dealer. I don't know if it's different just for this round, if it's different because it's a timed game. I'm not sure.
Wait, is that... Really? They don't decide seats the normal way? I've never been at a table where they don't decide seats.
Well, let me pull out my full rank on you with my experience of playing on final tables in
Right, yeah, this isn't a final table. I mean, I've been in tournament rounds like this. In Judansen, we always just decide seats as normal. First place players.
I guess,
not
yeah, Judansen, yeah, alright. I guess this is basically what Judansen, isn't it?
Yep, it's tournament style. In WRCR tournament round, we just decided seats as normal. There was nothing about how many points you had.
Trying to remember if in the rounds leading up to the final table for Masters, if we also did that. We got to the top 16. Now I do not remember. That was a while ago. So perhaps it's just a final table thing. Asai, currently in last place, but he will have the last dealer if we get there.
And this is second time as last dealer, so kind of a disadvantage.
Unless they get there. But he does need points. Really, he just needs first place.
I really dislike watching final tables when the first place player is in the north seat, though. It really makes the last couple of hands dull. I think it really takes away from the excitement of the game.
People will be getting out of Asai's way here, unless the right tiles come in. That was just thrown, so it's safe.
Tomotake again with the dots.
Oops, wait. Just thrown. Oh, the 3 was just... Huh, alright.
I think they actually hadn't, yeah, it was from... I don't know what I saw a dot for some reason.
Still a pretty cheap hand, so not a lot of damage to Tomotake, although that does zip him down to last place, but that's a very small difference of scores. We still have most of this final game of the round of 32.
I have some updates from other tables. On table 1, Uchikawa took first place, and Kaori Shimizu took second place in the first game. On table 2, Danny took first place, and Kazuma Ishii from Japan took second place.
Go, Danny!
On table 3, 2 South Korean players, Jun Hyun Kwan and Yonga Kim, and they both took first and second, respectively.
It's interesting that grouping people from the same... I mean, I guess, it is what happened just by the numbers.
Right.
But, there's only 4... South Korean players, and they both end up at the same table.
On table 4, Kazusa Chung from Hong Kong took first place, while Saki Kurosawa from Japan took second place. On table 5, it was Kana Nakada, M-Leaguer, took first place, with Jun Seok-yoon from South Korea in second place. And then we are watching table 6. Table 7, Shigekazu Moriyama took first place, with Kenjiro Fujishima, A1 Leaguer, taking second place. And table 8, which is where Aussie Trevor Yao is sitting, Yuko Ito, the Shinigami, took first place, as we predicted, and Hiroyuki Ogawa took second place.
Oh, so Sawazaki did not take first or second in his game, huh?
Took third, but very small third, just minus 3.1. So he had over 30,000 points.
It's very achievable to come back in a second.
Yeah, and second place is 7.7, so still very easy to come back from.
We turn our attention back to this game where in the early stages we see the yellow scores, the live scores will fluctuate quite greatly as the in-game scores change and placements change as well.
Did you say that second place player had like 7? Oh, Sawazaki had minus 3. Oh, okay.
So what, a 31.9 point third place?
So yeah, very small difference between his score and the second place score. Similar to what happened with Tomotake and Asai in this game. And making quite a difference for their outlooks going into this final game.
Asai opened up with a couple of Dora, big opportunity, but his hand is starting to collect pairs, so it could be a little bit on the slow side. We'll see if he gets to open up for Nathaniel, though. Sonoda keeping the pairs option available as well, cutting the 1-mon.
One away from ready. Does he add to the possible good weight? Does. Sozu. Most exciting thing to wait for. Possible Sanshoku brewing for Nakabayashi.
Lots of tiles in the 3-4 zone. I don't yet know if it's 2-3-4 or 3-4-5, but you know which one I'm rooting for.
Oh.
It's always a 2-3-4.
Did not know that.
I did not win my signature hand this tournament. That must be why I didn't make the cut.
Yeah, this is the top 32. The top 2 players on each table will advance to the quarterfinals.
Which is a word that we have.
For the top 16.
We've decided that there's no word top 32.
And it's the 8th finals, but Garthe doesn't like it. Not a fan.
Sounds like an ordinal. Not a fraction.
He's really just looking for ways that he can flex his vocab. Say words like ordinal.
That's... What else would you call that? I don't understand.
Ooh, huge 5-mon drop.
See, he's flexing how his lack of vocabulary. Things ordinals.
I don't understand. You understood what I was talking about. I feel like I communicated.
Because I am also very smart.
Oh, I get it. That's Tenpai for
I
Kei.
just don't flex like you.
He doesn't reach. He's got a lot of possibilities for improving the value there. Possibly turning it into Sanshoku or at least Tanyao. There's one of the 6s he'd like to do that with.
Oh, Chitoi Tenpai. Ah, sorry, Ishanten. I wanted one of those honors to be a pair.
Like Ken is leaning towards giving up. Ken, I keep getting on first name bases with people. Tomotake is also giving up.
Or maybe subscribing to Tsuchida Pro's Paris theory. Yeah.
Are we in Toitsuba?
Tsuji Toitsu? Honestly, yeah. There have been so many pairs in these hands. A lot of them have been discarded at this point.
Many people regretting not going the 7 pairs route.
A lot of the pairs hands have turned into normal hands. Oh. That's a Tenpai.
Sonoda's also probably not feeling huge pressure to get points, to push for points. This is Tenpai waiting for Dora.
And not expecting to win this, so we'll just Dama on the Dora. Had a draw left. With one draw left. We'll go. Oh, wow, just barely getting to Tenpai.
Wow, Tomotake, yeah.
On the last draw.
Yeah, and that's a huge loss for the players. Like, say, oh, Asai? Did Asai also get to Tenpai at the end there? I thought he was...
Wow, they all made it.
Yeah.
So no points exchanged. Dealership stays. There were some big draws in that final go-around.
Any one of those players not getting Tenpai, that would have been, 3,000 out and 1,000 in for each player, each of the other players. That would be a 4,000 point swing. That, at this point, is a very large swing.
Absolutely.
So some clutch draws there to get everybody, for each player to get themselves to Tenpai.
Zoo collecting. And 4-mon immediately from Sonoda.
We're already 10 minutes into this game, and we have not progressed one dealer.
I fear that we won't make it to the end.
I fear for Asai, who also probably fears for himself.
And normally it's not so bad, I guess, but in this time scenario, you definitely don't want to be the last dealer.
Yeah, I think Asai might already start thinking, you know what? It's time to play faster here. I think you might see him open up hands quicker. Just to try to get his chance as dealer. I would imagine he's going to pawn that east the first time it comes out.
Yeah, a lot of honor calls have been passed. The first one. You're saying for the sake of speed, maybe this time you don't wait.
He's 2 away from ready. I mean, depending on what the tiles are that come first, he might go for the Pinfu Ipeiko. I think Sonoda was probably leaning towards a or a half flush until he got another 9 of cracks.
I'd end up throwing that out anyway. We'll see. 3-pin Dora, really critical, missing component of that hand. Yoko. I gotta hold it.
Yeah, none on the board.
Worth thinking about.
Oh, there's another pair for Asai, and so now he's 1 away from ready with 7 pairs. That is an interesting development. Had not seen that coming. That improves a weight.
7-pin immediately. Against the flush player. Just get that out ahead of time. The blocks are pretty much set.
Sonoda perhaps contemplating giving up already. Oh, not really needed. Now we have a tough decision.
8-so is natural in terms of efficiency, but efficiency for a normal hand, not for the Chitoi hand. So 7-pin is a Chitoi hedge.
He hedges for Chitoi. 7 pairs.
And generally, hedging the 7 pairs is more efficient than.
I feel so too, because the probability that you make a mistake on which one you choose is so high.
Pair found. Will we 1-2? Yeah. 2-mon, 1-mon will come out. Seek out better shapes.
Just no improvement for Sonoda's hand.
Yeah, it feels like at this point he's going to need the 9-mon pair.
Halfway through the hand here. Oh.
Is Yakuhai?
How does he feel about that pair? He will hold on to it.
Did you see 1 south in the pawns?
And Sonoda says, you know what? Maybe actually the correct answer is 7 pairs.
And that seems to be the solution to everything at this point. Oh, the 3, that's okay. Could be Tenpai now, but...
Still 1 away from Tenpai. With not too terrible a route.
Oh my goodness.
What a change.
What a read on the 5-so, right?
So he's now Tenpai waiting for the white dragon. There's 1 on the board. And like we anticipated, Asai takes the east the first chance he gets. He is Tenpai waiting for... I forget.
The Mon weight, yeah. Upper Mon weight. 5-8 Mon. And Nakabayashi also Tenpai.
Takaki having thrown the 7 earlier.
Sonoda still Ishanten here. Would love to pair
he's
that way.
Ishanten. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I also misread that honor pair. Or as a pair.
Yes, those honor singles.
And now that with 2 open players, going to be a little bit more cautious. Again, Sonoda with the 3-pin, missing from the hand, really needs to find the door. He can't see it, so it's likely that one of these open hands does have it, and you definitely don't want to deal into an open hand with door 2 or door 3.
Probably feeling that danger. Asai feeling like, you know what? Whatever the danger is, I need to make a move. And that's Tenpai. Tomotake will wait quietly, hoping that perhaps a player like Sonoda will say, well, maybe this edge tile is, or maybe this letter tile is okay.
Pretty cool to see the way Nakabayashi has his tiles arranged there with the 4, 6, 8 so on the left side. Currently he's on the 7 so Kanchan weight, but if he makes a call, he doesn't want to give away his shape. I know you've alluded to that a couple times now.
And I think it's a good thing for everybody to pay attention to, because it's something that a lot of these players really do a lot to try to hide what you might be doing in your hand.
Yeah, I know, because I know that the pros are very good at reading the weights. I also have been trying to be more conscious about disguising my own weight as I was playing. I don't know if it helped or not, but... Finally, the door comes into hand, but much too late for Sonoda.
There is one more... Oh no, there are no more souths.
Asai draws it late as well, but he has to drop it to keep the Tenpai, and with the scoreline and the importance that Tenpai gives...
Boy, it is such a huge amount of points if it's the winning tile. It's hard to know. Like, what the trade-off there between... You know, basically just foregoing your turn as dealer.
He pushes. It goes through. And, you know, that was also precious seconds. Because remember, Asai has time pressure here, too. It's only East 1.
He might have been, you know, the thinking might be, look, Nakabayashi might not be Tenpai, and the dealer might, move on anyway. Actually, as it doesn't, it is still huge for him to have gotten those 1,000 points. So he's now in second place. He's only 2,400 behind the current first place winner. Basically, I mean, the scores were close enough in the first game that, you know, winning this game for Asai would probably push him into at least second place.
Yes.
He would have to have a pretty minor win for it to be not enough to even get into second place.
Love to draw Dora as your first draw for Sonoda. Lots of Manzu here for Asai. Potential flush in the works. Decent high pie for Nakabayashi and Tomotake though. Wow, that 5-pin, amazing. 2 completed shapes, a Jiamen left over. Tomotake in good hands. And Sonoda immediately draws the 4-so to complete that Dora shape. It's rapidly improving here.
Could we finally have a different dealer?
Tomotake looking really strong right now.
2 Dora in the hand. Or was that? I think that was Sonoda, actually.
Yeah, for Sonoda. Really just looking for a pair right now is Tomotake.
1 away from ready, yeah. That needs that pair. It'd be nice to get the pair first rather than completing the run.
Although, you know, slamming a Riichi on a super sneaky Tonki is a fun thing to do.
Will Tomotake play for fun, or will he play to win?
Oh, that's a great draw now. Actually choosing to keep the West over the headless.
Yeah, so now the two of cracks will not make him tenpai if he does draw it. Of course, it wouldn't be ecstatic about that tenpai anyway. And that is, he'll wait quietly.
Yeah, he does miss a tenpai as a result, but I don't think he'd like that Kanchan wait.
Yeah,
I don't think he'd accept that tenpai anyway. And if you've already computed that, it makes some sense to just discard 1-1.
So he will wait quietly, hoping to take the next dealer. This does not really...
This is tenpai now.
Oh, this is tenpai.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep missing the actual...
Dama's still staying quiet.
If he draws the 6 of bamboos, I think he will probably reach. He's hoping that the hand will improve a little bit. Or perhaps he could draw the 4 or 7 of dots to turn it into a double run.
Yep. Confirm the e-pack would be huge for value purposes. There's the 1 again.
Oh. See, Tonki, you're right. Tonki was the right answer.
I've seen too many Tonki waits win. In my game against Moriyama, he slammed a Riichi, and we're all folding against this. It's some random, like, once cut, completely Kabe'd Suji, 7.
Yeah, I think
deals in.
I kind of remember, I sort of remember what you're talking about. I can't remember exactly how it was, but we were all surprised by that too.
Yeah, we were at the table, it shows up, and we're like, how is that your weight? But, wow, 9,600, sure, you deserve it. Incredible weight.
Somehow you had to read.
Well, Ishantan flops around, looking for the 7, so now with all those Dora.
That's tenpai for Asai. I think he's waiting for the 7 of cracks. But we can see 2 of them in Kei's hand.
Could have switched the weight there, but wants the Sanchoku, I think.
Interesting.
Alluded to. I'm curious to see what weight Asai will switch to.
Yeah, but so that
no Sanchoku.
no Sanchoku, but
the 6 will get the Tanyao.
6 would get Tanyao, or 4-7 of dots would allow him to switch to Ipeiko. Also, we're getting to pretty late in the hand. He's got to figure other people's hands have probably improved too.
Riichi finds the 7, so Penchan Phil. Now also waiting on the 7-mon. With the Dora, you absolutely take any Riichi there. It's a Dora. Oh no, 8, so okay. Dora Suji. It's tough.
It looks like Suji was the... Oh, is that the 9 of dots? It was the 9 of bamboos, discarded first by Sonoda.
Which honestly makes me worry more about the 8, so...
Yeah. And so Asai will go for the crazy weight. Not really crazy, but the... What is it? 258 Manzu and Sanzo.
Yes, 4-sided.
There it is. I got it right. Yay. And that Tomotake changes his weight or gave up?
I think he changed the weight. Oh. Replenish that Riichi. That sideways tile. After the call.
I feel like Tomotake might have missed it again.
Yeah, 5-8 so has been updated on our screen.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Everyone tenpai here taking the challenge. Asai finds it. Sanzo Tsumo.
A huge draw. Doesn't get anything from underneath, but a bunch of reach sticks, a bunch of continuances. He advances the dealer, with really important point for him since he really would like to get to at least one turn as dealer. Here we're seriously nearly halfway through this game, and we are just now finally getting to the second dealer of the game.
And we just saw Sonoda looking over his shoulder at the clock. Now he is in last place in this game and in 3rd place overall. Asai with that big win. coming back from 4th place at the start into 2nd. In the overall standings.
Yeah, if the game were to end now, he is currently in 2nd place.
So now the pressure on Sonoda and Tomotake. Of course, we have Tomotake with the dealership now, so opportunity.
And again, scores are still close enough that basically any win by Tomotake, probably, if you were to draw 2,000 points from each player, that would put him in the lead.
It is.
That would put him at least in 2nd.
Right. No one's pulled ahead yet, so placement changes in this game will have a big impact on the live standings that we see in yellow. Being down to 35 minutes remaining. Sonoda, huge 2-pin. We'll lock in the 1-2-3 in shape. One so paired up by Nakabayashi. Actually, Ishii on 10 here, but the 2, 4, 5, 7 have dubbed it the 2nd worst shape in Mahjong. Yeah. It's just really awkward.
Yeah, it's not even. I mean, it's sort of Ryangkan, except it's just like the most annoying Ryangkan ever. Like it's 2, 4, 5, 7 is the same thing also as say 3, 5, 6, 8.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're really hoping that say the 8 comes for the 2, 4, 5, 7. Or perhaps you get 3 and 3, or 6 and 6 to improve the weight.
Yeah, there's going to be one side that's close to the edge. So say in this case the 2, 4, 5, 7. The 2 is close to the edge. The 7 gets a diamond extension by drawing the 8, as you were saying. And if you don't get that diamond extension, you just feel so sad. And a lot of times you end up cutting the tile that's closer to the edge, in this case the 2-so.
Right.
And hope for that extension in the future. Although in this case the 9-so has come out a bunch, so even that 7 not so useful. However, Sonoda paired up the 7, that's another solution to the problem that was presented.
Another consideration there is in this situation was the fact that Dora was is the one of bamboos. You might want to hold on to that just to make it more useful, but I think he decided to go for efficiency here and just drop it.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense in this position.
Nakabayashi improves his hand. He's got 2 Dora.
That's a Tempai. We'll slap.
He's gonna reach.
I wonder if he was considering Dama at all. Hesitated. Normally that's an instant reach, I feel.
He did have Pinfu. Maybe he was thinking he wanted to be quieter leading into his turn as sorry.
Given that he's in the lead, right? Maybe just stay quiet, get a better chance at winning the hand.
This is always a tough spot for me too, to decide I don't have to push here. Should I push? I could just decide it right here by drawing a big hand. It is a big hand, right?
Yeah.
Pinfu Dora. If he reaches and wins, he's really gonna give himself a nice cushion.
Absolutely.
It was relatively early, so he could be thinking, if I push now, people give up.
Yeah, if you Riichi, if you stay close, silent, and you Dama, it's a little more likely that the 8-pin will fall out naturally. But at the same time, maybe someone has a triplet. Like we did see a triplet of 5 pins.
That's
not quite.
Almost Tempai.
Yeah, needs a pin tile there. Yeah, we'll just back away.
Not
yeah, if you stay silent, you're allowing other players to build their hands, and maybe they get to Tempai before you get your win.
Right.
At the very least, if you Riichi, you're applying the pressure that might get them to fold. And Asai certainly respecting the Riichi here.
Don't want to do something to allow other players to catch up. Generally, you want to keep pressure on. Generally, aggression is better than passivity.
Which is unfortunate for me as a somewhat passive player. At least that's how I was early in my Mahjong career, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just go for it at all times. But in general, if you're always folding, you're not winning.
Right. So much of Mahjong is just picking your spot to fight.
And this spot is the one Nakabayashi has picked. He's picked a good one too, because nobody else was really far long enough to take a stand. Asai keeps getting tempted As it happens, the 2 of bamboos is not. That was the tile that actually got Nakabayashi to Tenpai.
Tomotake might. Okay, backs away a little bit. Still has a 1-3-5 pin shape to call or draw into Tenpai. Waiting on the door itself. He doesn't want to drop the door up. Oh, 8 pin sumo, big draw. Reach sumo pinfu dora dora. No ura.
This has just become a battle for second place.
Nakabayashi really feels like he's locked it up here,
right.
Even though it's only East 3 now.
We've seriously these first 2 dealer turns have taken up half of the time in this second game. Both Sonoda and Asai have to be thinking, you know what, this next turn of dealer is probably my last shot at dealer. And Sonoda doesn't have a lot to work with. 1 completed run, but not a lot anywhere else.
And once again, a collection of a Manzu. I don't know if it's enough to go for the flush. And Nakabayashi was a great hand.
Right. That's boy, you gotta love when that happens, right? The graphic has not been updated yet, but I think Nakabayashi is way out in front with maybe say 50,000. Well, it's gonna be 40. Oh no, that is updated.
Certainly well ahead of the other players. It is about a 50,000 point gap to the next up player.
Because Tomotake lost 4,000 on that. Boy, he has a lot of ground to make up now.
Oh, that's an interesting Hatsu draw. We could see pairs come again. I feel like we've been saying that all day long.
Toitsuba. For the moment, this is really a battle between Sonoda and Asai. Tomotake has big ground to make up.
Tomotake probably with worst hand of these 3 players that are not in the lead.
1 away from ready with all pairs. Also possibly a Mentsu hand. He could get some runs there and move over to Pinfu if the draws work out.
Asai also has some incentive just to call this down and end Sonoda's dealership.
That's
as
a good point, yes. He doesn't want to allow Sonoda to go on anything of a run. At the moment, he is ahead of Sonoda. Again, if the game were to end right now, he is in second place. He would move on to the round of 16. That's Dora for Sonoda. He says, okay, the 2 of bamboos is likely to be my pair. Another open-ended wait in the Manzu for Nakabayashi.
Very wide now. Selection of pair. Choices.
And 1 away from ready for Sonoda. He's using Dora. Ooh, choice. What is the choice here?
Just 3-mon for now. Maybe a good section. We'll just hold different shapes.
Swappy-duppy. So that's when you want to do it.
Tenpai found each.
The 2-5 of cracks.
Nakabayashi keeps the pressure up. Five-mon. See a couple there in the hand of Sonoda. One's held by Nakabayashi, of course. Ipeiko shape.
Asai leaving the door open for Chitoitsu, 7 pairs, if he can get the right draw. Tomotake giving up for the moment.
Draws one of the deal-in tiles that actually fits into the hand. This for Nakabayashi.
What will Sonoda do if he can get to Tenpai?
That's an interesting question. As the dealer at what might be his last dealership, you definitely don't want to give up too soon here.
he's probably not going to get. So far, Nakabayashi doesn't have many Manzu in his discards, so Sonoda is unlikely. Sorry, Tomotake is unlikely to throw any Manzu that are good for him to chi. He's gonna have to draw it. He does have. Here's one of the sixes, or there's one of the fives. He does have two of the tiles already that Nakabayashi wants.
A big issue is that the 3/6 Suji is live, and he has 1 3 1 6, it's really hard to make progress without dropping one of those.
Yeah, whatever he does get to Tempai with is gonna make it. It's gonna cause a difficult discard.
But if one goes through, the other one might, and he does not take that opportunity.
The other one might.
The other one is likely to.
And,
you pass the 6-0, the 3-0 Suji clears a lot of the time. Oh, 3-0 clears.
I was thinking the same tile.
Yeah, and the Suji is tough.
The Suji tile, okay.
It clears a bit too late. I don't know if there's enough draws for him to get to a Chitoi Tempai
here.
He's gotten this Tempai 3 times
already. Right? But we're getting towards the end of the hand. You've got to figure he's not going to want to throw the 6 of cracks unless for some reason it would come out as safe. Wow.
2 first. Still chances. That was like Tempai declined.
His Tempai declined 3 times. He had the same as a 5-8 weight.
We're getting late in the hand though. If he's gonna take a stand, he only has 23 more minutes to do it. And this is very likely to be his last turn as dealer.
Yeah, Asai couldn't push the 3-mon to hold the 4-6 punch on Tempai either. Understandable.
Right.
Manzu
And
are
again,
so dangerous.
Huge good pot, I can't say that word on. Large courage by Nakabayashi to reach and force the other players to give up. That's not Tempai, that's the other guy.
I think maybe part of that was the fact that Sonoda opened. So the risk of getting chased by dealer Riichi was, well, non-existent. So it makes it a little bit safer to slam that Riichi.
Oh, and he draws it! Just continuing to...
Haitate sumo.
Oh, and ura.
Oh, to ura.
Ouch.
Each sumo pinfu haitate ura.
Massive. Okay, so...
With a Dora?
When I said before that, yeah, he had a Dora in his hand, and then he got the ura. When I said before it was a game between Sonoda and Asai, now it really is. We've only got 22 minutes left. We're still only finally getting to the nearing the end of the East round.
Now Sonoda and Tomotake are only 1,000 point difference.
In the standings. And yeah, it's the pretty much if any one of them wins a sizable hand, it really kind of gets them into second place strongly. I mean, second a Mangan drawn by Tomotake right now. He overtakes Asai.
Yeah, right. Mangan, when Asai is the dealer, 12,000 point swing.
Plus the Uma swing would definitely put him in second place.
Absolutely.
Asai going for the quick win. He's thinking, you know what? This is my one chance as Dora as a dealer, while all of the Dora go to Nakabayashi.
How would I dress if I wanted to go as Dora for Halloween?
Guess you'd have to.
We need some chat suggestions.
Yeah.
Where's your chat?
You could have anything. Oh, my computer is dead. I think pretty much anything. You could have anything on the front, any tile that you wanted on the front, but then you just have to have a blank tile on the back. Because you're the. Oh, well, you want to be the Dorda, not the Dorda indicator, huh? So you need a friend.
Damn it! I don't have any friends.
Got 2 friends here with you in the booth.
Nice.
So yeah, he'll be the Dora indicator. I'll be the Uradora, and then you can be the actual Dora.
Okay.
There we go.
We'll walk around the whole night back to back with our little.
You said this is his last turn at Dora, so that's what I thought about.
Nakabayashi making moves now. Look at his hand with all the Dora and the West Anko. Pretty wide Ishanten there. Headless. With a triplet to slim down in case you draw the Tuso. It's so good.
Asai. Yeah. With all the Dora. Oh, no.
Another Riichi.
I mean, yeah, this game, it's so much more, and it's being decided by Nakabayashi. Nobody else is having a chance to really get in a word edgewise.
Will he sumo on Asai's dealership and cause another Oyakabuni to happen? Sonoda, will he fight against this? He's Ishanten. Oh, Ipatsumo! Ipatsumo Dora-san! No Ura this time.
Oh, yeah. Way to go easy on him, Nakabayashi.
Alright, well that's gonna bring things a little bit closer now.
Show his eyebrows, come on.
It's gonna put Tomotake in a really good position to come back. Compared to
yeah,
before.
I mean, the fact that he just keeps winning means that the point difference between everybody else doesn't really keep getting extended.
But Tomotake is the only one as dealer who didn't get that big 6,000 point negative, so he's really close to second place now.
Yeah, Nagarthe-wise.
I mean, Nagarthe-wise, pretty much Nakabayashi has no chance in the best 16.
I know, right?
He's using all his luck right now.
Slow down, man. Don't use it all up now.
18 minutes to go, and we've hit South 1.
Yeah, we might get to see 2 dealer turns. I probably actually.
Yeah,
wait, Nakabayashi's winning.
This is probably the last dealer.
Oh wow, another brilliant high pie for Nakabayashi.
Men in Black, Emily, Agent K.
It's not bad for Tomotake, but a few too many pairs.
Dora for Asai, but nothing to go with it.
And the thing I like most about Nakabayashi's hand is not even necessarily the completed shapes, but his floaters. 3-pin, 7-pin. You get all the pinzu.
Any pinzu, yeah. Point.
But they get really dangerous later.
Well, Asai.
Look at this. Kozinski.
Man, it just
filling in all the right places.
Cannot stop coming for him.
The only downside was he drew the 6-mon instead of another Dora.
I don't even think that's a downside because he's probably getting the 7 next.
Oh, I see. We'll make it Tanya too.
No, I'm going for the full straight.
Oh.
I was thinking, yeah, I prefer full straights.
Yeah, I'm 3-sided weights.
Pretty sure he's getting 7 next.
We're 1 away from ready for Asai. And
nope. Did not. Just stuck to the 8. Much easier to win than getting 2 more Manzu.
Sticky Ishanten is already strong. Sticky Ishanten, when you can accept every single tile of the suit, is crazy good.
And he drew the best one. He didn't draw like a silly 5 dot, which would make him make a decision and also choose a bad weight.
How do they decide when to push here?
You can't keep folding forever if you are Sonoda or Tomotake.
You just hope, I hope he just keeps drawing, and then my current second place just stays that way.
Yeah, or that the other people decide that they can't fold forever first and deal in.
I feel like there's enough time that you can still wait, although Asai just drew an uncle of the White Dragon, so maybe thought about playing this hand.
It's 1 away.
If you draw a Dora connector, will the Forso go through?
Wow, they've really sped up. I think there might be a bit of a recognition that, oh, you know what? You do not have time.
I think you can try the force. So no,
Just not.
not when you draw the 9. So you can't
They're-
push the 6/9
They're all
CG.
hoping someone else is gonna cave and.
Yeah, there's
Feels
enough
like-
time to let this hand go through and try again the next hand, but time's rapidly running out.
The thing is, they do at the moment. They do theoretically still all have their turn as dealer coming, and a chance to improve later. Throwing points now would be a pretty large disaster.
Just cannot challenge Nakabayashi right now.
Yeah.
You just feel like you're gonna lose. So we're in 6-pin, 9-pin waiting lobby. 2 here for Tomotake. 1 for Sonoda.
Lobby. I've heard that one. I'm gonna lock that one away. But not lock it up. I'm gonna keep pulling it up.
4 in the wall.
There do seem to be 4 on the wall, yes. I think there were, see, 3 of the 6s and 1 of the 9s.
Well, chance is pretty good. Oh,
There's another one of the 9s.
are they back to back on the wall? They stick to each other in the.
I always have, well, when you say back to back, do you mean are they stacked? Or do you
I
mean
guess, yeah.
Because I always imagine that, yeah, if things are not being properly shuffled, then yes, there is a good chance that they will be
That's,
next to each other.
they're
On
stacked.
levels.
They're front to.
Back, spooning.
Ooh, another 9-pin.
They are. This is spinning.
That's
The only
10
back-to-back one is that
is.
door indicator.
2-pin comes out. Tomotake will hold.
it would be massive if he could get. It's surprisingly massive if he could get to, even just tempai, like the no ten bep.
Yeah, just a tempai payment is gonna give him a 3,000 point swing.
Oh,
Sonoda and Asai.
oh,
Some options here.
that is
8 Suji.
unfortunate. But he has the option to switch to Junchan.
Junchan. That's gonna come out.
man.
He decided it got expensive enough that he thought it was worth the risk.
That's a huge swing. Riichi Pinhu Dora as the dealer, 5,800 in Tomotake. Now needs to get to his dealership as soon as possible and then go on a run.
That was one of those moments where you're just like, oh, I see a car wreck coming.
Yeah. It's so hard to pass up those points though
Yeah,
when you
I mean,
draw into Junchan. The
yeah.
flow is in your favor until it isn't.
It feels like, oh, I'm being pushed here. I have to make a move. So now Tomotake is in much worse shape, but he does still have his dealer coming up. If somebody, for the love of God, would put a stop to Nakabayashi's turn as dealer, a lot of pairs in some value tile pairs. Am I a cold person? Like you get next to me and I steal your heat?
You're a heat sucker upper.
A possible flush for Tomotake, which would be a nice way to recover some of those points. Only one of the pairs is a value tile.
Make that 2.
And if it is in the Manzu, it is going to be the suit of the Dora. So, a triple of the Souths for Asai. So his hand is progressing nicely too, and filling in a gap for Nakabayashi. Will he just get there first again? People
Players
are
speeding
saying,
up.
yes, it's time to take a stand.
Ooh,
Sonoda-
hovering wands. That's a commit.
He's committing to the half flush. Asai draws a possible pair. Nakabayashi's hand. Surprise, surprise. Ooh.
We're getting Chanta as well.
Yeah, one away from ready for Tomotake. Chanta, he would have to have a pretty large shift in the tiles there, right? Because the 567 is his. Oh, there
I
it
believe
is.
it's
Oh, okay, you're right.
A Hatsupon, Chunpon,
So
Chanta.
either one of them is Chanta.
Although unfortunately neither of the remaining pairs is a Yakuai, so won't increase the value.
Another thing that I had not paid attention to. Oh, Haku's not going to be
Oh,
coming
I'm
out.
sorry. Dora is 7 months, so yeah, it will.
Oh!
Hanuman Sumo.
There it is.
So, Tomotake.
That's all he just needed that trigger.
Needed to deal into 58 to pick up 12,000 and get
And
the tip.
that is a huge swing.
That
I
puts
think
him
we're-
back in second place.
Yeah. He is now ready to win the whole thing.
Just in
Although,
time.
yeah, only 1,000 points ahead of Asai means that if Asai were to reclaim second place, the standings would change again pretty quickly.
But I don't think it would be enough.
Well, I mean,
Just if it's
like,
just 1,000.
if it was, if he got like say 5,200, that would make up the 10-point Uma difference from the first.
Yeah, but they're still
first
23 points away from each
Uh,
A 10
So,
point swing with the
50,
Uma
I
would
guess
still be
it'd have to
20.
64.
It'd still be more than 10 points. Tomotake would still be 10 points ahead.
6,400 points. Do it.
And there are maybe 2 or 3 rounds yet to go, so we could, in theory, get all the way to Asai's dealership.
It is possible, right? There's the last hand after the time ends.
And we've hit the 10-minute warning already.
There's a good possibility.
Now really looking for value. Value or looking for his dealership. And for okay.
His hand is he needs some things to stick to the Inzu, or I think there was something else, but the 2 pairs he has in his hand are not really the kind of thing that create value. If he uses those, there's a nice addition. So that creates an open-ended run or an open-ended possibility in the Sozu. One away from ready, he's still probably looking to get something in the Pinzu.
Yeah, Pinshu is possible. If you connect something to that 4 pin, you can cut the east-east and get Pinshu with your door too, but if he just gets tapped by immediately, slamming the east weight seems fine. It is once cut, I believe, and once held here, so there is a chance it could come out as a relatively safe tile.
Now he's got to get the Tenpai before the... Oh, so he will hedge for the possible Pinfu. And Sanshoku could be a change. I think that there's a 2-3-4 that could become 3-4-5.
Finds the path to Itsu.
And the 2-3-4 does not become 3-4-5. Interesting that he's thinking about this. He's thinking perhaps maybe he can switch to Tanyao. And he does get rid of the east. So he slows himself down, hoping that perhaps he can get some good acceptance in the Manzu or Pinzu.
This is another option for Sonoda. Now has the 7, 8, 9 Sanchoku available. We'll cut the 6 so.
That would have been Tenpai. He'd have had to throw Dora.
Big draw. Ishanta now. Kind of like Chanta Kutsuki or Itsu, one of the two.
Kobayashi will take Tenpai. Both of those are value tiles for him. So, don't let it go.
HP Tanyao.
Waiting for the
Door 1.
5-8 of bamboos.
And this would be one of those hands that could lock up a victory.
This could basically decide it.
This is dealer 12,000. Or more, depending on how things go underneath. Keep that form on. Now backs away. This is not my turn to fight.
Asai has such a possible monster with the 2 Dora. that you have to think if he gets there, he gets the Tenpai, he is going to attack. Sonoda doesn't have the value in his hand, really. He's probably not going to go for it. Still 5 minutes to go. If something were to happen in this hand, Sonoda would have one more turn as dealer.
That green dragon came out a bit too late.
Still not Tenpai.
Actually not able to get the win. The path back here, Ishanten. Oh, there it is.
Oh wow, and he can use both Dora if he but he'd be free 10 if he went that way. So will he throw Dora or will he go free 10?
That's something you're allowed to do, drop Dora against dealer Riichi?
What if you're only 1,000 points away from leaping into second place? He does it!
Oh,
He escapes for now.
Slices, this is my moment to fight.
Oh,
Tsumo!
no!
Each Tsumo, Pihu, Tanyang, Ipe, Dora, and no Ura.
But Mangan, with only 4 minutes to go here, Tomotake has given himself... Tomotake, champion, Las Vegas champion, has given himself quite a cushion while he retains his turn as dealer. He's put a huge gap between himself and Sonoda, who had the better shot of overtaking him, and Asai. Asai is going to need to win 2 big hands here. They're both going to need to win 2 big hands here with only 3 minutes to go.
Very likely this will be the last hand of the timed session, and then there'll be one more hand after this. So you pretty much guarantees exactly 2 hands unless Asai can win something really quickly. He does have a fast high pie, but so does Nakabayashi, who's had
quite a possibility he might just pum and go for the flush there. Dora for Asai. Kobayashi, he's got the trip. He's just going to go for it. Yeah.
He's Tenpai.
Why? It's going to be surprisingly not a lot of damage for Tomotake, unless somebody were to do something weird with a con. Closer to Tenpai, but not a lot of value for Sonoda.
Tenpai reach, Asai will slam, and Nakabayashi out.
As I will not choose the king.
That's a lot of options available to fold with east, south. Time to draw some more safety, and getting close to another Tenpai.
You just cannot stop getting the Tenpai.
Sumo?
Sai draws his winner, giving him hope. The game
as well.
Not necessarily over.
So value.
We'll get one more hand here before the time. That does leave the door open for him to overtake Tomotake.
The fact that hand came through so quickly is huge.
The early reach, he went for it, managed to draw his winner quickly. Now he's only 6,000 points behind Tomotake. He'll need a few extra points once he overtakes him. But that Uma will make a big difference.
Uma's plus 10. Then he'll need to make up another 18 or so with points. Sonoda, our dealer. Dora, pair in hand. This has to be the hand. You have to win this as phase A of your plan.
It's either win this and then win the next one, or Yakuman next hand.
Yeah. Tomotake with the Hatsuanko Green Dragon just locked away in hand. Could speed a quick victory here. Although, you don't If it's too quick, Asai will still have a chance.
Yeah. We got 30 seconds to go to end the round. I don't think these hands have progressed far enough that somebody's going to win in the next 20 seconds. So, this will be the last hand of the last hand of regulation time, and we'll have one more hand after this. That could be if Sonoda can put something together. It could be one more turn as dealer for him. If he is still the dealer, if he's still the dealer, Asai is going to have to put together a much bigger hand to overtake Tomotake. So now the players will say, you know what? We don't have to play so quickly. And slow down and think.
And this time, all the tables are still going, it looks like. The one just finished. But people are going to be taking time to calculate in the last hand.
Sonoda completes a run in the Sozu, I believe it was. And not a lot of value, but maybe it'll get him to a place where he can reach. Sort of improves the weight. Oh, he does have two Dora. Sonoda's hand could really improve if he can draw out like a 2, 3, a 1, 2, 4, or 5 of Anzu.
Tomotake again has a callable hand, but the shapes are rough, and yeah, just starting to collect safe tiles on this.
Very useless red dragon.
Well, Asai pairs it
somewhat
up.
More useful red dragon for him.
I mean, he needs a pair for Sanshoku. Who throws it away?
He is going to tend towards the half flush. Oh, that's the 5 that Sonoda needed. But, like we were saying, they'll be next to each other in the wall. This is going to be Manzu. It doesn't work that way.
The 2 still that Tomotake needed.
I could switch.
Oh, these were on top of each other. For Nakabayashi. That hand's coming together now.
That improves the pinfu, or the pinzu weight, the thing we were just talking about. Except this time it was the 3, 5, 6, 8.
Yeah, the second worst shape conversation. Yeah. But when you get that improvement, it feels really good. You still are left with overlapping yamen, but when you just fill it in.
Especially, yeah, when you get the 4 and then you're like, yes, I will take the 3-sided weight.
I don't mind overlapping 6, 7, 8, 8, 9.
Oh yeah, that's the penchan, where you're already using one.
Yeah, it's bad when you're looking for a shape. It's great when you're looking for a pair.
That's another good point. Another Dora for Sonoda.
Welcome addition to the hand for sure. You feel a little bit sad about dropping 2 Formon?
Tomotake could he just get the Yakuman?
Sure.
Easy.
Welcome a Yakuman.
Oh, not Tomotake, sorry.
Asai.
How do I keep confusing people's names? Yeah, Asai. No Atama for Sonoda.
Far from Yakuman.
What is the
Gen
Shanten?
Did he not have a pair? So it was just
he had
two
like
triples?
2 pairs and no, he didn't have 2 pairs and
Oh, template.
it's like just 1 triple and
Throwing
2
Dora?
pairs.
Oh, that was a 5. I think that's 6. Yeah.
Riichi, Dora, 3. 3, 6 so the weight.
Just 1 triple and 1, 2, 3 pairs. No.
Asai considers calling Chi maybe to break Hipatsu even.
Oh.
One
That is
triple.
the 6 of those.
It's so cold.
Pressure of this game is lowering the temperature.
Does your blood move around in your body?
We gotta do jumping jacks in the studio.
It's we. You're the only one who's not cold.
I'm the only one whose blood is moving?
Incidentally, Nakabayashi here with a Tenpai.
Will he throw? Yeah, he's so far out in front. It's pretty much impossible for him to lose. That gets Asai to Tenpai. He can win here. Another one of the 7s that Asai wants.
Sonoda finally gets a Riichi tail to stick. No good. 2-mon, no good. I've been counting the number of tiles in the wall, but I see 3 6 in the middle of the table, the 4th 6 here in hand, so Nakabayashi shuts it down again.
Ay ay ay. So that crushes Sonoda's hopes and dreams.
It's the Yakuman condition here for all last for Sonoda. And for Asai?
For Asai...
Asai has to make up an 18-point difference, basically.
Hanemon? Undo it? If he draws Hanemon...
Drawing Hanemon would be more than enough. You get Mangan directly from Tomotake. You could get Kunroku, maybe. Really? Oh, there it is, right there. So Asai only needs to get 2,300 all, and
oh, that's right. His turn is dealer.
Yeah, 9,600 from Nakabayashi, 4,400 from Tomotake, or 9,600 from.
Not the worst conditions.
See, compared to some of the other conditions we've seen, this is actually doable.
Sanbaimon for Sonoda. Or just Baimon.
Honestly, Yakuman might be easier.
Veterans, they did not need a lot of time to think about what they need.
By drawing well in the early phase.
Ondora.
When you draw your tiles, do you lift them up as you see them, or do you like to be surprised in this situation where it's all last and you have all the time in the world?
Yeah, I probably. Yeah, I don't think I change it at all. Just like, whoop, whoop. Yeah, I keep hoping with each block. Koshi? Koshi?
The only thing that changes the way I draw is whether I have the Dora wall or not. So if I have the Dora wall, then I'll put 2 upside down. I draw them with one hand and I do it all with one hand. Unless if I have the Dora wall, then I'll put them down until I flipped over the Dora, and then I'll flip my hand up. But usually it's just draw 4, put them down, flip up 2, flip up 2. Every time.
Yeah, when I do that, my alignment gets off. So. I practice more.
I usually put them against the wall because I'm kind of clumsy. So I need stability of the wall.
Extending the Manzu possibility for Asai.
Sonoda has such a fantastic hand.
Yeah.
It was a normal condition, but
situation is just and this is the opportunity to get rid of Dora for Asai. One did just come out, so it's going to be difficult to make much use of it. But for the moment, he doesn't quite have 2,300 all. More Pinfu. He wants at least Pinfu in the hand.
I always hope for an Uda. Is it in flush time?
I wonder if Sonoda might be starting to think, you know what, I don't want to be the kingmaker. Perhaps I will start moving away from attack. I'm not sure how many players do think like that, but you know, perhaps he would feel like, you know, I mean, if I'm not really going for a win here. This is
Not quite. I believe there's a Kanchan
a Kanchan and an open ended.
Diamond.
Itsu could be forming here, but it's still just not going to be anywhere near enough for Sanbaimon.
And it's Honitsu.
Perhaps
Itsu,
yeah, to Honitsu
G. Oh, it needs to be direct hit too.
or Sanbaimon.
Or Sanbai
Yeah.
Tsumo, okay. Riichi Tsumo?
Sukutsumo.
Honitsu,
Men
Itsu.
Hon. Itsu.
Uda.
Still need yeah.
Uda.
Three
Uda.
Uda. I think there are
Again.
still 2 Hatsus out there.
Yeah, all eyes on Tomotake to find a shutdown hand, and Asai to find Riichi Tsumo Pinshu.
The go ahead. Size moved towards simples.
Riichi Tsumo Nathaniel will do it as well if he can get the Uda.
We do have the sleeper ready. Nakabayashi is waiting for the 7 of dots. That weight could improve. 2 of them are already in Asai's hand, and this is 1 away from ready for the all pairs.
Chitoy was not the plan I was thinking about, but
At least with Tan Yao in there, it is going to be the points he needs. If he reaches.
Remon.
He commits to the pairs.
Wow, I was thinking like a 7-mon hedge maybe, but no. He likes the 7-mon.
Tomotake is now 1 away from ready.
Wow, to put all your hopes and dreams on Chitoy of all things, draws
Oh,
the 7-pin.
Oh,
And it's gonna come out. And Nakabayashi will take the win and the seat into the top 16.
ay, ay, ay.
And that locks Tomotake into second place, so both of those players will move on.
Wow. Chooses Chitoitsu, and the next draw just sinks him. He had
You know what he should have said?
yes.
I do not like it in all S.
Should we ask Jenn how she feels about Chitoitsu in all last, especially this time? Yes. Man.
I do not like it in my dealer.
It could have been such a clutch decision had he thrown the 7 earlier, the 7 of cracks earlier.
I do not like it in the last hand. I do not like it in the sand.
And, Nakabayashi liked it. That gave him the win.
Sand gets everywhere.
So it ends. Nakabayashi 1, Tomotake 2. Those 2 will be advancing into the semifinals. And Jen, taking a quick peek.
Yeah, looks like most of the other tables are done.
Very curious to see those results when they get updated. Forward to seeing who else will join these 2 players.
Yeah,
in the top 16. We
have 14 other players that we know are not going to be continuing, and 14 other players who will.
Yep, and we
Who is elated and who is devastated?
But we do have a lunch break before the next game. The next game doesn't start until 4 o'clock.
Well,
So that's about 2 hours from now. So we will make sure to mute the stream.
Have lunch.
So if you need something to kill time, during the 2-hour break, we've got more Reach for you.
Are you looking for more Reach Mahjong?
Yeah, do you want more Reach?
How about
English commentary for the Sankei Shimbun Cup and the Saikyosen team battle. You can catch Nathaniel and myself over on the WRC channel, commentating on these pro matches. The next stream is actually going to be this Thursday, Friday Japan time, for the second session of the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2026.
Super early in the morning for Jenn.
Yeah, I'm usually there at 5 a.m.
Oh, wow.
Too early for me. Well, too early for me to do it and not wake up everybody else in the house.
Yeah. Garth's voice carries. He's not very good at whispering.
I've heard that. You are not the first person to say that.
And if you just want something quick, we have 5 to 10 minute videos on this channel. Check out the playlist Play Like a Pro with Jenn and Garth.
Very young people.
We are very young in that picture.
Think of us like that.
And one more show with Jenn and Garth on the Mahjong Jenn channel. It's sort of a sequel to Play Like a Pro. Prost! But in these episodes, we take hand histories or streams, VODs, from English-speaking streamers and analyze them with our guest pros.
And find out how right they were when we say, "Oh, I think they should have played this way," and the guest pro says, "No, I think they got it right."
Yeah, the next episode is Light Pink Yoshi. So
Nope.
like, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Max plays really well.
Should be doing more of what he does.
All right, ready to go have lunch?
Yes, congratulations
we
to...
got
We have lunch.
snacks.
We have snacks.
Yeah, actually,
Oh.
Nathanael brought snacks.
Oh.
Look what we have. Remember yesterday, we did bring some snacks from Ikkyu.
What are the flavors?
More.
What are the flavors today? So that looks like a matcha something with
Matcha
red
with,
beans, yeah.
azuki, and this would be mitarashi, which is like teriyaki-ish, sweet teriyaki.
What's on this one?
Looks like goma.
Molasses? Oh,
It's
okay.
sesame.
I think it's goma. Let me see real quick. I think goma. Goma is black sesame.
Yeah.
All right.
Really tasty from Ikkyu.
Yeah,
Sweet
Ikkyu, also a sponsor of one of the teams in the Sankei Shimbun Cup. One of our opponents, but we're not in the same group, so we won't be opponents until the finals, hopefully. Hopefully we'll be opponents in the
This
finals.
is good stuff. This is definitely not the kind of thing you generally just get for free.
No.
Just walk up and say, I will take some of this delicious stuff.
You know,
They gave me 3.
it's easy to find these snacks, but these Ikkyu ones taste so much better than any of the other ones I've ever had in
It's a whole
Japan.
level up.
Yeah, I have mitarashi dango a lot. Dango means ball. I have mitarashi dango a lot. I'm a big fan of mitarashi dango. Get them at festivals.
Yeah, I mean you
the
can get them
convenience
anywhere.
store. Yeah, you can get them at 7-Eleven, but they do not taste like this.
Yeah,
These taste like little bites of heaven.
Yeah, the basic idea here is not special. Just the execution on these ones specifically is
incredible.
Next level.
Yeah.
It's EQ.
It is. Yeah.
Literally. EQ.
All right. Okay, we will see you in about 2 hours. We will come on just before the stream to introduce our players and also the other players that made it to the top 16, the quarterfinals.
All right, look forward to seeing you then. We are back. We are live.
Here we are. And we're not sure. Are we actually shown? Or are we not really?
We are not shown. Our camera might be broken, but we do have a game that's about to start.
And this is, so reintroducing what's going on here. This is the round of 16 at the World Riichi Championship. We're about to start the 2 games that they will play in the round of 16. This is to decide the top 8 players who will play in the semifinals tomorrow. I am your host, Garth Nelson.
And I am Nathaniel, co-commentator for this upcoming semifinals, quarterfinals.
Yes. Quarterfinals, and star commentator that we have wrangled from Armel, and we were hoping that he wouldn't be here because he'd be down there playing, but definitely stoked to have him up here guiding us through commentary. He is also currently trying to see if there is a way for our camera to work, but we do, since Jenn is in a meeting right now, that's the pretty face. That's the only pretty face you're missing out on. Our pretty faces are not the draw you came here for, are they? So yeah, on our table we will have Yunfei Gao representing China, and once again mostly Japanese players. Shigekazu, I forgot our president's name for a second. Shigekazu Moriyama. Oh boy, Ishii Ipuma. There's no way.
Kazuma?
Kazuma. Oh. Yeah, obviously, Kazuma. Yes. How did I not get that? Kazuma Ishii. I think that was Ishii, right? And I'm already forgetting the other name that was up there. But it was another Japanese name. Oh, it was Nakabayashi. I think Nakabayashi is also on the table that we will be streaming this round. See, Tomotake is also in one of the... Oh, no, he's down there on the floor. His table has Fujishima... And I'm not sure if I recognize the other 2 players. They may not be Japanese players. Oh, that's Danny. That's Danny. Yeah, go Danny. All right, Danny up against the champion from Las Vegas, Tomotake, and another strong force of Japanese mahjong, Fujishima. I think Fujishima is currently in the A1 league of JPML.
Wow.
Very strong player. And is the 4th player? It is a Japanese player.
Yeah,
or certainly it was Japanese. There was a Japanese flag there.
Do we have the list of all of them?
Oh, we do have, tables?
Yes. I think that would be...
Oh, I'm not sure if we have the list of the tables. We have the list of the winners from...
Just for the viewers that might be wondering.
So from table 1 of last game, Kaori Shimizu and Uchikawa, Kotaro Uchikawa made it. From table 2, Danny Moreno and Kazuma Ishii. From table 3, Yunfei Gao and Yonga Kim. Yunfei is from China and Yonga is from South Korea. Saki Kurosawa and Kazusa Chung came off table 4. Kazusa is representing Hong Kong. Also from South Korea on table 5, we have Junsak Yun, followed by Kana Nakada. Wow. Nakada somehow getting... Oh, okay, those were... there was some big minus there. It was a close game between the players there on table 5. Quickly getting through them. You saw us do Kei Nakabayashi and Masaharu Tomotake. Table 6. Table 7, Shigekazu Moriyama and Kenjiro Fujishima. And table 8, Ito Yuko and Hiroyuki Ogawa. So it is a Japan-heavy quarterfinal.
As one might expect, but we are featuring one of the Chinese players on this table, Yunfei Gao. Famously making it into the Saikoisen League as a pro.
All right. Still pretty much a Japanese pro.
Exactly. Will be our first dealer as we open up the round of 16.
2 Dora in Ishii's hand.
Very nice opening set of tiles here for Yunfei Gao. I was talking to a friend of mine who got the opportunity to play against him and said he was really, I don't want to use the word annoying to play against, but challenging to play against, because he was so aggressive in his play. He fought a lot, but he wasn't recklessly fighting. He was fighting in a way that wouldn't deal in, and the skill to be able to always be challenging, but to always be challenging in a way that will give yourself a way to win without ever risking a loss, is exactly what you're looking for in a player that will make the final table. So we'll see if Yunfei Gao manages to pull that off here in the quarterfinals as well.
And besides that, it can just be so demoralizing to the other players at the table. They think they have a good attack, and then somehow, that style player somehow just keeps evading it, and it's a hard thing to play against. Moriyama gets rid of what might have become his Tama, his pair. Perhaps he feels like the Manzu are dangerous. Fills in a gap for Nakabayashi, but he still is missing a pair. That's Tenpai for Moriyama. He has a Yaku. He'll drop the 2 of bamboos and wait for the 4. That is Dora. He's not likely to win on that. Not sure what he's thinking about doing to change his weight, if he can. He might change, but he would have to throw Dora. He will reach. He's thrown the 2 of cracks earlier, so the 1 might look relatively safe.
1 in hand, 1 in the discards. Oh, immediate chase.
With the 1 of bamboos, he's got 2 Dora in the hand. Chitoitsu.
Chitoi chase here from Ishii.
Oh, ouch.
Door connector. Oh, Dora comes out.
Oh, wow. That is going to help Iso come out if somebody kind of runs out of safe tiles.
Yeah, the 1-so is Suji to both players, and you'd expect if they were on that Suji, they'd be winning on the door already, so it is quite an opportunity now for Ishii.
Certainly, it's very unlikely that anybody will throw the 1-4 at the moment. Yunfei hand improves to Ipeiko, but he's not going to take it.
Yeah, it's tough against 2 Riichis to play in a threatening way, even as the dealer. 3-so, 3-so for now. Where are the birds? Have we seen any yet?
I don't think there's 1 in Nakabayashi's discards. That means there are still 2 somewhere else. 1 of the 1s that Moriyama wanted goes to Yunfei. Wrong 1 from Ishii. We may end up with a 2 of cracks Kabe issue that might help the 1 of cracks come out. It is surprising that the the 1 of bamboos, the bird, there's 1 of the birds, and Yunfei immediately goes for safe tiles. So there's only 1 more bird to be drawn, and I think only 1 more 1 of cracks to be drawn.
Could we actually see Ryukyoku in the first hand here? The 2 players unable to defend.
If they draw the other one's winning tile, they have to throw it.
Oh, the 6 months leaving hands. So still safe.
There's one. The 1 of cracks was discarded very early by Ishii. So there's really only, I think, 1 4 of cracks in the deck. We've got 2 more draws, and that's not it. And not it.
Again. All right.
So 2 pretty good weights, as it turned out, but they just didn't get there. So the players will net net 500 points each. There'll be 2 reach sticks in the middle, and the dealer will become Moriyama.
And once again, just like in the series we just watched, it's a 2-game set. So it's game 1 essentially. It's a fresh mindset, clean scores, nothing carried over from the previous rounds, and so we go back to that poking and prodding and trying to get an advantage in the early portion of the game. Wow, 4-3-2 mon and another 3-2 mon
with 1.
Oh, and another 3-2 mon. Wow.
So he's got a double run possibility there.
This is quite a high pie for Moriyama Kaicho.
Double run, or he can use them as triples.
It has a singleton of the door 1, so.
Depending how the tiles come in, he may end up using that as a run. Well, there's something more runny. And he's Ishanten.
Yes.
1 away from ready. After the second draw.
Hatsu pair up for Nakabayashi could be thinking flush territory. Yunfei Gao, also with the Yakuhai pair up of the North Wind, might be inclined to open to steal the Riichi sticks away from the middle of the table.
And that I was wondering if that would come right out here. He will pawn it.
Yeah, no hesitation.
Not a lot of value in the hand, but perhaps feeling, you know what, if I can sneak off with a win here, maybe I stop somebody else from winning something big. As it turns out, it looks like, yes, he would have drawn the pay. I always wonder how much other players see that happen and say, oh, I would have drawn that myself. Do I feel like that was a bit of a loss? I tend not to. Oh, Nakabayashi pawning.
Oh,
and fading the 7 of dots. That early 9 might help disguise the fact that he is going for a full flush or a half flush.
Yeah, we'll see if that pays off in the disguise or if it gets punished by a couple 7-pin draws. I guess you wouldn't be too sad if you drew a couple 7-pins.
Yes, a couple. But this is it's gonna be followed up by a discard of the oh wow, this is 1 away from ready with 7 pairs. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Can't
Sananko potential.
Yes. And perhaps even Yakuman potential, although we can see 2 of the 5s.
We see it in the chat. Someone's predicting that we're gonna see the Yakuman. Would be fantastic to see that on the stream.
It would be exciting. Yunfei has a pair of 8s, and Nakabayashi has a pair of 8s in the dots. They are both kind of putting a stopper on each other. Although he's drawn the 6, so he could use the 7 again instead of having used that 9. Oh, an interesting draw for Moriyama. He will not move towards that open-ended weight.
Ishii seems to be the one who is stuck the most here. Might just be playing for Chito at this point. And there's the improvement away from the flush.
Moriyama will take Tenpai. He's waiting for the 5 of dots and the 3, 6 of Manzu. And
we get some
the
upgrades.
4. I think the 4 is also in there.
We get some upgrades to Toy by drawing the 4, I think.
I am wrong in there.
Yeah, 4 definitely a tile that you want to pull in, so you can switch to the Shabo, I think.
It adds value to the hand if he can get it.
Nakabayashi still seeking the Hatsu. Where is the green dragon? I think they're all in the wall. Ishii, it has to be done with his hand now. There's just really no hope there.
Ooh, interesting choice here now. To swap to Shabo's 6-mon 8-pin. No.
He will stay with the gut shot, but that throws into Moriyama. So Moriyama gets the reach sticks. Only 1,500 points, but also 1 continuance.
1,500 becomes 1,800 plus the 2 Riichi sticks, and Moriyama off to the early lead here, and the dealership remains in his seat.
Wonder if, but I think this is the first time that Moriyama has made the tournament round.
Is it?
He's played pretty. I mean, all we've seen of him is very strong play. Wonder if he feels like he's playing at home. Is he like an at-home player right now?
That's honestly, I feel that's true to some degree. Especially, I'm quite comfortable with some of the actions in English, like scoring mechanics and things like that. But when there's a language barrier, there's an extra part of your brain that's processing that. Or if you're traveling from a hotel to the venue, that's a little bit of extra work.
Right.
If the food's a little bit different, it can throw you off game a little bit.
A whole bunch of things that are kind of different distractions that you wouldn't normally be.
Yeah, definitely just small distractions, but I think they can add up a little bit.
Right.
I think I would say there is a little bit of a home field advantage, but that's why the WRC moves around from country to country, right?
We'll have that announcement at the end of the day tomorrow.
Ooh. Looking forward to seeing
where
the next one will be.
Keep trying to wheedle it out of Dave, but he is steadfast in his refusal to answer.
Folks, you're going to want to tune in tomorrow to find out. Of course, we'll also be determining our individual champion tomorrow, so...
There will be that, yes. Perhaps a little more exciting than just where the next one will be.
You see to here, approaching the end of row 1. Moriyama still our dealer. 1 pin, 2 pin, 4 pin.
Not the greatest shape. Jenn was saying she hates the 6, for example, the 6, 7, 8, 8, 9. I think this is perhaps an even worse shape because it's the precursor to that.
Right, you draw the 3 pin, which is a tie you really need, and then you get a shape you're not happy with. I feel like a lot of times you see the 1 pin come out in that spot.
Right. You might as well just think of that as 1 block rather than trying to get 2 blocks with the super lucky draw.
Of course, if you don't have to make any sacrifices up to that point, you might as well keep it, because you might draw 3 pin, 3 pin.
It's possible. He throws the tile next to Dorda, so if he does draw Dorda next, there will be a little disappointment. Completing a triple in the Pinzu.
Pair up now. Still a little bit challenging. If you draw the 4, so I guess there's 2 to 4 Sanchoku potential.
Completing a run for Yunfei. He's Ishanten. I think there was another pair there. He could pon the Easts to get to Tenpai.
They're looking at Moriyama's hand. We were talking about that 1, 2, 2, 4 shape and how a lot of times the 1 pin comes out. That's because in your average hand you've got Tanya potential perhaps, but it looks like Moriyama actually has the backbone of a 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku. So in that case, you might see the 4 pin come out first. But Riichi instead.
From Yunfei. He's on the attack. No Dorda, but the other players don't know that. I was wrong. Yunfei only had 1 pair with the Easts, so he couldn't pon to get to Tenpai. And of course, it is a value tile. This is the East round. So it cannot become Pinfu.
Still Riichi to apply pressure, and you never know what's underneath that door indicator.
Exactly. And the other players don't know that it is basically... Hey, he draws it! It wasn't quite Ippatsu. But he does get an Uradora, so that puts him in the lead. Oh, no, not quite.
1,000, 2,000.
1,000, 2,000. Moriyama loses a little bit extra because he's the dealer, but it does really even the score.
Yeah, that's just about a tie there. And honestly, no one's pulled out super far ahead, so still anyone's game. Ishii now our dealer.
We are 15 minutes into the round, so we are sort of on pace to exactly give everybody 2 turns as dealer if they continue at this pace.
Had the opportunity to play Ishii in the regular portion of the tournament. It was, I think, round 7, round 8, something like that. Round 8 or 9, and he took a 4th and was completely unfazed.
Really?
Yeah.
So he just had more than enough points to deal with it.
He was so comfortable.
So Nakabayashi pawns the easts for a little value. There could be movement towards a flush hand. It's not completely there yet. He might also be thinking, you know what? Let me just get to my turn as dealer.
Yeah, the scores are still really close, so there's no rush to hit your Mongon if your hand doesn't look like it's going to get there.
He did get an open-ended shape in a different suit, so why not take that? No Atama at the moment. Decided anyway. The 5-5-6-6-7 does offer the possibility of Atama. And then there's another open-ended weight in the Pinzu and a gut shot in the Sozu. Unless I have that backwards.
Rough hand for Ishii. We'll just continue to play straightforward honor cuts here.
Oops, yeah, it was the gut shot in the Manzu. That completes a run. Ideally, you complete the gut shot, or the 1 or 3 comes in to be the Atama, and he has the open-ended 3-3-4-4-5, 5-5-6-6-7. Wow, I can't remember anything.
We're in our post-lunch coma.
Yes.
We had some delicious meat.
Beef cutlets. It's not the first time I've ever seen that. Excuse me. And he does pair up the 3.
There's a Tenpai.
Tenpai waiting for the 4-7 of bamboos. The cutlets are usually pork. That's a very common restaurant thing, is to get pork cutlets.
Oh, 7-so comes out. Nakabayashi will end the dealership quickly. 1,000 points.
Ishii looks unfazed.
It's a minor annoyance here in game 1.
Loses his turn as dealer, doesn't really lose any points. And we are on to the last hand of the East round, or at least the last dealer of the East round.
Oh, this is pretty fantastic. A couple more draws, 2-so, 3-so. Love drawing a diamond in your last couple pulls.
For the open-ended action.
Okay, now South door 1 held. He is in the south seat, so an opportunity perhaps to pair that up against some big time value.
He decides not to hold on to the 2 dot gut shot. Also already has an open-ended. Oh,
there it is. There's the pair up. Wow, talk about predictions.
Yeah, that is his wind too. He can pawn that for a Yaku. That would be non and 3 Dora if he can get it.
We did, of course, see the door getting held, the Red Dragon door held all of last round, so it might take a while. But Nakabayashi, as the dealer, has a really nice Tanyao hand, Pinyu hand, something that doesn't use the Dora, so I suspect that South will get cut eventually.
If his hand progresses, it is likely to come out.
And he had a really pretty starting hand. It's only turn 3, and I suspect in the near future he's going to have enough of an efficiency gain to drop it.
Interesting, throwing the 8 from a pair.
I'll have to look at that hand again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was exchanged in there that made that pair of 8s look so bad.
Perhaps.
Oh, this is going to be a pawn. He wanted
too many pairs.
8 with the 8 of dots with the pair of 6s.
Yes, exactly. Slightly more efficient. Too many pairs, can cut 1. Not going to go for 7 pairs when you're expecting to call one of your Yakuhai. In fact, we'll get the second one as well, so double Yakuhai, Dora 3, Tempai.
And other players now are thinking, ooh, it's time to maybe dial it back a little bit.
Yeah, if they weren't thinking that before, definitely now. Except for the dealer who was looking so strong at the start until that South came out. That changed everything.
And it wasn't from him, so he might also be thinking, look, if I'm not going to end up throwing into the guy with all the Dora, well, the guy who threw the Dora in the first place, probably his hand is moving along. That does complete another triple there for Ishii, though.
If we think about what the other players are saying, they'll remember 8-so, 8-so Tadashi from hand,
right,
followed by a second pull into the 8-pin cut. The 8-pin must be related to one of the incomplete shapes, either the incomplete shape itself or the pair. And so they're going to be worried about tiles near the 8-pin, and then also anything else, right?
Oh, yeah.
But it should be Tempai now. It should definitely be Tempai based off of the 8-so pair cut.
And there are very few Manzu in his discards. And so probably, I don't think anybody's afraid of Honitsu here so much as they're just like, well, whatever there's going to be the fewest of, that's probably, the danger zone.
2 mon, 5 mon. See, 1 2 mon in the pawns, 5 mon still in hands. Oof.
Ooh.
There's just no pair anymore. I think we're down to about 4 tiles left in the wall.
Yeah, there do seem to be several in other people's hands.
2 of each, I think, in hands are discarded.
That completes another run.
Ishii is doing it somehow.
Will Ishii get to Tempai and reach first?
I mean, this would be a big challenge. You know that it's a Mongon in the hand.
Yeah, I actually, speaking of that, I suspect if he gets to Tempai, he'll wait quietly to try to convince somebody to throw into him, especially if the tile he's waiting for is one of something in excuse me, in Yunfei's discards.
The problem is Yunfei has not dropped any lower Sozu, and basically most of the Tempai that Ishii can get are going to be pairing up one of these lower Sozu and dropping the other. Now, if he draws the 1, 4, or 7 so, he can cut away from a triplet, and does indeed do so even here.
Knows those Manzu are dangerous.
And that might be the safe route in, is just to go west, 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 and pair up 4 mon and 7 mon and draw the...
that would have... you could still take Tempai here.
Yeah.
But he just does not want to throw that Manzu.
Taking the safe route here. There's another one of the winners held by Nakabayashi, and somehow they're dodging the big Mangon Sumo. Big tank here, though. I think Nakabayashi is running out of options.
4 pairs. I don't know that he's really thinking about trying to win this hand anymore.
No. Just decides the Pinzu is the safe suit. 6-pin is paired, but that won't deal in.
Not quite. Moriyama obviously giving up. And Kazuma will take Tempai and wait on those Manzu.
Or 7 mon, but no one else can drop them, so it has to be at Sumo, or Yunfei if he draws it. Moriyama still some safety here. 6-pin passed earlier, even though Ishii did make a call. Should still be safer, and of course you're prioritizing safety to the open Mangon on the board rather than that open hand that's chasing it down. Pinza will still be safe. Ishii, maybe one more draw here.
Oh, danger. Well, he can throw
Haku.
He can throw Haku, yeah. Doesn't need to win.
I think, is the 8-mon also? Yeah, it is.
Oh, yes, that's one of the few Manzu
Right.
that Yunfei had thrown.
An opportunity to change the Haite draw?
That makes it so that...
Oh, wait, Yunfei gets it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is a surprising move.
Maybe Nakabayashi hoping for Tenpai. Jams the 6-0.
He gets it.
Wow. And rewarded. No sumo here. And incredibly...
Nakabayashi manages to eke out Tenpai to hold on to his turn as dealer.
Willing to test out that 6-0. Says, I will risk the high Tate sumo.
Gives the Dorapon guy another draw to possibly end with the Hanemon.
Nakabayashi's playing for his own, game, right? I can't stop the Mangan from necessarily, but if I have a chance at Tenpai, I'm going to take it.
So a bold play, and it works out for Nakabayashi at the moment.
Maintains his dealership. Yunfei must be feeling a little sad about having gotten such an early Mangan Tenpai, only to be stalled while giving all the winners to the other players.
Yeah, and a lot of times, that kind of hand, you're when it's really expensive like that, you probably end up winning, or you're waiting for something. Your weight is kind of not the greatest, and yet he did have a pretty good weight, and it just did not materialize.
To Nakabayashi. Now, of course, when you claim that repeat as a dealer, you must be mentally saying, "This is my chance to win a bunch of points." I always think, "Oh no, I'm going to get Oyakami on the next
really?
I somehow always have this pessimistic approach, but
yeah,
the winner's mindset says, "I'm going to win a big hand as the dealer."
I know that pain.
You go through enough games in a row where your dealerships are only pain and suffering that before you start to feel that vibe.
You start assuming. So Kei committing to the outside hand. Still no Atama.
Though pairs are pretty easy to find generally. And if you can always call down to a single tile and that will be your pair.
Be waiting for the outside tile.
Second call. Ishantan looking for the 7-pin in any pair. I wonder if the way that he's called looks in any way like a flush. I think there's an early Mon discard, so yeah, the 4 Mon.
Boy, this could turn into an outside hand also. If he got a 9 of dots and a 1 of bamboos. But there are very few ones of bamboos left. This is Ishanten.
Chooses to hold the 3-5-5 so shape rather than the 3-5-5 pin shape, I believe. Memory serves correctly. Regardless, it will likely be a very nice 3-sided weight in the end. 5-8 pin along with some other pair, probably the 5-so. Oh no, draws the 4-so. Excellent choice. Gets the Pihu Tenpai. Riichi Pihu with a 4-7 Mon weight.
No Dora, but he will hork the dealer turn. And Moriyama throws one of his white dragons. He will not. He's already leaning towards giving up. Nakabayashi doesn't have the greatest tiles for attack at the moment.
At least gets past the Ipatsu turn. Might be forced to fight anyway, just due to the limited number of options in hand.
Moriyama would have gotten to Tenpai. Oh, that completes a run.
That is Tenpai with a Dora. Riichi +1 will be a slam.
Because that was Dora. Oh, this becomes more and more tempting.
Well, if Nakabayashi had plans to fight against 1 Riichi, how about 2? Unfortunately for Ishii, the Sanzo is not very live. I think there's only 1 copy. Yunfei definitely with the advantage here, but he had the advantage in the previous round. Also in a Manzu open-ended weight that could not win.
Nakabayashi came through. Can he pull it off again?
Will it be the fated Oyakaburi?
Oh no!
Ah, the Tenpai.
Could have had Tenpai. He'd be waiting for the...
Oh, the Sanzo, the last Sanzo! And Ishii is gonna steal it away!
Wow.
Riichi, Dora, and an Ura as well. Sniped. Yunfei not getting the Yamen luck. Who said two-sided was better than a Kanchan?
Yeah, it's not my rule. I sure am pretty demoralized when it works for other people, though.
So Ishii pulling out ahead now, 36.8. Yunfei Gao, our dealer here in South 1. We are just about halfway through the game, halfway through on the clock as well, so unlike the last game, right on time.
We could see all players get their full dealer turns. Yunfei, too, had fought back to nearly even going into this South round, and then, a tough break to throw that 3. The gut shot.
Yeah, Tenpai. First to Tenpai, 2 rounds in a row. Good weight.
Doesn't pay off.
Doesn't pay off. But we'll see how this dealer fares. Once again, 1 pin is the Dora. These hands, nothing jumps out like we saw in the previous rounds.
There's one player has a Dora already in a completed group. Moriyama has a couple open-ended shapes, but nothing inspirational. Kazuma draws a Dora and now has the double Kanchan.
Interesting choice here for Nakabayashi. We'll cut the 7-mon, leave the stronger Diamond, and hold potential pairs elsewhere.
Another Diankan, this time for Moriyama. Could we have motion towards a 1-2-3 Sanshoku?
I would not be opposed to see that. Okay, 5-mon as well, so locking the 3-5-5-7 so shape, which is not ideal, but you're really thinking of the 5, so is the pair, and the 3 and the 7 are just sticky tiles that will be attached to elsewhere.
Something can glom on.
An
open-ended weight for Kazuma. Ishii. Another gut shot. The 3-4-5.
Is there a Sanshoku here? We've already cut our 7, so a 7-mon pair, rather.
The Sanshokus were going to be gut shots.
Yeah.
Would rather wait. Ooh, and this completes a run.
Straightforward. Potential Itsu as well there.
He could change it, except there's almost there are no 9s of dots left.
Oh. And the Sozu maybe. Ooh.
Thinking about throwing Dora.
A Tanya route potentially? Yeah.
We'll throw it.
Now this is a move that you only make when you're the leader.
Yes.
It's a power play. Well, this is a Tenpai.
It's still relatively early. There could be an argument for reaching with it, but he does not.
He's going to look to draw towards the lower side of the Pinzu and get to another Dora, but Yunfei now with 2 of the 2-pin. I think those are almost the last of the 2-pins as 1 is discarded here. It's going to be tough to
improve that weight.
Might end up having to draw around the 3-so instead. We'll take a look at the draw soon.
Kazuma just can't find a way to use that 7 of dots.
Just after the 7-pin is cut.
Turns out it would have been that. That was the answer. So this could become a pair. And he's got perhaps 2 gut shots or 2 pair weights.
Yeah, we'll just widen the the So Sheep. More pairs.
Could be the pair.
Yeah, Ishanta now. Another 8 So. That early 7 So cut backfiring a bit. That also means that Yunfei's 779 So shape is getting a lot worse now. And Tempai found Dama.
Hoping that weight improves. Oh no.
That 5-pin cut backfires. If he just Riichi the weight, would have been a Tsumo.
Close your eyes and reach maneuver would have paid off.
So 2 players silently holding a Tempai. 1 Furiten.
And we could have a switch to Ipeiko. If he doesn't draw it, he can still wait for it, and he doesn't need to reach.
Good read that the 8 So is not coming. Both of the remaining 8 So are held. Just need to find 2, 4, 6 So cannot. And we will go.
Tanya was enough. He did not need to reach.
Snipes away the 1300.
And also snipes Yunfei's turn as dealer.
Now that was a small penalty to pay to move the dealership forward. So Yunfei not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. First place is a little far away, but second place is up for grabs. And of course, there's still 3 more rounds to go, even without a dealership.
And of course, need to remember that they do not need first place here.
Right.
2 players from each table will be advancing, so second place is enough.
And this is just game 1 of a 2-game set, so depending on the results of this game, we could still see things change in the one that follows. Pandora. Moriyama will be our dealer. Start off with a strong enough hand that he immediately started with the 8-mon cut, followed by 9-mon Tsumogiri. And Moriyama definitely the advantage here in the early goings. I want to say no one else is that close. Moriyama has too many shapes, actually.
More than enough blocks. Maybe time to start whittling those blocks down. Have word from Jenn that when her meeting is over, she will be joining us, and perhaps we will also be graced again by the lovely presence of Rei Kawakami.
Oh, fantastic. Moriyama in the process of cutting away from that Haku pair. Yeah, as you said, with too many blocks, starts whittling away in the direction of Tanya.
Would like to create something with some value. Tanya Pinfu is going to have more value than just the white dragon. Moriyama's style is it tends to be a lot more build a big hand than just try to win a bunch of small hands. Setting himself up in case he ends up waiting for the 2 of cracks.
Yeah, that's one of those little small things that it's easy to just draw the 8-mon and say, nope, this is close to the outside, I'm just going to throw it back. But the 5-mon setting up the potential Tsuchi trap later on if he does end up on the Shapo, and with 3 pairs, it's actually pretty likely that he ends up on a Shampon.
It's one of those little things that early on doesn't seem to really be making that big of a difference, but wow, and he chooses to throw from that pair too to try to disguise his desire for the 3-6 of bamboos.
Yeah, and it also leaves the potential to draw into the Ipeiko shape with a 4-pin, 6-pin draw. Pinfu.
A good point, yes. He wants to leave that wide acceptance of the Pinfu available.
Very clean play here from Moriyama, and it feels like when you're getting these types of draws and playing this tight, right? Making all the right moves, that You should win the hand. Sometimes it feels like you should win. But
4.
we'll now play maximum immediate efficiency.
It would have been, the thing is, that would have improved the weight to a 369, but he had already thrown the 9 quite a bit earlier in the hand, so he wasn't really excited about creating a possible free 10 shape. He does accept it because the 3 can still become a run with the 2, but that will sort of it'll make his original plan of drawing out the 2 with the 5 a little suspicious to have thrown that 5 and then later, oh no.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and now the 6 pin comes. If only it was about a tile sooner.
Just the different order.
Yeah, that would have changed a lot here.
A number of times that happens. And Yunfei says, well, all right, this is my chance to start sneaking off with a few points. Try to end Moriyama's turn as dealer.
This is interesting. You could play the 4 Mon now and hold the 2/2/4 pin rather than the 2/2/4 Mon. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes. Well, it makes a difference in the fact that Yunfei will call again. Now, you look at this hand, you wouldn't think that it...
Right. He is definitely putting on a show. This is what might be called in poker a bluff.
Yes, well, Ishii's not going to buy that. He's got 3 of the Dora and a Tempai. Pinyu Dora 3 already on the 4/7, so... I've seen this from Yunfei as well in league play.
Really?
Yeah.
This kind of attack.
Yeah, this sort of bluff call with three honors in hand. I love to see it. It's so you don't see it too frequently. I mean, every now and then, right? But I feel like it's almost his style.
Yeah, it is something that I would have always been like, oh, this is just ridiculous. But I do it a fair amount. And Moriyama thinks, okay, well, I have this Suji trap. But he did just throw the 2. I think he's waiting for the 3 of dots.
Yes.
He's thrown the 6 earlier, but when he throws the 2 in that situation, it just looks suspicious. Yunfei getting close to Tempai.
Oh, but the 7 drawn, and that's going to deal into the Dama 10 hand. Pinyu Dora 3, and Ishii will extend this lead. Moriyama paying out and dropping 2 last temporarily.
The quiet wait pays off. Moriyama so flustered that he threw his name into the tile mixer.
Gets a chuckle out of the table. It's nice to see that even in the quarterfinals here, it would normally be a bit tense. There's still a lighthearted nature to it.
They still have the wherewithal to laugh. And, a lot of people have come, well, actually, very few of the people at this table have come halfway around the world, but a lot of people came halfway around the world. You got to still have some fun.
Absolutely. Mahjong is a game after all.
Some outside tiles in Yunfei's hand. Was that 3 away or 4 away from Kokushi?
Oh, is that what we're counting?
1, 2, 3.
I couldn't quickly count the number of pairs, but...
Right, I think there's
3?
a couple pairs there.
Yeah, so maybe 4? Could we actually see a Kokushi?
Oh, there's 3. There's another pair. So there's 3 ones of dots.
4 away.
Moriyama pairing up his north tile. He would really like to do something to overtake Yunfei.
Decision time. Gonna play more towards the flush.
Makes sense.
When you have all these outside tiles, it feels like you bluff the Kokushi for a while, then you bluff the flush for a while, and eventually the draws tell you what you're doing.
Yeah. Or a lot of times it's surprising how often it ends up being a Chitoitsu thing.
Yes.
A couple of them pair up, and then you've got a lot of sort of safe outside tiles. They're the kind of things that are are best to wait on when you're doing Chitoi.
Ishii with a really strong hand here as dealer. A lot of central floating tiles and already 3 completed blocks. It looks to have the advantage, but
Yunfei really hoping to pair up some of those wins so that he can have something to call with and move towards Tenpai. Haku triple completed.
Ishanten for Nakabayashi. Yunfei will open up once again. This time it's less of a bluff than the last time.
He's still 2 away from ready, though. But with 1 Dora. So he could get some value out of that hand if he can get a hold of another Dora. Whether or not he draws it himself or if somebody gets to Tenpai after him and they have to drop it.
And maybe he's expecting to be able to... Ooh, an improvement here. 147 mod now. So great shapes for Nakabayashi.
And that was Ishanten?
Yes. 147 mon and the extended pin block. 223 or 233? 233. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah,
difficult.
throw it back. You could play for the Ipeko type hand with the 2 mon, 3 mon cut, something along those lines, but honestly, it's much better to play with the 147. Surely.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, gonna hold the Hatsu and just play for the 3 so 6 so Nidoke.
Could also pawn 3 of dots or 9 of dots. 1 away from ready for Shigekazu. For Moriyama.
Interesting, we see the Hatsu come out as a Dama. Of course, Ishii with the lead doesn't need to reach and then later draw a Dora and deal into Yunfei. So,
but that does throw into Ishii. And the quiet waits are paying off.
1,500. And again, a small little sting here to Yunfei, but not enough to make him sweat just yet. We're still in South 3, repeat 1.
Short jabs from Yunfei, or short jabs from Ishii. Will they tire out the other opponents? That does put Moriyama a little bit closer to Yunfei for overtaking him in 3rd place. He could still draw at this point with 1 continuance. If he draws Mangan, he will overtake Nakabayashi. Yunfei. All players right now are probably... Well, Nakabayashi, if he could get to his turn as dealer, he might have a hope of overtaking Ishii. But Moriyama and Yunfei are definitely thinking, my play here is to just try to improve my placement.
Yeah, it's just game 1, so you have it all to play for in game 2, but you want to be in the best position possible. Maybe that means swinging for the fences for that Mangan Sumo. Maybe it just means, depending on your hand, of course, looking for something smaller. 1,000, 2,000 Sumo to cross the line into 3rd.
The 1,000, 2,000 Sumo ends up being worth more than Mangan because of the placement, the change in placement.
Exactly. Ishii, again, with a relatively strong hand compared to the rest. Itsodora once held by Nakabayashi. Yunfei, awkward shapes.
Word from Jenn. Our mic improvement has worked.
Fantastic.
Did everybody notice that? Jenn did some work on the mic, and now supposedly our voices are even more melodious.
Thank you, Jenn. Nakabayashi improving now with a 4-mon draw. Diamond found 4-mon, 5-mon.
Still an extra block, I think.
It's not necessarily a bad place to be, overblocked. Get options. Options are good sometimes.
I wonder if Ishii gets an improvement in the weight in the Sozu, if he will drop I mean, part of the improvement would end up just being Tenpai. So a 2 or 4 would be Tenpai in the Sozu. Oh, improving the weight over there.
But the 8-mon's already been cut.
So he is committing to the Chi Toitsu, 7 pairs.
Now, last time we saw a committal to Chi Toitsu, it didn't pan out.
No.
But maybe this one will.
This time it's Ishii, who so far this game, things have been kind of going his way.
You got the flow, you might as well go for the Chi Toi.
7 of dots.
I wonder if this also like slowly moves you into flush territory somehow. No, he's going to set up the trap.
Interesting.
Yeah, 8 mon out early, 4 mon follow up. The 7 mon looks really good.
Oh, will it pan out? Oh, there goes one of the 7 mons that he does want. Not quite there in time. So he throws that lone 7 of dots. Another 6 of dots, and there's a pair for Yunfei. Moriyama, a middle dot, 5 dots, just doesn't need it. That would have been Tenpai. Oh no, we're talking, oh, that is Tenpai. He did not throw the 7. He is waiting for a value tile, I believe. Is it Hatsu? This completes another pair.
That is Tenpai as well.
6, 7 of bamboos, but he is perhaps opting for safety. He just cannot get himself to throw the 6 or 7 of bamboos into that Riichi Ipatsu.
Yeah, the 7 so door indicator is tough, Senkanpai Tsuchi. Because a lot of times that comes from a 4, 6, 8 so.
Right, there's just so many reasons that might have been dangerous, and so now he completes a run, or he completes a triple of 6 of dots.
That's South Tonki.
Kazuma in a little bit of bonus time here. He's already got the lead. He just wants to pad it out, give himself as much room as possible. Okay, he's just thrown the 8. He is 1 away. Moriyama is 1 away from ready here. He will have to throw a somewhat dangerous 3 or 6 of cracks if he gets to Tenpai. But perhaps he was also thinking about something in the 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku area. And Yunfei kind of giving up. Oh, this improves a weight in the Manzu. Does he throw from the Sozu?
You get more options here. 8 pin, 7 pin is safe to the Riichi.
8 pin. Yes, 8.
Come on, though.
Sumo Giri.
That 9 pin looks like such a juicy weight.
That was another Dora, I think, for Nakabayashi.
The Montiles come straight out.
And I think Nakabayashi is leaning towards giving up. He is in second place. It's not a huge second place, but it does give him quite an advantage to over the other players who will have to attack more, perhaps when they don't want to, in the next round. Nakabayashi will continue to play safe, not trying to use those 2 Dora.
No one ended up drawing that last south. Only one tile remains. And it was just dead walled.
So he did the old, whatchamacallit? Hell. What's the word for it? Shikoku Tanki?
It worked. Plus
Yeah.
3,000. Let's go. 50,000 point first place is strong.
Got everybody else to give up. Looks like there wouldn't have been any real monsters to have thrown into. But he's also perhaps denying Nakabayashi his last turn as dealer. You've got 4 more minutes to go. There will be at least one more hand after this. But depending on how long this hand takes, it might just be this hand and one more.
Well, might be fast.
Nakabayashi does have some nice shapes.
We saw this before in the previous game as well. A quick hand to give us some bonus action. Maybe Nakabayashi can do it here.
And there's your favorite 2, 4, 5, 7 of Pinzu in Ishii's hand.
Favorite? Least favorite. There we go.
Another gut shot, but this time for possibly using Dora. He'll get rid of the crappy shape first.
Oh, wow.
Nice fill-in for Nakabayashi.
And is that headless, Ishantan? Was sort of counting on the 5-pin to be the pair of the hand, but in quick succession drew the 6-pin and the 4-pin to now go headless. And
there's also a shift to the 2, 3, 4, or possibly 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku available.
Be fantastic. She needs to fill Kanchan. That's not bad. You can move in the direction of 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. A potential pair candidate here. Sixmon versus the 7 So's always interesting choice.
Thinking also interesting because if he does end up waiting for Sozu, the 2
Kutsuki gonna stick something onto that 5-pin or onto that 7, so
the 2 also, I mean, yeah, depending on what he gets the Tenpai with, the 2 of Pinzu would give him Sanchoku, but only besides that only Tanyao, because it would be waiting for the 5, 5, 6, 6.
Yeah, an awkward weight to end up on.
I guess ideally
It's 7, so now
you'd like to draw another 6.
We've dropped the 6 mod already, so the improvements are a little weak. That's going to stay solid.
If you can draw the 6 of dots, that would be the ideal weight.
But at this point, would almost certain. Yeah, I would call the 6-pin.
His last turn as dealer over. This hand moving quickly towards the end of. Oh, that's Tenpai, not the really expensive one, but Ipeiko is a possibility. He will keep the options open. Another south. Yunfei completes a triple of souths that also gives him a Yaku.
Ooh, big Kanchan fill. Now, which block to drop? Is it 1-mon? Maybe the So shape?
Yuan looks safe.
Yeah, I think you're really just calculating what will be safer if someone Riichi's in between the first cut and the second cut, because there's not really a Tanyao shift. If you draw the 6-pin, you're just Tenpai, so.
He could have waited for Dora Tanki there. Tanyao Dora, Tanyao Ipeiko and Dori.
That's true. Nakabayashi can switch to any tile, cutting the 3-pin.
Has thrown Dora, and it encourages other players to say, I might as well attack. And there goes the end of regulation time. There will be one more hand after this. Perhaps Nakabayashi will get his one shot at being dealer. But despite our predictions, despite the speed of the early hands, he will not get a full turn as dealer.
Tenpai? Riichi.
Moriyama waiting for the 7 of cracks, the Dora indicator. Obviously, 1 unavailable, indicating the Dora. You could see that Nakabayashi just dropped the Dora without thinking about it. So obviously he doesn't have a 7 in his hand, or it's very unlikely. This will be Tenpai waiting for the 5-8. Oh no, and he throws right in.
Oh, double south Dora too.
So
single south.
Single south, but 2 Dora.
Yeah.
And even the 3900, that really hurts Moriyama. And actually pushes him into the lead, well, into second place over Nakabayashi. So Nakabayashi has 1 hand to bring himself back to second place, or Yunfei is in a much nicer spot than he was 12 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal that Yunfei also gets the bonus foo as well, so turns it to 5,200 plus the sticks, and back close to 30,000 points, and ahead of Nakabayashi, who now gets the dealership in what will be the last hand of the game no matter what.
Moriyama looking to maybe somehow draw Hanemon to get to catch up to Nakabayashi. That would put him in third place.
We saw in the previous series as well, the player in fourth declare Riichi. Tsumo missed the Ura that would have gotten him into third place, but still had a very reasonable chance at coming back in the next game, just as a result of reducing the gap a bit. So perhaps Moriyama can hope for the same.
A pair of wests, so he can't call for a Yaku, but I think he has he's 1 away from ready with a gut shot and an open-ended wait.
Nakabayashi here, shunting already. Hello.
2 gut shots. Oh, that is a nice addition to the Pinzu. He will look for that extension.
Itsura Sanchoku, he had to choose.
He's already thrown the 4 of dots, though, so it's gonna be... He's gonna need the right fill-ins to not end up free 10.
Fortunately, I don't think there's many draws that would cause him to become free 10.
Well, certainly the ideal weight, you want the...
yeah, we're looking for the 2 pin and the 8.
Yeah, okay, I missed that. Please ignore. So he can actually call.
He can indeed call.
He will have a Yaku.
To confirm second place, yeah. Also, extending with a 7-pin draw, so now you can uncle up the west or the 7-pin to slam a Riichi, waiting on door. Although waiting on door
is not ideal.
No, and there's the 8.
But the 8, he will take it.
Okay, so as you predicted, it waits on the Dora.
The 4 is very early though, but also the 789 Pinzu is a very suspicious chi.
Yes.
Nobody sees the 4 and immediately thinks the 2 is safe.
Yeah, and players like Nakabayashi might not be in a place to care. If the 2-pin doesn't fit, you just throw it.
There aren't enough legs.
Oh. We'll get those.
Nakabayashi also will probably feel like, whether even if I do throw in here, I'm not going to move down to 4th place. The payoff here, trying to take 2nd place, is probably really worth whatever, 2,000-3,000 points he ends up losing if he ends up throwing into Yunfei.
Oh, wow. Could be... Are there draws that move us to Dianpeiko?
It is right there, isn't it?
It's very close.
2 away. 2 away from Yunfei Gao. If he were to draw it, Mentan Pin Sumo, Yunfei Gao, Dori Dori, he could overtake Ishii.
Imagine catching up to a player at 50,000 points with a monster hand like that.
Actually, even Hanuman would be enough. Drawing Hanuman would be a 24,000 point swing.
Certainly. Well, this is Tempai, not the expensive Tempai, but it is Riichi Pinkutanya. That would be good enough for second, at least.
Yes, waiting quietly would be good enough for second. He could just wait for possible improvements. If he gets but he will go for it. Interesting.
There's still Hanuman chance. Riichi, Tsumo, Pinkutanya, Ura Ura. Or
no.
But the Dora! Yunfei will shut it down. Itsu Dora 1, confirm the second place, the bonus stick as well. And all that being said and done, we will have our leaders for our quarterfinal match heading into game 2.
Ishii way out in front. He could probably still take second with even a strong 4th place finish. There's a good possibility he could just kind of coast as long as he doesn't lose too many points.
Something else. Darn.
All right, that is the first half of the round of 16 game between Moriyama, Ishii, Nakabayashi, and Yunfei. Kazuma Ishii kind of ran away with it. He has a pretty comfortable situation going into the second game of this round. Moriyama has a lot of work ahead of him to get to second place. And Yunfei is not sitting pretty, but at least not struggling.
Yeah, finishing second is totally acceptable. You have a small advantage moving the second round, but you're still, you can't sit around and watch the other players. You have to take action yourself.
He can be a little bit choosier than Nakabayashi. Nakabayashi is going to have to be a little bit more on the attack. The thing that might help Nakabayashi is that Moriyama will, of course, be just going straight ahead, full steam ahead. So
I feel like we saw Moriyama play on the stream table in one of the earlier days and absolutely dominate on the stream table.
I think, not to say that he and I have the same style, but certainly I think a lot of the way things tend to work out for both him and me, either we win a whole bunch or we lose a whole bunch. There's no half-assing our games. Like we are explosive in one direction or the other. Excuse me. And you saw that on the first game that we played, the first game that we covered yesterday. He got out to 90,000 points in that first game. And of course with the Atomic Reach, whack!
Yeah.
That was a classic, one for the ages. And so yeah, if there is a person who can really explode suddenly, he is certainly one of those players. He may be able to put something together going into this second round.
And of course, for the round of 32, we were watching Nakabayashi flow in the second game. It absolutely dominate the whole way through, was always going to get a comfortable first in that. So if he is consistent with his second game flow, could also come back from an early third.
Yes.
That we saw in these quarterfinals.
Speaking of domination, yes, he did. He certainly did that in that last round. All right, well, should we take a little break and then we will come back with the final game of the best 16.
Hey, they can hear us here.
Wait, why
Can
is
anybody
it
hear
not-
us? Hello?
Oh, this one? Why isn't it?
Yeah, what a
It's
comment.
there.
Hello? Hello?
No, that is the commentary screen.
Are
Commentator
we
screen.
audible?
Should be there. It's there.
Hooray,
Weird.
we're
Weird.
back.
Game on.
I don't know
Let's
why.
go.
What happened
Commentary
there.
on.
Yeah, it wasn't showing up, but we're here now.
Right now.
Yes. In case that wasn't there, this is still the end of the second round of
Ew.
the
Earth Corporation 100-year anniversary World Reach Championship Tokyo 2025.
Get those sponsors, because the sponsors have been pretty darn cool. There's been some pretty cool stuff at this tournament. Thanks to all the sponsors. Earth, obviously the biggest one, but also we got some cool other people in there. EQ, Abema, of course, is a sponsor. Oh yeah, look at his
Ikai.
shirt.
Everything's
Everything's
Sompo.
right there. Yeah, Sony Sompo, and the USA.
Of course, USA is sponsoring 20 players. To this
Uh,
team.
Jeez.
All right, so we're not able to find the results of the other tables, so we're not exactly sure where they stand. But the result of the table that we did just watch, we can tell you that Yunfei took second with a small plus. You can see the scores already there. And Nakabayashi took third with a small minus, but a big plus for Ishii Kazuma. Moriyama has a lot of work ahead to get himself to second place. But, it'd be, as I was saying with Nathaniel, if there is a person who can explode out of the gate, it's certainly Moriyama. We saw it on the first game of the day yesterday, and perhaps he can put it together again today. Oh, and also if there's a player who can explode out of the gate, also earlier today you saw Nakabayashi do it and kind of run away with the last game of that.
Yeah, that's true. The second game was just dominated by Agent K.
So yeah, two players who could actually turn everything around here with some very explosive play. But of course, also against two players who have proven ready to just put a stop to that. Ishii definitely put together a pretty large run himself. And also, the beginning of his run, I don't know if you remember, but he started with a sort of non-attack. Remember he had 3 Dora and Pinfu once, and he waited quietly for that. Ended up getting a Mangan from Moriyama, I think.
That's right.
And that ended up, that kind of pushed him on this upward slope to just taking a whole bunch of points from everybody, especially Moriyama.
Yeah, that set the tone and then slowly increased that lead. Had one more big hand, got up to that 50,000 point mark, and then continued to apply pressure with the Chikoku Tanki Riichi south with 1 copy left. Went to Ryukyoku and just kept the foot on the gas and made sure that no one was comfortable in attacking him, and converted that lead into a nice little buffer here going to the second game.
Yeah, I think he has such a large buffer that he might even be able to take 4th place, if it's not too bad a 4th place, and still hold on to second place. Excuse me, too many carrots.
The other big story was Yunfei Gao coming back at the end of the game with a nice win to surpass Nakabayashi, and then converted the hand to close it out as well to increase that buffer. So plus 7.8 heading into this game, while Nakabayashi is at minus 8.7, the gap there being just over 16 points. So there is a little bit more than a placement difference between the two. So if Nakabayashi is ahead of Yunfei Gao by 1 placement, there still needs to be a large enough gap between the two of them.
A couple points. Yeah, going into that last game, I think they were separated by about 800 points, right? And then Yunfei won that hand. I think it was just there was a 2,000 point hand, and Nakabayashi had just reached. So it was a little bit of a swing, but you can see that they were neck and neck, and it was a close finish for second and third place.
All
right, there's the drum.
drums.
Boomity 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 boom.
I guess it's just 1 drum. Do you think it's a drum or recording? Must be recording, huh? I don't see anyone. Did you see anyone at
I
drums?
haven't seen anybody doing drums.
Since the opening ceremony.
Yeah. But I guess the drums have got to be around here somewhere, haven't they? Maybe.
Oh, look at Kokushi.
Maybe they're behind the black curtain.
No Kokushi. I don't think so. I didn't see any. No Kokushi for Moriyama. I'm pretty sure he had 7, but maybe he goes by 10.
Well, if you're any good, he would go for Kochi in that situation. But he's not as good as us.
5, or at least 7.
He is the first Oya. He has the highest likelihood of getting all of his turns as Oya. We will still be playing 1-hour rounds through the end of this round. Not sure. Do the semifinals also have 1-hour rounds?
Yes.
1 hour's even
Only
for
the finals don't.
Finals are endless. Okay.
I do appreciate having untimed finals. the most important game of the tournament. Make sure everyone can get all their dealerships.
Yeah, that does seem. The finals in America are generally also timed.
Some of them are. I think at least where I live in the Midwest, they really like their untimed finals because it's nice to have everyone playing at maximum mental capacity rather than rushing a little bit here or there to make sure that they get to the next end.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an issue like perhaps, in Japan, when we get to the finals, that's generally time has been set aside for that finals. People have, their whole day is now devoted to that finals. That venue is also devoted to the finals. So,
I mean, now it's just a studio.
right now it's just a studio. So it's not like you really need to limit the time that's going on there. By the way, we have a reach.
Nakabayashi first slam of the second game with 2 Dora. Riichi Dora 2 and a tricky weight. Shampon 8-pin 9-so.
And he did. Wasn't one of them a Suji? Trappy?
That would only improve it. Yeah, the 8-pin is trapped already. So with the 9-pin cut, you might expect it to come out without, barring any other safety first.
People are probably going to throw their Genbutsu, something that is already in his discards. Moriyama definitely on the attack, so he is also probably going to throw anything that doesn't help him improve his hand.
It's already senpai.
So yeah,
He doesn't have the Suji trap. Wait.
Yeah, 5-8-so.
5-8
He
so.
changed it, right? His priorities.
Looking at, yeah. I mean, the 9-so also is once cut, I believe, so not too many copy of those left. The Suji trap 8-pin for Nakabayashi is kind of what you're hoping to hit, I guess, since the 9-so is already out.
There are very few 5-8s available for Moriyama. I think I've seen 3 already in people's hands.
Ishii, too many blocks. 5-pin first.
He's probably looking to fold.
There's the 4th copy of the 8-mon. And
that's Tenpai for Yunfei.
Sanshoku. This is kind of what I heard about Yunfei's play, and also what we saw in the last game is always finding a way to sneak into Tenpai, or if you're not getting to Tenpai, bluff that you are.
Caused another 5 to be drawn by Ishii.
Ishii has a way out now, though, with the 8-mons.
Alright, that's a tenpai. Another
still
tenpai, different tenpai.
More of Moriyama's winning tiles going not to Moriyama.
It's nice to be on that Tonki as well, flexible. There's the 2-so.
And there it goes. So that is the end of Moriyama's first attempt at millions of points.
Nakabayashi as well with the 2 Dora. Definitely wanted to win that, but takes a jab from Yunfei. Grand total of 2,000 points going his way. dealership will pass to Nakabayashi, and it's his turn to attempt a run.
See if he can get that ball rolling.
Well, if it goes this fast, at least he'll get a second dealer turn.
Tusodora. Nice shapes for Yunfei Gao. Oh, great as well for Moriyama. Maybe not his dealership, but still a nice, straightforward path to play this hand.
Could be a fast one to Tempai, especially if you can get to reach. Could add some value to the hand. But it immediately slows down.
9-mon gives potentially Ipeko 8-mon draw for Yunfei.
Few different ways. Yeah, you can that 9 can also become a pair depending on what other tiles.
Yeah, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 9 is pretty flexible as long as you have the space to accommodate. How about draw another 9?
So now, yeah, the 6. Sorry, the 5. What am I trying to say? The 5, 8, and 7 can be useful depending on how he fills out those other groups. Oh, wow! Some interesting, some nice draws.
Yeah, just all the mon tiles, upper mon tiles that you could possibly want, and they are fitting in really nicely. The right order in order to not make sacrifices elsewhere. And also,
one of the things that I always dream about here is just not Koshi, Suanko.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of pairs there.
I have some results from the first game.
Yay!
Oh, let's go.
So on table 1, Hiroyuki Ogawa in second place, Saki Kurosawa, M-Leaguer, in first place, Kotaro Uchikawa, also M-Leaguer, in third place, and Kana Nakata, also M-Leaguer, in fourth place. So going into game 2, Hiroyuki Ogawa and Saki Kurosawa have the advantage there. Table 2, Masaharu Tomotake took first place.
Champ!
From South Korea, Yonga Kim took second place. Danny Moreno, USA, took third place. And Kenjiro Fujishima, JPML A1 Leaguer, took last place.
Go, Danny!
And then we watched Table 3. Table 4 was broadcast on Abema. First place went to South Korean Jun Seok-yoon. Second place went to Hong Kong Kazusa Chung. Third place was Yuko Ito. And fourth place, Kaori Shimizu.
Wow, that table being dominated by the non-Japanese players.
Yes.
Go, Kaori! North Kanto represent.
Yes. Okay. Those are how, those tables ended.
Reach for Kei Nakabayashi. He's waiting for the 4-7 of bamboos. Not a lot of value in the hand, but it's his turn as dealer. He'd like to extend this a little bit, get that run going.
Already 12 fu, so we'll be guaranteed a bonus no matter what. Maybe there's a 1-mon or 2-mon available
and
to come.
Reach for Yunfei. Once again, finding the path to ready.
2 so 5 so. So Danger Suit is the bamboo. One of the few tiles that clears the 1 so.
Ishii can just kind of hang out. He has a lot of room.
That's true. Ishii doesn't really need to fight here, even though he was really close to Tempai.
And that is the winner for Nakabayashi. That is exactly where Nakabayashi wanted to take it from.
No Dora, so just the 1 in 50. But we'll collect the Riichi sticks as well.
Unless Moriyama really scoops up a whole bunch of points, this is really a battle between Nakabayashi and Yunfei.
And Moriyama, with 1 dealership gone already, is somewhat limited in his comeback options, but he can still build monster hands on his non-dealer turns as well.
I would expect Ishii, unless things really just kind of fall into place, I would expect him to be kind of sitting back and letting the other players snipe each other. By the way, a couple of value tiles in Yunfei's hand. I'm sure he'll be poning as soon as he gets a chance.
Yeah, I'm not going for Kokushi again.
There's another pair. He's got a nice flushy hand forming. He hates Kokushi.
Who could hate Kokushi? I went for Kokushi way too many times. I was desperate.
Well, probably that's also evidence of probably not the greatest starting hands.
One of them I started with 6. Nope. 5. And I was gonna play for some type of outside hand because my tiles were so disconnected. I drew 4 back-to-back unique honor tiles.
Nice.
And so I ended up with
start feeling the dream.
Yeah, I started feeling it. I ended up Ishanten.
Maybe Kawakami would have given you an earful. She didn't want to start with less than 10.
Yes, that's the common knowledge.
When we said 7, she was like, "What?"
What study group did you go to? So interesting. Yunfei throwing the 4 of cracks early to really disguise the fact that he wants cracks.
It's a really strong disguise too, like such a central tile.
And yeah, very early. He's thrown that early. Now he's going to end up throwing this 2 of dots. And after that, and it's really going to disguise the fact that he wants the Manzu.
A few seconds of thought before throwing that tip in out too.
Little obfuscation. Will it work?
Yeah, maybe you could be considering, if you like your Mon shape enough that you don't need the tune anymore. You might want to get rid of that before this other flush starts working its way to Tenpai.
And that's Tenpai for Nakabayashi. He's waiting for the 3, I believe, yes?
Oh, sorry, there's a tune pair.
And that is a full flush.
This is big value. Well, I see the call. Choice of weight. Most likely Shaba, though.
So a full flush and a half flush on the board. Both ready.
And these are the 2 players that are doing the head-to-head, right? These are your 2nd place and 3rd place from the previous games, so the winner of this hand could make all the difference.
It really might just be decided on this hand. Both are Mangan, but one Mangan is a little bit better than the other one.
Garth is thinking about that 2 + 2 is 4, except for very high values of 2.
That is one of my favorite sayings. Is that not one of the awesomest sayings ever?
I do enjoy that one.
I imagine that's what you're thinking in your head when you said one of these flushes is one of these mangans is better than the other.
Could change the weight.
Ooh.
He will keep it the same.
It could have been, they could have matched Shabos.
Also, notably, Yunfei drew the 6-mon but couldn't switch to the 3-sided weight because that early 4-mon.
Point. So, yes, the obfuscation perhaps coming back to bite him.
Oh, and the Sanzo Sumo. This is huge.
Nakabayashi starts Nakanaka time.
Bashi Bashi?
Bayashi.
I think Bashi Bashi. Just Bashi Bashi. Bashi Bashi. That is a big one. So now Yunfei, obviously Moriyama has a huge hill to climb. Even the hill for Yunfei is fairly large.
I think there's a Miley Cyrus song about this.
Still 2 turns for as dealer for Yunfei, so he's not out of it yet. The dealer has stopped moving around as quickly as it had been in one hand.
So it's gonna be another Hanchan.
Someday.
It's called The Climb.
Oh, this is the Miley Cyrus song.
There actually is a Miley Cyrus song that kind of fits this. But I don't think she knows the word Hanchan yet.
That's just bad education.
We need to do a better job getting the word out.
That is our
fault. Where's the PR team?
That is our fault, isn't it?
We need more eyes on the stream.
I tried to send a message to Snoop Dog to ask if he wanted to learn Mahjong because he famously never says no to anything.
Really?
So I think that if we had the right connection, we could totally get Snoop Dogg to play Mahjong, but...
Ishii's one away from ready. He's...
But nobody steal that from me. If you have
Horrible.
that connection with Snoop Dogg, please call me. I want to be there.
Kazuma Ishii Tenpai.
Yeah, just shutting things down.
Oh, first time I'm watching a Jong tournament. StarCraft player here.
Ooh.
This is game number 2. The top 2 players from this table will advance to the semifinals. This is, of course, the quarterfinal round. You can see their total scores in yellow there. So whoever has the most yellow points will advance. The white score next to the yellow score is the scores that they had coming into this game. So it's just 2 games. Total scores count, and the top 2 from each table will advance. So I hope you're still there, Daimai StarCraft-san, and that you heard that explanation and that you weren't turned off because we didn't answer fast enough.
By the way, Yunfei, probably pretty stoked that she just ended Nakabayashi's possible gigantic run.
Yeah, this is step 1.
Yeah.
Step 1.
Step 1. Somebody else
Move
win.
the dealership forward.
I used to be a StarCraft player too, by the way.
Yeah, I actually know a couple StarCraft players who ended up in the Mahjong community, so...
Really?
I
think,
think a lot more
good
ended
design.
up in poker, but yeah.
Mm.
Because it's so huge in Korea, and it was like a perfect timing when APPT came to Korea. But yeah, I mean, lots of similarities, I think.
A lot of poker players play Mahjong as well.
True.
The Koreans at this tournament are doing extremely well.
Ishii showing no bias about whose turns as dealer he is willing to kick to the curb.
Already Tenpai for Green Dragon only, 1,000 points.
It's cheap. Oh, and Nakabayashi has 2 Dora in his hand. He would like to get a pawn here, perhaps? We do get a pawn.
Ishanten, but
He throws into Ishii, and
Much faster than the 8th finals games that we were watching.
yeah, although here Ishii has a very clear goal: go as quickly as possible. The other 3, Nakabayashi as well has some incentive at this point to go quickly, but Yunfei and Moriyama have very differing goals now, or different goals to those 2.
How does it not bother the player that their name tag isn't straight? Just like...
When I was on the streaming table, I was like looking down and making micro adjustments in between rounds every single time.
Right? Yeah. Oh, okay,
there it is.
And Moriyama's was also like really...
did you see when
I didn't
Moriyama
know
was
that.
so angry he threw his into the...
I heard your radio style. I heard your coverage of that. I was listening in my earbud while I had a meeting to attend, but I had my earbuds on. I was texting Garth, "Why haven't you guys started yet?" I said 3:50. It's 3:56.
It's okay, we didn't miss any coverage.
delay.
Oh, nice, Phil. Sanzo.
I would never yell at you, Nathaniel. Well, not yet anyway.
Not yet.
Designated yell E over here.
We still have some leeway until that happens.
A lot of acceptance for Kazuma, and another pair.
Okay,
He
chin
will
chin.
get rid of a pair and go for the inside hand. Be using...
Nakabayashi doesn't hate Kokushi as much as Moriyama.
But if Nakabayashi is going slowly, that gives Yunfei some time to build a hand, gives Ishii some
Yeah.
time to build.
I mean, Nakabayashi doesn't... Kokushi's too slow for Nakabayashi, but he doesn't need it right now. But the hand is kind of just going toward that.
Ooh, there's that nice 7-mon.
Gets
That
another
nice.
pair back.
It's not that nice when you have all pairs and it's all middle tiles.
It's okay, we don't think of this as a pair's hand. Ishanten, we think of it as Tanya Pifu Dian Shanten.
It gives up on the Kokushi. He's got pairs.
In that case, he has too many blocks.
Dian Peiko. Imagine the Dian Peiko.
Chitoitsu.
It makes
No,
my head hurt. It makes my head hurt to imagine Yunfei.
Just a 3, so draw away. Ah, tempo.
Yunfei makes your head hurt because it's basically Chitoitsu and we're anti-Chitoitsu.
No, it just never works.
No. Well, I really want to put in my complaint for anybody who's listening. Yunfei should include Chitoitsu.
500?
Yes.
It's instant Mangan?
At the very least.
Oh, yeah, Riichi. Moriyama got there. So technically this is chasing down Ishii's Tempai. Ishii waiting on the Dora for Tanyao Chitoi Dora 2. We'll see if he chooses to fight here against Riichi.
He's got a lot of Moriyama. Well, he's got 2 of Moriyama's winning tiles, and 1 is, of course, the Dora indicator.
The Nakatsuji 6-pin is not a complete fold. He can still get back into Tempai. But I suspect Ishii won't really play anything that dangerous. Moriyama came into this game in 4th place, so has a lot of ground to make up, and dealing in directly to that is not what you want to be doing as the player with the lead. One of the few ways that you don't make it is to finish in 4th place, with the 4th place finishing in 1st. 4th place player from the first game, that is.
That is a good way to give that 4th place player a boost.
I almost did not qualify for this tournament for that very scenario happening.
Sloppy though?
Thankfully, the 2nd and 3rd place were not quite in complete reverse order, so I'm saved.
Everybody giving up, just getting out of the way of the last place player.
And when you're Moriyama in this situation, you're expecting to have Tetsumo. Nakabayashi has no reason to fight you. Ishii has no reason to fight you. Yunfei maybe. But he has to have a hand worth fighting for. Well, maybe considers playing for this.
Yeah, each person has a different threshold for what they consider to be worth fighting for.
Yunfei's played around these hands very well so far. 6-pin chi.
He also has several of Moriyama's winning tiles. I believe there is only 1 of each still to be drawn.
She now has to think a little bit about the open hand.
There's actually 1 of those discards. So there is only 1 7 floating around in the undrawn deck.
Moriyama, his pawn looks like Kokshi discarded. Maybe Chitoi. Or no, it's all.
Giving up. There will be 1 more draw for Moriyama. And if he does not draw it, there is certainly no way anybody else will throw it.
Yunfei cannot find Tempai, so just plays a safe tile. The Dora.
It's still there. Can he get it? He does get the last one. All right.
Not quite Haite, but he...
Mizumo Dora. Pinfu.
It's a big start. A little momentum for his dealership.
Right. Puts some wind into his sails as he enters the South round and his last turn as dealer. Will it be his last turn as dealer for the entire tournament? Or can he put together a little run? Actually, he needs a big run.
It's a big run. You might not be able to catch. Oh, it's tough because Nakabayashi is in first.
He does have 2 green dragons.
A flush, I think. I can't imagine Moriyama not going for a flush in this situation.
Yeah, you said Moriyama builds big hands. A flush is certainly large.
He only has 1 non-bamboo tile in his hand.
And he does have one pair of value tiles.
Yeah.
Possibly other tiles that
See,
could.
just straight for the flush. Not even... No camouflage, no dancing around it, no cautious, nothing. Just straight for it. Everyone fear my hand.
Yeah, he
6 maybe Fortnite.
He cannot discard it fast enough.
Yeah, we saw some disguising of flush hands earlier, and Moriyama is not doing any of that.
Yeah, and it would have been a great move had it worked out, but the way it worked out, it ended up slowing him down, and he did not win the hand because maybe almost kind of because of that. Right?
We're talking about Yunfei earlier with the
a couple hands ago. Flush versus flush and the Nakabayashi full flush one. It is. I mean, it's a thin line.
Right.
Definitely.
How much you want to...
Your clever play, it's clever when it works, but oh boy.
I mean, how much efficiency you want to give up in order to, be clever like that. Generally your hand has to be the priority. Even more than, like, quote unquote, fooling opponents.
A pair for Nakabayashi. Completing a run for Yunfei. I think he's Ishanten. Moriyama is still one away from ready, I think. He's got 2 gut shots. Not a true Yunkan situation, double belly buster, but
Yunfei, the efficient discard there is 8. But...
Looks like he likes the 7-mon. Ooh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I can see people doing the same thing for 3 so in America.
Now Moriyama does have a pair. Ooh, another pair for Kazuma. He's one away from ready with the 7 pairs, but could pawn things too if he felt like it. Nakabayashi moving to the outside.
Yeah, you usually can see 3 of the 6-mon, and also some early 6 and central mon tiles from other players. So the 7-mon actually does look kind of live in the wall. I wonder if that's the read. We do have Tenpai.
Is Tenpai.
It's just the Tuso, though.
And here they all are in Kei's hand. Okay, Nakabayashi's hand.
South Jam and?
Pawn.
Presumably.
Probably. So, that's interesting. He chooses the tongue key, which is a good decision because there are all 2s. However, having drawn the 3 that way, it kind of looks like he's got a tonky weight on the outside, no?
Then again, you might suspect that he has his tiles arranged that way intentionally to make it look like it's a tonky weight when it actually isn't.
I think it's more about I was talking more about the order of discard, not maybe where it was in the hand. But
Well, that both. I mean,
okay.
the
Ooh.
could change. That really improves the weight.
Like, oh wait, I just gave an announcement to people that they're not supposed to put tiles in their hand before discarding. It just proves it's not a hard rule. It's just usually some sort of etiquette thing.
Yeah, you can treat the 6-0 as the pair or the triplet. It's a really pretty shape.
And it's
really
a big
rare.
Hand. Yes, very rare.
That is kind of an etiquette that you shouldn't copy.
Yeah, I was not going to say anything about that. But, yeah. So the other players now are probably saying, you know what? I think we need to stop throwing Sozu.
Yeah, 3-so, 1-so comes out from hand. It better be Tenpai. And of course it is. Even the Haku won't come out. None of these honor tiles. Everyone is trapped.
But for Moriyama, the Sozu do keep coming out, but they keep going elsewhere.
This hand wants to complete.
Really,
Nakabayashi also not noticing that his name is crooked.
more Sozus for Yunfei. That happens not to be one of the ones Moriyama needs.
Is there any chance that Yunfei could actually get to Tenpai here? I think he's connected to all of his So tiles.
Moriyama could snag first place here.
It's just that west. Could be the Tonki, though. Another Monzu.
He has one more chance.
So much anxiety from the way he's described.
He did get it on his last draw, last hand.
I don't think it would bother me if I were at the table. I would just.
And
oh, he felt the Sozu.
This is the anxiety. It's not actually about Oh, I hate that. It's just that. Wait, is this it? Wait, is this it? Wait, is this it? Did he even show his hand?
Sort of. Yeah, you did it pretty quick. That was kind of a funny way to do that.
That's the type of hand that you need to win, right?
Yeah, that's
you don't get that many opportunities at a hand like that, but
maybe that's why that happened that way. He's like, oh, this stupid hand.
I remember when we interviewed Moriyama, way back when we first made ReachMahjong.com. And Garthe and I were interviewing him. And I said, are there any Mahjong players you respect? And he's like, respect? That's a funny word. He said, well, one time I saw a player, it was a player, I guess he probably played with him often, and he didn't win a hand and then came back and won that same hand with Suanko instead, and I thought, oh, he's pretty strong. That was his response to the question. And Moriyama is definitely a strong player, and he knows it.
Yunfei's hand progressing. Oh, but he throws him a pair.
I like the looks of Ishii's hand in the Midwest. We, especially in the like Missouri area, we love our outside hands. So Chanta, the chat would be going crazy if they're watching.
I'm not big fans of the red 5 rules.
Oh no.
Completes a run for Moriyama. He is one away from ready. One away.
Yeah, one away.
Needs
One
the
away, but maybe
2-5.
he might make it 2 away because of the shapes.
I think the 2 or 5 of bamboos would give him.
Yeah, the weird kind of conchon shape in the bamboo is 2, I think. Oh, no, he just had the extra 6. That's what it was. But if he were to get a 3 or a 4, who knows what he would do. I'm not going to pretend to know what he would do.
Another pair for Yunfei. He's already thrown a pair from his hand.
Thrown 2 pairs from his hand. 9-so, 1-mon. Too many pairs. Just wants to be a cheat toy.
Okay. There we go. Now we get to the efficient 1 away. More efficient than that 6 was.
Another pair for Yunfei. He just cannot stop pairing.
Finally, the 6-mon. Okay.
He obviously didn't recite green eggs and ham enough.
Oh God.
Speaking of the pairs.
How would you know? I feel like that throwing the 7 of tracks there is the more efficient play. And I'm starting to feel like he's not in the wind for Moriyama.
I mean, all he has to do right now is 25 minutes. He can stay dealer as.
There is a lot of time, yeah.
He could just pull him.
It's another 5.
I guess he could have cheated there.
He could have cheated there, but it's such. He really needs points, and it's such a valuable hand if he can get to Tenpai on his own. I feel like until he gets,
How many pairs have we seen drawn in the past 30 seconds. Ooh.
Getting close
Master
to
Skill into
then
Ishii.
big hand.
Everyone's pairing up the central tile, and Ishii's just collecting one by one the outer ones.
He does choose that moment.
7-pin Forso. Jump and wait. Decision time. 2-pin or 4-pin? Or do we get greedy for Sonoda? Yunfei might need the points. But he'll trust in his dealership.
He could Pon Hatsu. He certainly does need the points. He has a large deficit to make up from Nakabayashi. Man.
Add 1 to the pair counter. I should have a clicker. Okay, 2-so first. It does give up on some 3-so draws and calls. Oh, but 3-so is pawns, so there aren't that many of those.
Speaking of pairs.
I wonder who's figured out that this is a Doitsuba. Forso's awkward now.
Ishii's probably feeling, you know what, it's about time to give up. And
yeah.
He's right. That would have been the winner for Moriyama.
One thing I noticed about the players, like the strong players in the US, and of course all of these pros, you always get a sense of when it's time to just give up. It's always happens to be when they draw the deal in tile.
Ishii's still getting temptation. Completed a triple there of the ones of bamboos.
Nakabayashi figured it out. He is Shitoi Tenpai. Might not want to Riichi. 9-pin out. We'll wait on the 2. Ishii takes the opportunity to call into Tenpai and deal in.
He just cannot turn over his hand and throw it away fast enough, even when he wins.
Yeah, you said Moriyama likes to go for big hands. This is not worth being on the camera for that long.
This is the opposite of what we said he does.
Yeah, it was not large enough to be worth the time. It's just get me over to the next hand. Get me to my next Mangan Sumo. Can this be a Mangan Sumo? It has a Dora connector, but no Dora. A bunch of Kanton shapes.
Oh, a lot of Manzu.
I wonder if he will play straightforward this time.
Some wins, too, that could offer chances for value.
Oh?
More.
Itsu?
Still no pairs of value tiles or letter tiles. Ooh, that's going to be a chi, huh?
Could be the full flush at this point. Only singletons of honors remain. The Moriyama just filled in an 8-mon. Or not Moriyama, rather. Was it Nakabayashi? Filled in a great tile, so progress being made. Maybe it was Ishii. I just remember seeing that contract get filled. Hatsu pair up.
That's Ishanten.
Is still out there.
I get the feeling, if he pawns Hatsu, he wants to pull Sha out of the middle there, so it looks like it's a Tanki.
An honor Tanki, yeah. Right, 2 honors on the left side. You grab the one from inside, leaving 1 honor on the left side.
When it will really end up being a 369 weight.
Moriyama Ishantam.
Kind of tense. Like, who is going to pull this off? He gets
there's
it,
the Hatsu.
and he chooses
Shatanki.
Shatanki.
Interesting.
Huh.
Forcing the Itsu.
That does guarantee Itsu.
So it's a value play. Yunfei says, I cannot do less than Mangon here.
It is a good start for overtaking Nakabayashi. But once again, is it going to come back and bite him like the 4 of cracks did in the first round?
This one's certainly understandable. Mangon is so powerful.
She could throw it right here. Oh, and that's the person he wants it from, too.
Oh my goodness.
That is a huge move from Yunfei.
And might have gotten baited, like you said, by that 3-mon coming out. It looks
from
like
the side, yeah. So it looks like, okay, if he's got no value tiles on the end there, okay, he must be going for something. He must be waiting for something in Manzu.
This is a huge swing. Look at the yellow scores. The total, the live standings, if the game were to end right now, have been adjusted, and it looks like anyone could win. I mean, this puts Moriyama in first in the game standings, and so his goal now is to just get raw points.
Wow.
And if he knocks Nakabayashi down into 3rd place, that's an extra 10 points.
But he still has to overcome the gap with Yunfei.
Yes.
So I think even better, he needs to knock Yunfei down.
Yes.
More. As he knocks Yunfei down,
he'll pick up the 4 points or so that
he needs 14,000 to overcome 14,000 to overcome Nakabayashi.
So
he wants Yunfei to be
last.
last.
All right. The conditions are getting spicy here in South 2. Nakabayashi, after dealing into that Mangon, has to recover somehow. But Moriyama might be too fast here. Just saw a beautiful Forso draw.
Even though Nakabayashi does currently outscore Yunfei, the points last game were just a little bit bigger than this for Yunfei's 2nd place win. So Yunfei is still in the lead. We have 3 hands to go in the South round, and it's almost really anybody's game. It's
incredible what one hand did to this game.
And just a tricky move from Yunfei, and it really has changed everything. Seemed like Nakabayashi, it seemed like, first of all, yes, it seemed like Nakabayashi was good to go. Is that me?
Yeah. I think it was you.
Sting Ishii with the German pull. Moriyama, Ishantan, Diamond.
It is Nakabayashi's turn as dealer, and he drops the 6 to bait that 3 of bamboos, but they pair up in Ishii's hand.
We'll have a choice there, which pin Diamond to keep. Cuts the 6 pin because of the Huriten, presumably. Although that isolates the Dora. Looks to be a good move because 5-8 pin is super held.
There's only one more 3 of bamboos in the deck for Nakabayashi.
This is tough. Nakabayashi kind of needs this dealer win.
Needs to at least Tenpai.
Yeah, at least get to Tenpai.
And with so few 3s still remaining, that's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, boy, he really must. If he can't win this hand, if he loses his hand as dealer, he's not super far behind. But if he doesn't win, he certainly doesn't want to lose a lot of points, or he also doesn't want Yunfei to start extending a lead. Only one more 3 of bamboos.
Little progress. Yunfei with the pay Anko now.
If he decides the nines.
I feel like Ishii's in such a really rough spot here. Like, he doesn't need to win hands, but any deal-in, he's out.
And if he just sits and lets the other three players get one sumo apiece, he could also be out.
Yeah.
But, you can't just press recklessly because, as you said, deal-ins are problematic.
Again, though, I mean, if the game were to end now, he does, that first win was so big.
The 8-pin back. That is so unfortunate. There weren't that many of the 5 8-pin Suji left, but he redraws what would have been the Dora and the door shape and the Tempai.
Ouch. Ishii will not hold on to the white dragon, having already thrown it earlier.
Moriyama has the 7-pin absolutely frozen in his hand. Refuses to release that until it's time.
He's really going for that 2-3-4 Sanshoku. He wants the Tanyao too, I think.
A door pair would be absolutely fantastic.
Nakabayashi just praying for the last 3 of bamboos.
Yeah, we're almost to New Kyoku and no one's Tempai.
Ishii may drop the white dragon here. I think it's getting dangerous. No, still push a little bit, and that gets Moriyama to Tempai.
Ooh, won't take it.
Uh,
Refuses.
Went away, but
One away. This gets Yunfei to Tempai, but no Yaku. Interesting attack by Yunfei.
well, I mean, if he's the only one Tempai,
That's a really big deal. There it is, Dora Tanki Tempai with Sanshoku and Tanyao. Moriyama found the route to the Mungon.
that is kind of massive. What if Ishii dealt into that?
Oh my goodness, I don't even want to think about what happens then. Yunfei changes the weight, still no Yaku.
Yeah, I guess ideally he wants Yunfei to deal into it.
There's no way Yunfei would drop the door, although...
Nakabayashi takes Tempai.
There's 1-3 left.
Suddenly, we went from 0 to 3 Tempais.
Kazuma could change his weight.
He's not Tempai.
Not Kazuma. Yunfei could change his weight if he drew that 3.
That's right.
He could also change his weight if he drew... Well, interesting.
He gives up on the Sanshoku, but there's like 1 draw left now. So.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Who's going to drop the door this late? Oh,
the
Haite 3!
Haite only, with 1 door, right? But Yaku is only Haite.
Nakabayashi looks on in disgust. How do you sumo my weight?
I love those expressions from Nakabayashi. He always,
wow.
He's always just, really?
The players recompute their conditions now because Yunfei has taken over. It has tied for first with Moriyama. And that's an unusual spot in the WRC rules.
Oh, yeah.
Because they split the Uma.
I mean, yeah, that's common in professional mahjong. That's the most common way.
Yeah, but when you're computing, you're not really expecting to do computations with split. Most of the times that doesn't happen. And Nakabayashi is right behind too with just a 2,000 point sumo. He could take the lead.
Look at how close these scores are. Moriyama, well, he does need some big hands to actually overcome everybody's point deficits. As big as the point deficit looks for Nakabayashi and Yunfei, of course, if he took points from Yunfei, pushing him from first place to, first place tied to third, instantly, Yunfei's losing 20 points. That he makes up that gap very quickly.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the thinnest of margins, certainly. Unless Yunfei or Nakabayashi or Ishii finds some monster sumo.
The hand that he just won was 500, 1,000, right?
Yeah.
And before this, the gap between them, I think it was like -1 to +3. So, I mean, a very small amount of points going to Nakabayashi, especially if they come from Yunfei, is immediately going to put him right back in the running.
Absolutely. Nakabayashi now with 2 Dora draws the wrong side. Wanted the 2-pin for the Sanshoku.
He could move towards towards the simples.
This is a game of efficiency now because the next win is so important. There still is plenty of time, over 10 minutes.
Even Moriyama has a path here. If he could make a big hand, and especially the right person throws it.
He's building vertically. 9-mon Anko, 2-pin Anko, and 2 pairs.
Could it happen? Shanten for Yunfei. With some nice shapes.
Ishii getting into the mix now. Shanten. Nakabayashi calling into that Tanyao Ishantan.
He's got 2 Dora. 3,900.
The race is on.
A huge get.
Pihu now for Ishii. Moriyama still searching. 6-mon, not quite it, but better than an 8-pin. Yunfei swapping out honor tiles to one that's slightly safer.
Wait, the dragon will be a safe tile.
Moriyama 1-pin, not it.
Not helpful. Everybody's hands slowing down for a few draws here.
Yeah, every single draw could be the Tenpai draw. No one there yet. That's
improves the Pinzu, but he does not want to throw south yet.
Yeah, I don't really want to be holding on to those pin tiles too late. Nakabayashi 3-mon, kind of equivalent to the 6. 6 slightly better though. Yunfei absolutely stuck on this Ishantan.
None come out here probably. No, okay. It's still a safe tile. Moriyama cannot get there.
Moriyama
and that's Tenpai for Nakabayashi.
Tanya door 2.
5-8. As it happens, Yunfei also wants those, so they won't be coming out of his hand.
It's going to hold the wide shape 2, 4, 6 Diankan as well as the 6, 7 Diamen. Decides that as the dealer here in this critical position, the maximal efficiency play is more important than holding a safe tile.
That 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 shape, a lot of people, he will let go of that Kanshan you just pointed out to get the Ryankan in Pinzu.
Suanko Ishantan. All right, folks. Nakabayashi ends the thread.
By Nakabayashi.
And this is the exact scenario we posed earlier. This 1,000, 2,000 is going to put Nakabayashi into the lead, and Yunfei takes the Oyakaburi, pays more than Moriyama. So now it is Ishii in first, Nakabayashi in second, Yunfei in third, and Moriyama needs to make that all up from second place.
Ooh.
Oh, now it gets complicated because certain wins change placement in certain ways, so...
Okay, they're gonna be calculating. Let's do the night ad.
Alright, wow.
Oh, they got that up there.
We have it on our screen.
Moriyama just needs a Sanbaimon sumo, or Yakuman directly from Nakabayashi, or Sanbaimon from Yunfei or Ishii directly. Yunfei just needs to win any hand.
Nakabayashi also needs to win any hand.
And I guess Yunfei needs 1,300, so not just any hand. If it's from Nakabayashi or Ishii, it has to be 1300. So I'll probably aim for a 2000 point hand.
Yeah, it's not that hard to get 1300 as opposed to 1000.
Yeah, Ishii just needs to win anything and then have a no 10 ending.
Yeah, we'll
We're
go
only
again
aiming
if
for
he
second
wins.
place, that's why. If we're aiming for first place, these numbers would be a lot bigger, of course.
So I'm curious if the time spent computing is is added back in the.
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't think so.
Okay, so this is just time lost.
Yeah, or you can do a quick night ad. WRC channel. No, just see.
Back on here. I guess Ishii, it's not really important because if Ishii, they get to the end of the hand, Ishii will just say no 10.
I mean, but that's part of the. I mean, I guess if somebody is deceptively, like intentionally taking a lot of extra time, then maybe somebody might say something. But if they're not, then that's part of the strategy. I think you have to be within the time. And I've never really heard of stopping the clock to calculate.
Moriyama had such a strong hand for a normal condition. Goes to the 6-pin first cut, breaks up the middle of a 5-6-7. Nakabayashi going for any win here. Yunfei, almost any win.
Ishii too, if for example Yunfei were to win off of Ishii, say 6,000 points.
Yep. 5-2.
That would push Ishii down into third place. He can't be completely complacent. Will he palm the east and try to escape with a quickie?
Nakabayashi might be favored with the ability to play for Nathaniel. Yunfei here with some awkward shapes at 1, 2, 4, 5 mon. Not super here. Ishii looking pretty decent though. Is it a vertical hand for Moriyama? Is it a flush? Haku is completely dead. One's cut, one's in the dead wall, so that can be at most a pair. Ishii, Ishantem.
What is Moriyama's goal here?
That's slight progress. Do you commit with the 9? Yes, it will be the Tanya move. Yunfei making progress as well. Okay, Sanshoku. Dama. Would work. Also, Yukyoku could be important as well. None of these players can stop.
Good point.
Okay, she will be the first one who has to show that he's Tenpai or not.
Mm.
And if he's the only one, I think if he's the only one not Tenpai, he still moves on.
Yeah, I think he's still fine.
Yeah, so probably.
Oh, big 3-so draw.
That will probably end up being the strategy if we get that far.
Moriyama's actually doing it somehow. 2-so. The flush.
For everyone to know it.
Nakabayashi, Ishantem.
So I think at some point he's going to have to get rid of those white dragons. There's no real path to, I mean, the reasonable Chitoi.
Oh, Dora pair? Menhon, Chitoi, Beach Sumo, Dora
Dora Dora, and then Ura
Ura.
is still only 10, right?
Sambai.
No,
It works.
exactly.
It works.
Mitsu, Dora Dora, Toi Toi, Riichi, Tsumo, Ura Ura.
Yeah, dropping the 3-mon now, maximizing
Sumo, yeah, Sumo.
the acceptance for Chitoi. Ishii has been sitting so close to Tenpai this whole time. He hasn't seen the east yet. It's held by Moriyama, who's also searching. There's the cheat into Tenpai. Nakabayashi holding out for the 6-0.
He's also already discarded the 9, so he avoids free 10 and maintains the inside hand Yaku.
And we're gonna see Yunfei also open up, but this is only the 1,000 points.
Right, he needs it specifically from Nakabayashi, or he can draw it. Oh, wait.
From Moriyama.
Directly from Moriyama would be a placement change.
Oh, okay, from
and plus 10 points.
If it's from Nakabayashi, it has to be 1,300.
That's right.
Moriyama hit the table. Not the first time even today, I don't think.
3-mon versus 6-0. Moriyama has already discarded 1 3-mon, but has 2 more in hand. Ishii has to think hard about this one. Because he can't see any of the Dora. He probably suspects Moriyama's holding at least 1, but how many are the others holding? Is there an Anko?
Does Moriyama wait for letter tiles?
There's East, Ishii.
Pond. Senpai. Waiting for 6-9 bamboo.
Oh, this is huge. If Yunfei drops the 6-0, Nakabayashi is going to get head bumped by Ishii.
That's a chi from Nakabayashi.
He's waiting for the 3-6.
He was waiting for the 6 only, now he's waiting for the 3-6.
There's one more.
That's a 3.
Oh,
Yunfei wants to maintain
trouble.
Senpai, he has to discard it.
He is definitely not going to save himself here. I can see the future.
It feels like it has to come out. Is there any way he could dodge this somehow?
It seems like he realizes.
He knows it's bad.
Does he know he has to go a different direction? Could he save himself by throwing the 1 of dots?
If he believes it hard enough, he can save himself, but would he actually trust that read? With this many tiles remaining?
The thing is, like, what is his path at that point? He's got to get the last, what he imagines might... There is no other 3 out there, so he's got to somehow get to Tenpai again with Tanyao.
But if his read is strong enough, he knows it deals in, then that's his only route.
Right, he has to, yeah, he has to.
And this is a common, I forget the name for this, but this is a common call pattern.
Yeah.
Oh, what a tense moment.
He could see that Sozo that just came out from Nakabayashi is the 7.
Yeah.
It just makes the 3-6 seem so likely, right?
Kuinobashi.
I forget what that was called. We got that in the.
He's trying. He comes out.
That's it.
That will be.
Oh.
Kei Nakabayashi and Kazuma Ishii will advance to the semifinals tomorrow morning.
We lose another one of our non-Japanese players.
What a finish.
2 M-League players will advance. Oh! Turn the camera off. Turn the camera. Pan left. Pan up.
Hey, look what I had. Look what I had.
It is the end of the game.
Nakabayashi laughing at Moriyama's hand. Moriyama just... Where was that Dora?
Did he flip over? Did he look at the Dora too?
I don't think so. He looked at 3 of the
all the Dora were in the
hands.
wall, right? Yunfei recomputes now with the hindsight of confirming that his read was correct.
Just kind of disbelief.
But I mean, really,
Kazuma Nakabayashi just can't help but chuckle at Moriyama's reaction.
Again, levity in what was such a tense finish, and
yes, Moriyama, ever the entertainer.
And time is up as well, by the way.
Oh yeah, so does it look like the other two tables not on stage look like they're done already? So
The last one looks like they are calculating, maybe? Oh, maybe, I don't know. It looks like they're kind of asking for help, but...
yeah, we got the view of...
Oh, let's go to night.
The playing hall.
Play like a pro.
oh, he's drawing still. So, yeah. Yeah,
Why was he on stage?
I'm not off stage, but well,
Oh, out of
this
the
entire
play
area
area?
being the stage. But you know, it could be that whole Japanese. Oh, I won thing. I'm so disappointed.
I can't wait to hear the results from the other games we had. Of course, I think Danny got a second.
Danny was in second place going into this set at the end of this round.
And a number of other tables were in action. It looks like
Ishii walking briskly. I think he looks confident.
Wasn't he in the negatives heading into that second game?
Oh, really?
He got first place.
Oh, did okay.
Ichikawa got first place. Fujishima got last place in the first game, if I remember correctly.
Excited to see how wrong my read on body language is.
Well, we won't be able to know until they publicize it. They are not interested in giving us,
Premature access to the results. I see.
Yeah. We are not special at all.
Well, there is one game still ongoing. Perhaps they don't want to give that information out until they can give it all out.
That's very true.
Yeah, but what effect does it have on the other games?
It really doesn't. But you know,
it does when everybody's playing for total score.
Right.
But not
but
now.
it certainly doesn't have any effect now. But for some reason, sometimes you talk to people like sometimes in poker, I get this complaint about when everybody's all in and then somebody's waiting for somebody's got a weak number of outs, like they're waiting for A5, and you say, "Oh, I had a 5." People get angry at you for saying, ruining their dream. Like, well, but it doesn't matter. And they're like, "But you're ruining my dream. How could you say that?" It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we've got. It's nice to see that there's still some people.
Interviews.
Oh yeah, we've got interviews.
We can. I mean, they're in Japanese, so we probably won't be able to
Moriyama,
understand it, but we can watch it.
Being interviewed. Perhaps he's justifying the rabbit hunting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the interview sound right there.
仕上げたいっていう
When you switch
も
to
ちろん
the
ね、
cat.
リーチ打ちたかったんですけどね、それがもうちょっと伸びなかったんですよね。
ただすごく楽しい麻雀を見せていただいて、メンツできている7、8、9マンズのところからチーマン切った曲に差しに 仕上げたかったですよね。
だから、まあ
はい
基本的にね7万から切ったのは、
はい
もうあの辺の頭じゃちょっと嫌だなっていう、
もうドラ
まあ、ドラ
モチーピン、
頭の感じね、ドラ頭にして、もうそしたら9万重ねちゃったんだけど、まあ、ドラ頭にして倍万ぐらいいこうと思ってね、
はい
やったんですけど、ね2差しですけどね。
めちゃくちゃ山にはね数万も両品も残ってたんですけれども、会長のところに来ずという。
まああれね、
はい
だからまあ9番ポンが入ったんですけど、
はい
だったらあの辺展開的にまあ9番でも早かったら泣かないだろうからね、まあ、ちょっともう一つ伸びなかったのかなと思いますけどね、まあしょうがない。
はい、まあ、何の3曲ですね。あわや数アンコできるんじゃないかと。
ツーアンコは狙おうと思いましたけどね、
はい
まあ手がねもうちょっと伸びなかったし、
あそこも、そして2差しの曲でもテンパイしたらアトミックリーチ
もうリーチは打たなきゃしょうがなかったね、
見れたかもしれなかったですよね。
いやただまあね、でもスーガンよく開けたけどね、スーガンないでドラ切れば上がれるけど、
はい
ちょっと点数がねちょっときついから、ねまあドラがどうなったか分かりませんけどね。
ただ森山会長はこの個人戦いきなり放送対局で9万点の超えるトップを取ったりと、たくさん楽しませてくれました。世界麻雀通じてどうでしたか？
いやよくねこんなにね何回も打ってね元気に打ってられたなと思ったんですけどねこれちょっときついなと思ってたからね。結局、
はい
2回打って5回打って5回打って今日4回でしょ、
はい、
よく生きてるよね。
まだまだ元気に打てるということですよ。
いやいやまあもうちょっとでしたね、もうちょっとでしたっていうか、
そうですね
ちょっとスタートが悪かったな。
1戦目ということですか？
ね、ドラ短期上がれてたからね、
はい
まあ、ちょっと
そしたらまた展開がね、
いや全然それ
違った
はもうやっぱり全然違いますよ、
ただ応援してくれていたファンの方たくさんいました。メッセージをお願いします。
ここまで来たから帰って残念なんですよね、これ早く負けとけよかったね
そんなことないです。
まあまた
はい
楽しいマジをね見せたいと思いますので、応援またよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、森山重和選手でした。ありがとうございました。こちらにお願いします。続きまして総合3位で敗退となりましたガオ・ユンフェイ選手です。対局お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
最後最終局めちゃくちゃ考えて切った三蔵。
重名选手是从2当中抽出来的，就是5锁和7锁，抽出来的是3锁和5锁嘛，然后打了7锁，其实很像是本来听砍6锁，然后变成了3、6锁的听牌，但是自己怎么说呢？如果在这里弃胡的话，可能后面也赢不了的感觉，可能也有其他的可能性吧，所以最後还是上。
中林選手は手の中から3層ウーソを引き抜いてチーしたので、
はい、
結構濃厚じゃないかっていうふうに思ったんですけど、ここで降りたらもう次も他の点あるかもしれないですけど、自分自身はそんなに勝てなさそうなイメージだったので、まあいったっていう感じです。
今の感想を聞いてもいいですか？
感觉还是自己没打好吧。虽然其实很多局感觉已经尽力了，但是东2局那边，那个牌选择了先打一个4万局迷彩，因为大家都是非常厉害的选手嘛。那么想着就是通过迷彩一下，然后扰乱一下对手的视线，结果没想到那个牌最后搞砸了。如果那里能够自摸满贯，而不是让仲林圭自摸满贯的话，可能应该是自己能晋级吧。
まあもうちょっと頑張れたかなっていうふうに今思ってますね。やっぱりトン2局、まあ、数番打って明細かけようと思ったんですけど、皆さん、まあ、強いですので、まあ、明細をかけてやろうなと思ったんですけど、最後は結構できなくて、まあ、中山さんにマンガン積まれて、はい、そこは自分でマンガン積まれたら、まあ、相当結果変わったんじゃないかって思ってます。
トンの2局一本馬の場面ですよね。数万先に切って両万と9万のテンパイしたところ、 山には残ってたし、あの数万を切ったおかげでマンズには周り見えてなかったかと思うので、もしかしたら出てたかもしれない。
对，其实看到大家都所有人都在那里打万子，包括那个石井先生拆了一堆5万，然后包括森山先生打了3万，其实只是没打到我那个牌，但最后感觉还是搞砸了。
まあ皆さんマンズ切ってましたので、例えば石井選手がウーマン切ってたり、森山さんが3万切ったりしていたので、もうたまたま自分が欲しかったマンズが出てこなかったっていう感じもするんですけど、やっぱり自分がやっちゃったなって今思ってますね。
カズマ選手、リャンマンも統一であったので、ちょっとこうもう何を切ったらいいかっていう状況だったので、もしかしたら選ばれてたかもしれないリャンマンでしたね。ただ何の一曲2本馬、中林選手からシャー短期で初本一一気通貫、一時はね逆転できたんですけれども。
在那边的话也可以选择听369万嘛，胡律来说肯定是369万更高一点，但是在已经落后蛮多的情况下，如果只是胡到一个3.9肯定是不满意的，然后加上在重临龟打了西之后，我是一直摸切的，然后最后是碰了发打，只是手切了1次，所以我手里其实肯定是没有吸对子的。对于在重临龟的视角，他肯定是觉得我没有吸对子的，要点炮的话只可能是吸单棋，所以我觉得听西的话反而有可能会抓到重临龟吧。
まあサブロー9万で上がることもできたわけなんですけども、それはただの3900で、まあ、逆にシャアは、まあ、自分のその要するに中林さんのシャアが、統一であった可能性も高いわけですので、シャアで待ってたら、まあ、逆にシャアが出る可能性が高いんじゃないかと思ってシャアで、転売したということですよね。
中国でも応援してくれた方たくさんいたかと思います。その方たちに最後メッセージいいですか？
虽然在这里淘汰了，其实非常非常不甘心啊，只差了最后一步，真的非常不甘心。不过自己也有就是实力不足的地方嘛，后续也会继续加油的，然后也希望大家都能够一起加油，一起进步。
ベスト16で敗退してしまったんですけども、とても悔しいです。もうこれから皆さんと一緒に、皆さんも、僕とも一緒に頑張っていきたいと思います。麻雀で。
ありがとうございます。ガオ・ユンフェイ選手でした。対局お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
続き
And we're back to close out day 4 of the WRC Earth. What's it? Earth Seiyaku?
Earth Corporation 100-year Anniversary World Reach Championship Tokyo 2025.
Wow, you really have that like mesmerized.
I did a whole speech on the stage with that.
Oh, that's right. You had to have said that quite a few times.
Yeah, lots and lots of times.
We know winners of our table that we watched, Kazuma Ishii and Kei Nakabayashi.
I'm just gonna call him Agent K.
Agent K.
He's my Men in Black.
They will be advancing to the round of 8 tomorrow morning.
We will be here.
Yeah, we will be here. We don't know the results of the other 3 games. I think Uchi was walking briskly with Happiness, and Fujishima was walking dejectedly off the stage. Those are my 2 guesses.
I mean, that goes with the results from game 1. So
there you go. So yes, those are my results. Right now we can see that the table with Kaori Shimizu and Yuko Ito. I forget the other 2 players, but they seem to be working out their conditions.
There's a player from Korea, a player from Hong Kong.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yep.
So sorry, I don't know your guys' names, but they are still working on the conditions probably to finish their game.
They were ahead of the 2 Japanese players going into game 2. But those results will be up. I'm sure everybody will be sharing them in Discords, and we will post the players who will be on our broadcast table as soon as we get that information. It will be in tomorrow's show description. I think that's it.
That's it. Do we have any more times that we want to say? How about watching? Do you want more Mahjong?
Yeah, we're done early today, so you should go watch Prost on the Mahjong Gen channel, or watch some of these players in the Saikyo and team battle. Lots of them showing up in that event that's on the World Reach Championship channel, youtube.com/@WorldReach.
When you guys do those shows, are you commentating them live for people to listen to? So like
we are live, yeah.
You guys are live.
The game has been recorded, but we are live.
So,
and it's really just a few hours later, so it's really just
okay.
adapted to the time zones outside of Japan.
Oh, okay.
Like it finishes at 9 p.m. and we start streaming at 5 a.m.
But it's a thing that you're doing live so that people can comment and you can interact with the guys. So,
Absolutely.
So that's always fun too. We will be back again tomorrow at, I think, 11:10.
It's a great question.
Japan
It's
Standard
on
Time.
the YouTube. It's in the YouTube
It's most
show.
likely
The YouTube show is already scheduled, so
same time
go
as
hit
today.
the notifications.
Yeah,
It is the
11
same
it
as
is same
today.
time.
Same as today, 11:10.
We don't know what time the final game will be at.
That's right.
Because there's no time limits. So could be a long night.
Or
and
short
we're
night.
going to keep streaming all the way until the awards ceremony tomorrow night, I think,
All right.
is the plan.
Sounds exciting. Because we
As
got
long
this
as
cool
our-
booth. We really don't want to get out
Yeah,
of here.
We want to stay here as long as possible.
Yeah, we may not have spouses to go home to after that, but
Yeah.
maybe we'll just live here.
We will have.
I'm
we will
not-
enjoy our booth.
It doesn't seem like this room is being used very much. They might not notice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Really, it's nice and clean in here.
Yeah, well, some parts.
Not after we ate all our EQ
Sweets.
sweets.
Mm.
But we will be back tomorrow. Please tune in again tomorrow. Thanks for all of the commenting, liking, subscribing. We couldn't do it without you. And toodaloo.
Till next time.
Thank you.